Hello and welcome in. This is the 395th episode of the Dean Withers Show. For everybody joining us, I really appreciate you so very much for tuning in. If you've never been here before, I'll tell you what we do. We debate Trump supporters and we try to change their minds because Trump is the worst president of your life, mine, and everybody else watching. Now, it has been increasingly harder for us to find Trump supporters. Okay, we've already been live for 8 minutes over on TikTok trying to find one singular Trump supporter with now 7,000 viewers to come up and talk to me. We did find one, but they actually just left as I was hitting this intro because they're terrified of a real debate. They're all terrified. I mean, that's just the nature of MAGA. The nature of MAGA is to be an incredibly insecure coward that just projects all of those insecurities and personal faults onto everybody around you. But, you know, regardless, we are still, of course, going to try to find some Trump supporters to talk to. Every day, we also like to go over the breaking news. Today's breaking news is that the White House is crumbling from within. I mean, genuinely, it is bad. Political analysts are now suggesting that the Trump administration is at a point beyond the point of return as their approval rating has collapsed to the lowest of any president in American history at this point in their term. And for the first time in 16 years, the average American now trusts the Democrats more than Republicans with the economy, which is like crazy propaganda, by the way. The fact that for the last 16 years, there's never been a point that the average American has thought the Democrats were better for the economy until now. Nuts. I mean, genuinely, one of the most successful misinformation campaigns I think I've ever seen would be the one from the GOP as it would relate to the economy. I mean, it is ridiculous, folks. It is ridiculous. But anyways, guys, we're going to continue on to try to find a Trump supporter to actually bring up into the live stream to have a debate with us. Just keep in mind that it could take a moment, so bear with me while we try to find a Trump supporter. Even though we definitely have a shit ton of people tuned into the live stream, there like I said, there's still yet a lot of Trump supporters in America, but they're not willing to debate, right? None of them are. It's embarrassing. So it may take us a moment, but I'm going to try my best to find one. Welcome in, user. Do you support Trump?
Nah, I was gooning. I don't know how I got up. Sorry.
Okay, that guy's a troll. He's been up many times before. We're gonna get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. If you are inside of that queue, make sure that you're following the rules. You know what the rules are. You just have to be 18 plus, American, and MAGA. Better yet, you guys, if you actually just take a look at the middle of your phone screen, you'll be able to see the rules. Okay, they're right there. It says be 18 plus, be American, be MAGA. You break them, you're banned. That's how it is, and that's how it's gonna be. I think this person's a Trump supporter. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What's up, Dean?
Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir. I support Trump.
Oh yeah, man, super embarrassing. I mean, I feel like no one should support Trump anymore. Like, yikes, bro. Holy yikes. Terrible. Sounds good, though. I'm going to go and thank like 5 people, and then I'll pass that mic off to you. This was the very first dono of the day over on PAYPAL. Thank you, Art, for the $27 donation. Thank you so much. I want to see 300 Art W's down below in the comment section. Thank you so very much, Art. Art with the 27 bucks says, hey, Dean, thank you for everything that you do. Much love from the Netherlands. Well, much love to you and to the Netherlands. I would love to visit the Netherlands one day. Sounds like a great country. Thank you so very much for the love and support, Art. Same thing to you, Fasi. Thank you for the $7. Happy Saturday, my dude. Then Shula, thank you for the $12, who says, that's awesome. I love that, Shula. I'm going to keep that one to myself, but that is awesome, Shula. Thank you for the $12. Then we quickly have 2 people to thank over on Venmo, Beth and Michael. I appreciate you both for the $10. Thank you guys so much. Michael with the 10 says, my family and I love watching your streams, spreading the truth while dunking on MAGA. Would you say hi to my mom, Linda Martinez? Hi, Linda. I hope that you have a great day and that you enjoyed today's stream. Shout out to your son. Same thing to Beth with the $10, who says, MAGA is dead. You're not going to find any more serious debates, just people pretending they never supported him. Yeah, because like I said, the Trump administration is kind of at a point beyond return. Every day they do something worse that hurts our country, hurts the earth, hurts the globe, hurts other countries. You know, starting baseless wars in the Middle East after promising not to. That's only hurting them and us. Or, you know, increasing the price of gas here at home in America, arguing that we need to make homes cost more, raping women, and saying they need to be sent to jail. He's just a tyrannical mess. But anyways, go ahead and take it away, Vic. Tell us why the hell you support the very worst president of your life, Mr. Trump. Is Vic leaving? Did he like get scared off before the debate? I think he did. Not your business. Thank you so much for the blooming heart on TikTok. I appreciate you. I'm pretty sure he got scared. Yo, bro, this guy came up here. He said he was a Trump supporter, said he was down to debate. I just took 3 seconds. And next thing we know, yeah, he's gone. Dude, everybody is scared today. Is there a single Trump supporter watching right now that is not scared to come up here and have a debate? Is there a singular Trump supporter? We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest right now. We got Caleb loading up into the live. Holy moly. They are terrified today, folks. Like I said, they're beyond the point of no return. Welcome to Sport. I remember Caleb. Good sounding Chevy, my friend. Moving on to the next guest, we got Silver loading up into the box, guys. Only hop inside of the queue if you're following our rules. I hate to repeat myself every 5 seconds. Moving on, guys. Welcome into Sport Trump. Nope, they're gone too. Okay, everybody's leaving. Everybody is leaving. What do I even do? Folks, like, what should we do with the live stream? Now that, like, there's not a singular Trump supporter who wants to debate me, what should we even do with the live? Should we, like, start doing, like, cooking? Should we start cooking? I think that's what, maybe we should turn this into, like, a cooking show or something.
I'm back, Dean.
There you are, Vic. I thought you ran, bud. Silver, welcome in. Do you support Trump? What? No, Silver left. You know, Vic, you said that you're MAGA. The first question I have for you is, why do you think it's so hard for me to find Trump supporters to debate?
I don't know, Dean. Probably because you have 5 million followers and there's people constantly trying to get in here just to deride you, Dean.
Well, I mean, I'd actually say that it has more so to do with these two following things. The amount of people that are MAGA is going down, and my debate skill is going up, making the Trump supporters that remain even more scared than they were, I don't know, a year ago.
Well, of course.
So I think for those like two reasons are pretty terrified. Worm, I appreciate you for the Galaxy Globe.
I would hope that you are good at debating, considering you do this every day.
Right. Second question, why do you think Donald Trump's approval rating has plummeted? Right now, he has the lowest approval rating out of any president in American history at this point in their term, and nearly 1 out of every 5 Trump supporters who voted for him in the election regret that vote now.
Donald Trump's approval rating has plummeted?
Yeah, like I said, lowest approval. Of course, Rasmussen. Rasmussen is the furthest right-leaning mainstream polling institution. Even they're reporting that right now he has the lowest approval rating out of any president in history.
That's probably just opinion biased.
Of the polling institute?
Yeah.
But they're far right. They're like one of the only far right polling institutions. That's why I cited Rasmussen.
I genuinely think there's a lot of people that are MAGA right now that aren't siding with Trump just because of how he's going against, like, I guess, like Congress and all that.
Yeah,
what he's doing right now.
Right. I mean, because he promised that he was going to be the president of peace. He promised no war. He promised to keep, our servicemen and women safe.
I do think he's the president of peace. I think if we didn't step in and stop Iran from trying to get a nuclear weapon, that we would have had a strong Middle East that would have tried to wipe out America, considering they shout out death to America and death to Israel constantly on.
Okay, well, I mean, he shouted, he threatened to kill every single Iranian. Genocide them all. I mean, that doesn't sound too peaceful to me. Not to mention, with the description that you just gave, it seems like you just labeled Obama the president of peace. Because Obama stopped Iran from getting nukes. He's the one that entered us into a denuclearization agreement with Iran. It didn't involve the killing of 160 schoolgirls like Trump's war today has. It didn't involve the death of over 13 servicemen and women like Trump's war today has. It didn't involve blowing up civilian infrastructure in Iran like Trump's war today has. It didn't involve a threat of genocide against 90 million Iranians like Trump's war today has. Okay, he just diplomatically negotiated with him. Nobody lost their life, and then they gave up all of their enriched uranium and made a vow to never make nukes. And we were even able to verify that. So, was Obama the president of peace?
Life when we sent in soldiers into Iran?
I'm not talking about Iraq or Afghanistan. I'm talking about Iran.
That's what I said. Iran. You said that nobody
didn't send in soldiers to Iran. What?
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Word.
So was Obama the president of peace?
I still think Donald Trump is the president of peace. I don't think Obama was the president of peace.
Wait, why? Because Obama was able to secure an agreement with Iran to prevent them from building nukes without the loss of a single life, right? Like, if you're arguing that Trump is the president of peace because he may prevent them from having nukes, but that involves, like, full-scale war where a bunch of people are dying, people across the globe are being hurt because of oil shortages, and he has to threaten genocide against 90 million Americans. Okay, well, then Obama is definitely the president of peace because he was able to actually get what you think Donald Trump is trying to get, which is
That's what
denuclearized
the
Iran
Obama.
without the loss of life at
That's
all.
what I'm trying to tell you, Dean. That's what Obamacare was for. Obamacare was there to supply all of these chains of demand
Obamacare
for
has
Iran.
nothing to do with Iran.
Yeah. We supported all of the foreign organizations under the Democratic presidencies.
Nothing you're saying is making any sense, Vic.
We supported all under Democratic presidency. We supported foreign terrorist organizations.
Is dude just word spamming? Like he said Obamacare, terrorists, Democrats. When I'm just trying to clear up the argument that if a president is the president of peace for denuclearizing in Iran, then Obama's the president of peace because that's what he did without the loss of life. Like, do you accept that Obama denuclearized Iran?
War will contain the loss of life. When you go to sign yourself up to go into war, you sign your life away when you go.
Oh, okay.
Now, killing innocent people, that should be enough.
So, do you accept that Obama denuclearized Iran?
I do not think that was just in Donald Trump's saying. I don't think Donald Trump is the one who laid the missile on Iran. Now, I know that we might have gotten
question.
Proven. What is it, Dean? Go ahead.
Do you accept that Obama denuclearized Iran?
No.
Why?
Because they were still building nuclear weapons. They still have nuclear weapon materials underground that we have destroyed.
When?
When we first went into Iran.
Which was? What year?
2025. Well, we went into Iran multiple of times, but we went in officially in 2020.
Okay. So the argument is Obama didn't denuclearize Iran because in 2025 they were enriching uranium to build nukes. So what if I told you that there was something, more so somebody, that happened between Obama's presidency in 2025 that messed up that denuclearization agreement? Would you believe me?
I mean, I'm not going to call you a liar, Dean. I believe you.
Right. And that somebody was Trump. He actually pulled us out of the denuclearization agreement that Obama put us into with Iran, that prevented Iran from building nukes. Donald Trump said, I actually want Iran to be able to build nukes. I'm just going to rip this agreement up. How's that make you feel?
Well, do you have a source, Dean?
Yeah, White House archives. They announced, the termination of the JCPOA agreement. This was in 2018. And Donald Trump touted it as an accomplishment. He was saying that it was a good thing that we were just destroying the agreement that made Iran denuclearize. He said it was an achievement. So I just don't know what happened to the GOP, because the GOP went from saying we need Iran to be able to build nukes. We can't stop them from building nukes. We need to tear up this agreement that prevented them from building nukes, to now saying that Iran is an imminent nuclear threat, and if we don't start war with them right now, if we don't threaten to genocide them right now, if we don't kill their elementary girls right now, then they're going to kill us all with nukes that they should never have had. So what changed? What changed?
I seen the Joint Comprehensive Plan that he withdrew from. That is true. So
yeah. So what changed with the GOP going from saying we have to let Iran build nukes to now saying we have to not let Iran to build nukes, even if it means war, threats of genocide and killing little girls?
Okay, I think 2018 was different, and the new Iranian regime that was in power over there.
The same regime, in fact, the same Ayatollah has been in power since the 70s.
Correct. I believe he was more peaceful in probably 2018, and then after Trump got out of office, everybody thought they was going to do some stupid shit. So when right before when Biden got in and opened the borders, they was like, okay, the borders are open.
Biden and the borders don't have anything to do with this conversation. You're pivoting. So I don't understand what your argument aims to. I don't understand I don't understand what your argument aims to achieve here. You're saying that maybe Iran was a little bit more peaceful before 2018 than after 2018. So you're saying that maybe the fact that Donald Trump pulled us out of the peace agreement we had with Iran that prevented them from building nukes angered Iran and made them less peaceful and less cooperative with America? So now you're saying not only did the GOP do the largest flip of the century, okay, going from arguing in 2018 that we gotta let Iran have nukes and we gotta pull out of this peace agreement now, to now saying we can't let them have nukes, we need to kill them all in order to prevent them from having nukes. But in pulling us out of that peace agreement in 2018, saying we gotta let Iran have nukes, we really pissed Iran off. Isn't this just more reason to not support Trump or the Republican Party? Because not only are they hypocrites, but they're very dangerous hypocrites. They're hypocrites that have angered Iran, as Donald Trump has described them to be the largest state sponsor of terror, galvanized them to be more anti-America because we are willing to negotiate with them. But then after we did those negotiations and finalized an agreement, the next doofus president, Mr. Trump 1.0, came around and tore that agreement right up. Explain it to me like I'm 5. Why did Trump go from saying we have to let Iran have the ability to develop nukes to now saying that we can't let Iran have the ability to develop nukes? Why did he tear up the agreement that prevented them from nuclearizing? Why did he do it?
We do not know what Putin had in mind after Trump got out of office. What they have talked about when Trump was in office is what Trump was world peace leader. He didn't want him going into Ukraine, so he thought it would be a good idea for Iran to be able to have the authorization to build nuclear weapons. So when they did, when they opened our borders, no offense, okay, when they opened our borders, Iran was over there killing like our people, started killing our people, Christians, and and then their people started coming over here killing our people. So
what the fuck is this dude on?
The power that we allowed them to have.
What, dude? What the hell is going on? You're word spamming. That was a word salad. I gotta say, I love geopolitical MAGA brilliance. Okay, for everybody watching this stream, I dare you to go find a single clip of Donald Trump or even a singular one of his supporters speaking intelligently about geopolitical foreign affairs over the course of the last 8 years. Okay, Trump has a vocabulary of around 40 words that he spams in every interview. He just sounds stupid, okay? And all of his supporters collectively share like the same 3 brain cells to have these discussions, right? Bro, like we're having like a comprehensive, nuanced conversation about geopolitical affairs in Iran, with Iran denuclearizing, getting an agreement, nuclearize it again maybe, what the adequate response should be, so on and so forth, right? And like MAGA is so lost in that conversation that we're just hearing Putin, Biden, open borders, Ukraine. Like, dude's lost. No, I'm sorry. Do you want to try to say something intelligent here, or should I just move on to the next guest?
You go ahead and move on to the next guest, Dean. Hey.
Okay, moving on. Yeah, this is the next guest is somebody that we've tried to talk to on 2 other occasions, but literally every single time that we talk to this guy, he just gets a flag for like bullying and harassment. I tried to speak with him yesterday specifically. He lasted 2 minutes before he got a ban. All right, listen, bro, welcome back in. Today, do you think that you could contain yourself?
Oh yeah, I'm 3-0 against you, Dane.
Oh wow. Well, first and foremost, you couldn't possibly be 3-0 against me because we've only talked 2 other times.
I'm 3-0 against you. I've debated you 3 times.
No, 2 times.
Once, the first time, no, once it was just me and you. The second time it was me and you, and the third time it was me, you, your little buddy Matt, and your little buddy Parker.
Great
Which
start.
is too scared to debate because I requested it in his live and he was.
I think the same math that you're sharing with me is like Trump's math. You know, like when Trump is like 600% reduction in the price of pharmaceuticals, 600% reduction, $600 to $100, 600% reduction. MAGA math.
But I just want to know, I got a couple questions for you that my followers want me to ask. You're big. I saw you. I saw the end of your life where you were trying to help scam people to give somebody money for getting kicked out of their house, which that's okay. If you want to believe a lie, you can believe a lie. But second, I want to ask you, what is a woman, Dean?
Somebody that wouldn't go within a 10-foot radius of yourself. Even your mom. She just leaves the food at the basement door.
I have a beautiful wife.
Okay.
A beautiful 15-year-old daughter, unlike you. But
Okay,
what is a woman?
I thought that you were about.
What is a woman?
I thought that you were about to say a beautiful 15-year-old wife. Jesus Christ. Yeesh. Okay. So first and foremost,
No,
at the end of my live, at the end of my live stream yesterday, no one was scammed. You just call it a scam because you're mad that we help people, unlike you or the rest of the right. Okay. You've never seen a Republican with a platform doing fundraising for a member of the youth that was kicked out of their house and then became homeless. You've never seen Trump attempt to address the issue of homeless youth, where we see people in Gen Z and Gen Alpha even losing their lives because they're kicked to the curb. All right. You only see that from who? People on the left. All right. So, of course, the reason why you want to call that fundraiser all a big scam is because you can't handle the fact that you only see, empathy and a shit for those that aren't themselves from people on the left compared to people on the right. Now, the second question, you asked me what a woman was. Well, I told you, somebody that want to go within a 10-foot radius of you. Like, I'm telling you, bro, the way that we could identify a woman is by asking people, would you go within a 10-foot radius of volunteer firefighter? And if they say no, then they're a woman, okay? Right? But if it's, just kind of like no, or I don't know, or maybe or a yes, then they're not a woman, okay?
I really don't.
But okay, I guess there might be an issue with that. There might be an issue with that logic because I wouldn't go within a 10-foot radius of you, but I'm not a woman. So maybe I'll have to revise my definition. I don't know what a woman is. Let me think about it. But while I'm thinking about what a woman is, can you tell me why you support Trump?
Well, yeah, I've told you multiple times. I support him because he is making this country more safer under his administration for my 15-year-old daughter. She doesn't have to worry about walking down the street and being attacked by someone here illegally who was brought here illegally by Sleepy Joe and Camel Toe.
Did you just call Kamala Harris Camel Toe?
Sleepy Joe and Camel Toe.
Yeah, I know, because you reduce women down to their vaginas because you don't view women as equal counterparts to men. You view them as objects. So you're willing to objectify women even by what you call them. Okay, and this is exactly why I said that no woman on the face of planet Earth would get within a 10-foot radius of yourself. Okay, this is like literally where the right is at. Everybody, they're not in a position where they could like cohesively argue economic policy, social issues, foreign policy, diplomatic relations with their partnerships. Over the transatlantic, they could just like shit on women and say that undocumented immigrants are violent. So the first point that I'll make right here is you said that your woman is you said that your 15-year-old daughter is more safe walking outside now because he's deported a bunch of undocumented immigrants. So your daughter would actually be more safe walking outside if she was only surrounded by undocumented immigrants compared to U.S. born citizens. PNAS tells us that undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely compared to natural U.S. born citizens to commit violent crimes on American soil. So therefore, if your daughter was to walk outside only surrounded by undocumented immigrants compared to natural U.S. born citizens, she would be at a significantly lower risk of a factor of 2.5 times to be assaulted by anybody within her immediate vicinity. So my question to you is, why do you demonize undocumented immigrants in an attempt to posit that they're violent criminals who want to hurt women and girls, when in all reality they're significantly less likely to than American citizens? And you're a hypocrite because you actually elected an American citizen who has hurt women and girls like Trump to be president. Of course, I'd be referencing the credible accusations in the e-files. I'd be referencing his admittance of guilt to sexual exploitation, and I'd be referencing the court that held him liable for raping a woman.
First of all, Dean, you can't say that you stand up for women. But once again, you can't even give me a straight answer that you know what a woman is. And second off, the last guest up here, I found it funny how you were sitting there literally lying and defending the IRGC and the terrorists over in the Middle East. You do know that an Iranian civilian filmed on his phone that missile that you claimed was launched by us was actually launched by an Iranian military base. It misfired and then struck that school. So instead of pushing out the lies that the DNC is paying you to say, and maybe the IRGC is also paying you too, actually thank our brave men and women in uniform for doing what they're doing over there to keep me and you safe.
Okay.
Our brave men and women are keeping us safe from these terrorists.
So
who
first
not
point.
only-
Oh, he has more to say.
Go ahead.
Okay, so first point, you said that I can't define what a woman is. No, I just haven't wanted to define what a woman is because you won't understand my definition. Okay, my definition of the word woman would be an adult human individual that holds towards the social norms typical that of the female sex as a prescription of their gender identity. But you want to understand what that means, okay? So it's just not even worth trying to convince you of it. Now, my second point here would be is that you said, well, there's actually a video of a missile being fired from an Iranian base that inevitably hit and struck that girl's elementary school. That couldn't possibly be the case because point number one, the elementary school was struck the same time we struck the Ayatollah's base and killed the Ayatollah, because point number two, Iran didn't respond until 4 hours later with their first round of ballistic missiles going back against Israel. So it couldn't have possibly been an Iranian strike. But point number three, the U.S. military has actually admitted to it. A report came from the U.S. military around a month after we struck the elementary school, saying that yes, that was a U.S. Tomahawk, and the reason why it hit the elementary school was because of outdated intel suggesting that the location of the elementary school was in all reality the location of a military base, and their intel was outdated and wrong, i.e. it was a mistake. Okay, they even had pictures of the Tomahawk, and through those pictures they were able to confirm that it was built in Boulder, Colorado. Now the third point that I'll make here is you said that I should be thanking all of the brave men and women over in the Middle East fighting the evil Iran. Thank them for what? Okay, increasing the price of my gas. Thank them for what? Committing war crimes, destroying civilian infrastructure, destroying oil depots, making it feel like midnight in the middle of the day in their capital of Tehran, making it literally rain oil, making their streets catch on fire, amounting to a death total of over 2,200 innocent civilians in the country. Thank them for what? Right? And then my fourth and final point here would be is that you completely dodged and did not respond to a single thing that I said in my last statement. You brought up the point that you support Trump because you think your 15-year-old daughter is safer walking out on the streets because there's no more pesky illegal aliens. Okay, well then I brought up the study from PNAS which has proved undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes compared to natural U.S.-born citizens. So unironically, if your daughter was walking alone at night in an area where there was only undocumented immigrants compared to only U.S. citizens, she would be at a 2.5 times lower rate of being the victim of some violent crime. So you were completely wrong with your evaluation on how you think Trump's mass deportation has made your daughter safer.
How about you say that to the family of that beautiful 22-year-old nursing student Lincoln Riley who was walking home from class and was brutally sexually assaulted and then unalived by an illegal who, before he committed that crime, assaulted 3 NYPD officers in New York City, and then my Governor Kathy Bitchell decided to give him a slap on the wrist and let him out of jail the next day. Then he went down there to commit that heinous crime against that beautiful 22-year-old nursing student. I bet you that to the victim that she deserved that.
Yeah.
That it was her fault.
Okay. Well, how about you argue without strawmans and emotional pleas? Okay, because I never argued that it was Laken Riley's fault that Laken Riley was murdered. You just posited that that's what I argued because you don't know how to respond to what I actually said. Okay, and how about you stop emotionally pleading? Because in response to me giving you the hard data that demonstrates undocumented immigrants are 2.5 times less likely to commit violent crimes on American soil, you just tokenize the victim of one undocumented immigrant. Okay. You recognize the fact that it is fear-mongering propaganda bullshit to say that, well, we need to get rid of all undocumented immigrants because of a handful of examples of undocumented immigrants that have engaged in violent crimes. B, recognize the fact that for every undocumented immigrant that kills U.S. citizen, there's around 120 U.S. citizens that kill U.S. citizens. And C, recognize the fact that when we do a mass deportation, get rid of all of the undocumented immigrants, the amount of crime in this country actually goes up because we know that poverty causes crime. them, and we know that mass deportation causes more poverty by destabilizing the economy. But once again, I don't expect you to respond to any of the data, any of the statistics, or any of the legitimate argumentation in the position in which I just shared with you, but I rather expect you to just attempt to emotionally plea again, strawman my argument again, misrepresent what I'm saying again, and come up with some quasi-justification for your worldview internally, because if you were to engage with my external critique, you'd make yourself look like a real dum-dum.
I don't really have to argue with it because there was already someone who has beat you multiple times on the immigration debate, and your side decided to unalive him in the neck on a college campus. You know, Charlie Kirk debated you on this multiple times. The video is on the YouTube, on Turning Point USA's YouTube channel, and other people's YouTube channel of them reacting to him destroying you on immigration, and he made you look like a complete idiot. So I really don't have to debate you on immigration to make you look like an idiot, because Charlie Kirk already did multiple times.
So there's the straw man. You just did exactly what I told you you'd do.
He even
and
destroyed you on Jubilee as well.
Yeah.
I saw that episode. He destroyed you on Jubilee.
So how would you feel if you knew that you were wrong? And in fact, I've never debated Charlie Kirk on immigration.
No, you have. Multiple times.
I haven't. Why are you lying? You're just making this up.
Yeah, you have.
Wouldn't that be pretty easy to prove? You could just go online and find it.
Lying. You can go on YouTube right now, Dean.
Okay, how would you like to make $10,000?
I mean, what I want to debate you about is
how would you like to make $10,000? Is $10,000 a lot of money?
I'm a good Christian. I don't bet.
I'm not asking you if you want to bet. I'm asking you how would you like to make $10,000?
That would be nice, but I don't bet.
Okay, I understand that you don't bet. I'm not asking you if you bet. Do you get that?
Yes, I'm not taking your money. I don't beg for money on here. I don't want your money. You have
check
$10
this
million.
out.
That's good.
Check this out. I'll give you $10,000 if you could produce a link to a YouTube video of me debating Charlie Kirk on immigration.
I'll send it to you after this debate.
No, it has to be right now. You got to go on pause. You got to go to YouTube and you got to find it right now.
I'll be right back.
Should we just do our research together on stream? Should we? Yeah, let's just do our.
I'm using my smart TV right now, going on YouTube right now.
Well, I'll do it too, and in fact, I'll do it on stream so everybody will be able to see it. Blue Girl, thank you so much for the unicorn fantasy. I really appreciate you. Thank you, Blue Girl. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, Blue Girl. All right. So we're going to do Dean Withers versus Charlie Kirk debate immigration. Okay, the first thing that comes up is my YouTube channel. Second thing that comes up would be one of my VODs. Parker CJ, Jubilee, me shitting on Emily Wilson. Okay, nothing about me debating Charlie Kirk. So what if we just condense it down to Dean Withers versus Charlie Kirk debate? What do you see? Okay, we see this short.
To keep avoiding Dean.
Then debate me.
Like
Let me on the mic. Let me on the mic.
Get Dean on the mic. That's the whole reason I came up here.
Thank you.
Move for you to keep avoiding him.
This was Dean's whole plan. I'm gonna bring these people here. Woo.
We've been told. So, okay, that's just a short of me making Charlie Kirk look stupid as hell. Oh, what about this? Charlie Kirk destroys Dean Withers in a heated debate. Maybe this is it? Let's see.
I'm telling you. This could take a while.
Okay, first of all,
Do we have our terms correct? We agree?
Actually, no. So
Oh, wait. We know that this debate isn't about immigration because if we just read the prompt up here, it says abortion is murder and should be illegal. So that's not it either. Is there anything else here? Wait, that's just the same debate as that one. Okay, so that's not it either because that's about abortion. Yeah, man, I'm not seeing it. Now, would you be upset to learn that I've actually never debated Charlie Kirk on immigration? And in all reality, I had 1 3-minute debate with Charlie Kirk on abortion, which I murdered him in, by the way.
If I was wrong, then I concede that I was wrong.
Good boy.
I am man enough to concede when I'm wrong.
Okay, so then respond to the immigration argument.
Oh, you want me to respond? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you said that you weren't going to respond to it because Charlie Kirk already slaughtered me on it.
under the first Trump administration, our borders were secure. We
Wait,
had
what happened? Wait, then what happened to Molly Tibbetts?
What happened? One person under
Do
how
you,
many people?
do you know who Molly Tibbetts is?
No, I do not. Honestly, I do not.
An American woman that was viciously murdered by an undocumented immigrant. Wait, so you're telling me here that nothing that I say about how mass deportation is a bad thing matters, or how there was actually decent immigration policy in which the Biden-Harris administration tried to get passed mattered, okay, because of one person, Laken Riley, getting murdered. Okay, but then as soon as I'm able to point out one person, Molly Tibbetts, who was murdered by an undocumented immigrant under Trump in his first term, all of a sudden you don't have a single fucking clue who she is?
Or maybe because the news wasn't covering her death.
Oh, why do you think that is? Maybe it's because the news that you watch likes to build a narrative, okay, that only the left is bad, okay, and undocumented immigrants are only evil, okay, when they're in the country under a Democratic president, okay, but you know, when it's under a Trump presidency, you know, undocumented immigrants aren't evil. In fact, they don't exist because there's none in the country. The border's secure, and you know, when we do have an example of an undocumented immigrant murdering a woman like Molly Tibbetts, you just never hear about it.
Well, probably because you want to say it's only my news that I watch. The news you watch, you know, the fake news CNN, fake news MSNBC, they never covered it either.
Wait, well, if I only watch all the fake news that never covered it, then how the hell do I know about it?
With mass deportation, that is a good thing. That is a good thing. It's getting criminals out of this country. The only people
you wanted to put a criminal into the White House, you fucking hypocrite.
He's not a criminal.
He is. A court found him guilty of 34 crimes. What do you think a criminal is? Tina, thank you so much for the lily and the leopard. Thank you, Tina.
Those 34 misdemeanors, they're not felonies, they're misdemeanors.
So was undocumented entry. Undocumented entry is a misdemeanor, but no, they weren't misdemeanors for Trump. They were felonies.
They happened in my state of New York. Those 34 felonies are not felonies underneath New York state law.
Sure, prove it.
Misdemeanors. And if they were really,
wait, let's not go past that. Prove it.
It's underneath New York state law.
Okay, prove it.
They are misdemeanors.
Then prove it.
How do you want me to look up New York state law?
Okay, looking up New York state law. Oh wait, the 34 crimes that Donald Trump was found guilty of were Class E felonies in the state of New York due to the fact that it was the falsification of business records in the furtherance of a second in the furtherance of concealing a second-step crime. Oh wow.
But what I don't understand is if he really was a criminal and you guys really wanted to put him in jail, why didn't, and someone brought this up too, in Parker's live, because I went over there. He was too scared to let me up in the box to debate because he know I'd crush him. But someone brought this up in Parker's live too, and Parker had no answer for it either. If they really wanted to lock him up for those cases or what he did to E. Jean Carroll, why did they wait until after he left office the first time? Why didn't they try to throw the book at him for all those right after he left office instead of waiting while he was running for re-election? Or why did they not throw the book at him before he even decided to run for president of the United States in 2016? It's because I can answer that question for you. It's because the Democratic Party, they loved him. Your party loved Trump when he was a registered Democrat. The moment he announced he was running for president in 2016 as a Republican, you guys, your side, freaked out, and that's when it was get Trump, get Trump, get Trump. We have to stop this man. But you couldn't stop the man, or else you would have before he even announced his presidency.
Allie, thank you so much for the capybara. I really appreciate you, Allie. So, cute pivot. I'll happily engage with that cute pivot as soon as you could respond to the fact that you falsely labeled the crimes that Donald Trump was found guilty of as mere misdemeanors, when in all reality they're Class C felonies in the state of New York. I asked you to point me towards specific evidence to demonstrate that what he was found guilty of were merely misdemeanors and not felonies, but you couldn't do it. Okay, and then I told you not just the fact that they were felonies, but the type of felony that they were, i.e. Class E felony. And then I told you what exactly the felony was, the mishandling of business records in furthering the concealment of a second-step crime, and you just completely ignored that. Then you went on to saying, oh, well, why did they do it at this time but not another time? So go ahead and concede that they were felonies, okay, due to the evaluation and description which I gave you, or provide me evidence that I'm just wrong on this point and they were all misdemeanors.
I already told you. I already proved to you. According to New York State law, they are misdemeanors.
You didn't prove shit. You
According
just
to
said
New
shit.
York State law.
Okay, now prove it.
And the Democrats and us.
Can you prove it? Can you offer any evidence of your claim, or is your evidence just trust me, bro? Jack, thank you for the money gun.
Party also broke New York State law and
Oh,
broke
it sounds like you're pivoting. It sounds like you're pivoting. Jack, thank you for the money gun. Thank you. Sounds like you're pivoting. Go ahead and give evidence. Let me see it.
I already told you.
No, you know exactly.
Again, I told you,
I don't know how many times I need to repeat. Listen, I don't know how many times I need to repeat myself on this bullshit point. Yes, I understand that you already told us that you think that they were misdemeanors. However, you have not given evidence to support your claim that they were misdemeanors. It is like legitimately insane at this point, bro. With the question that I'm asking you here is very, 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 very clear.
Again, I already answered you. I'm not sitting in front of a computer like you are. You can do it. I'm not sitting in front of a computer.
Okay, so you want me to go out and find evidence that they're felonies to disprove your claim that they're misdemeanors?
You're the one sitting in front of a computer. I'm not.
Well, I just want to get it clear. You want me to go out and find evidence that they're felonies, right?
No, now answer my question.
No, because I'm going to give you evidence that they're felonies. Here's the announcement. No. Here was the announcement of the 34 count felony conviction from the DA's office. Does that say felony or does that say misdemeanor?
Oh, from DA stupid, no brains brag.
Yeah, announcing the felony conviction.
Who's too busy on trying to put Trump behind jail instead of doing his job and keeping New Yorkers safe.
Well, actually, putting people in jail is what prosecutors and DAs do.
You found this on a website, on a man's website who doesn't know the law himself.
This is the official website of the DA's office. So do you not accept the DA's office?
A man who doesn't know the law himself.
Why do you think that Bragg doesn't know the law?
The New York State Constitution.
Why do you think that Bragg doesn't know the law?
Because it is in our state constitution. It is in our state laws. If he knew the laws, he'd know that that is a felony.
True. So what about just the verdict form? So this says falsification of business records in the first degree. So if you go on Google, you type in New York State law falsifying business records in the first degree, it'll tell you it's a felony.
You guys are too busy on Trump.
Can you respond to that?
Again, you guys, your party bumped him up from
Don't pivot.
I'm not
Don't pivot.
No,
do you concede? Do you concede that it's a felony?
Fine, I'll concede, Dean, to make you happy. I'll concede.
Wait, not to make me happy, just to be accurate.
I'm not gonna concede to be accurate because I know for a fact.
Oh, you know for a fact.
You don't live in New York State.
You don't need to live in New York State to read a jury verdict form, idiot.
Oh, I'm proving you wrong and everything, and you're going straight to name calling.
Oh, how are you proving me wrong when I have the jury verdict form up on the screen in which says you are incorrect?
This is what's wrong with your political party when people prove you wrong.
How are you proving me wrong?
Because according to New York State law, it is a misdemeanor. You guys bumped
bro. Look at this. Look at this. Okay, so can we agree? Listen, can we agree that on the verdict form it says falsifying business records in the first degree?
Yes.
Okay, so if I go and I look at New York State law, it'll say that falsifying business records in the first degree is a misdemeanor, right?
Yes, it will.
Oh, okay, perfect. So we're just going to go ahead and quickly refute you here. This will be nice and easy. So New York consolidated laws, Penal Code 175.10, falsifying business records in the first degree. If you want to fact check fine law, you could go on Google, you could type in Penal Code 175.10, falsifying business records in the first degree. And what does it say? Falsifying business records in the first degree is a Class C felony.
Okay, you know how easily a website can change?
So did I just like reach out to Fine Law that I text them real quick and tell them to change their website?
I just love how you Democrats are.
No. Can
obsessed
you tell me? Do you think that I just like quickly DM'd like findlaw.com and I asked them, "Hey,
didn't
bros,
say
I'm losing this debate.
I
Can you
didn't
guys
say
please?
you.
Can you guys please change your website?"
I didn't say you.
Okay, how about
Bro,
we just go to nysenate.gov? Can you read off the URL of this website for me?
Where is it?
Right here. Can you read off that URL?
NewYorkSenate.gov/legislation.
Okay, /legislation. So this is the official legislative book for the Penal Code of the State of New York from a .gov website. Section 175.10, falsifying business records in the first degree. Can you read off that sentence at the bottom that I'm highlighting?
Falsifying business records in the first degree is a Class E felony.
Okay, so according to the official legislative book from NewYorkSenate.gov/legislation, okay, it is not a misdemeanor. It is a Class E felony.
Again, do you know how easy it is for New York State legislation to change things?
So you're telling me you're telling me here that while I've been debating you,
I'm not
okay,
saying you.
I reached
I'm not
out to
saying
findlaw.com. I asked them to
Again,
quickly change their website to represent my claim that it's a felony. And I preemptively, and I expected you to be able to expose me as a fraud that on the back end quickly reached out to findlaw.com. So then I also quickly paused the stream and wiped everybody's memory of the time it was paused, called the New York State Senate, asked them for their web development team, paid them $10,000 to quickly change their website to falsely represent the claim that it's a felony.
I said shortly after they did that to Trump, our state legislation, our state Senate and Assembly are ran by the Democrats, and they could easily have passed a bill and got a piece of garbage governor worse than Gavin Newsom to sign off and make it a law to make that the case.
Okay, show me that bill. Because bills are public. You should be able to name the bill that changed the law.
I don't got a computer in front of me, but
So then how do you know that they passed a bill to change the law?
You gotta use your brain.
I know, but use your brain. How do you know that they passed a bill to change the law after the conviction of Trump?
I didn't say that. I said you have to use your brain.
I know, but how do we
It's
like
common sense.
it's not common sense. No, I'm sorry, dude. There's nothing common sense about your conspiracy theory at all.
But anyway, have a good day, Dean.
Wait, don't leave! Wait, there's actually one last thing I have to show you because it says the date of the law. Can you read off that date right there? 2014. So this is the historical revision of section 175.10 as of 2014. As of 2014, it was a Class E felony.
But you have a nice night.
Respond to that. You said that they changed the law for Trump. Okay, as of 2014, it was a Class E felony in the state of New York. Before you leave, respond to that.
Yeah.
How do you because you said that they changed the law after they convicted Trump through a bill in the New York Senate, okay, to make it a felony instead of a misdemeanor. But this is the official law off of the NewYorkSenate.gov website, not as of 2026, not even as of 2020, not even as of 2015 when Donald Trump announced he was running for the president. This was as of 2014.
You do know that Democrats, your party does things shady and illegal, right?
Okay, so what did they do illegal? So they illegally made it a felony in 2014?
I got the perfect example.
No, I don't want an example. I just want an explanation. Are you saying that the Democrats illegally made this a felony in 2014 before Donald Trump ever announced he was running for president?
But you guys do.
So the Democrats just have a crystal ball and they knew Trump was going to run for president? Well, then why did they all like him before he started running for president? Like you argued less than 5 minutes ago, they had a crystal ball where they knew he was going to run for president. They knew when he was running for president. Because, by the way, the crime that they found him guilty of was the crime that Trump was found guilty of was committed in 2015. So what you're telling me here is that the Democrats had a crystal ball, they knew the future, and they changed the law to represent Donald Trump's crime as a felony 1 year before Donald Trump committed the crime. Is that what you're arguing?
You're changing my words around. I said that when you guys want to do something shady and break the law without we the people knowing, you do it in the dark. just like that last Senate bill.
Wait, what's
to
in the dark
reopen
about this, though? I mean,
just
we're
like-
reading it off of their website. Sir, we're
like
reading
the-
it off of their
just like
website.
the-
This was the law as of 2014. What happened
Just
in the
like
dark?
Just like the one bill to reopen our government when your party partially shut it down.
Pivot.
'cause
You're
you didn't wanna
pivoting.
fund ICE.
You're pivoting. Explain.
you
You're
guys-
pivoting. You're pivoting.
you
You're
guys
pivoting.
stop-
Explain
you
how the
guys-
Democrats knew that Donald Trump was going to commit this crime a year in advance and then changed the law to make it a felony a year before he committed the crime.
But I gotta go.
No,
pick
no,
up
no,
my
no, no.
dog.
Explain to me how the Democrats knew Donald Trump was going to break this law a year in advance and then changed it to be a felony a year before he committed the crime. He's gone, bro. Okay, that's what the total destruction of the MAGA mind looks like. I've never got a guess more than that because I've never had a more reliable source to directly dispute what a guest said. Every single argument he had was legitimately debunked by the New York Senate's website. Okay, his first argument was that it was a misdemeanor. It literally says verbatim explicitly that it's a felony. His second argument was that they made it a felony after Donald Trump broke the law. And then it explicitly says on the website that this was the law as of 2014, a year before Donald Trump broke the law. And his brain just imploded. Literally, that is what it looks like when a nuclear bomb goes off inside of a human skull. That is hilarious. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. That was so very satisfying. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. And Jack, thank you so much for the galaxy. I really appreciate you. By the way, we're going to hear from that guy in like another couple days, and he's going to say, I owned you, Dean. I'm 4-0 against you. And then we're all going to laugh at him. Okay, sounds good. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only up inside of that queue if you're a MAGA. Please do follow the rules of the live stream. There's been a handful of you guys that have been incredibly kind over the course of the last hour or so and have made very kind donations over Venmo and PayPal. I'm going to thank y'all here in one moment. Let's just try to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Hi, hello, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, then banned. Guys, only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. On Venmo, thank you, Jesse, for the $1. Then Jason, thank you so much for the $10, who says, by the way, that last guy didn't even know who his governor is. Called her Kathy Michelle, not Kathy Hochul. Hope he can fight fires better than knowledge. Thank you for the $10, Jason. Let's get on to Jason W's down below while we get Daniel up into the live stream. Same thing to you, Tom. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Thank you, Tom. Jay, thank you for the $5. Jalen, thank you for the $5 for the Kirk versus Dean debate production. Oh boy. And then Jay, thank you so much for the $20 donation on Venmo. That is so very kind of you. That is Jey. While we're trying to get that next Trump supporter up into the live stream, please show some love to Jay down below in that chat. Jay with a 20 says, please read. I saw that your MAGA mom debate. It was some of your finest work. Your communication skills are top notch when you're dialed in, bro. My wife says, hey, we love you, Dean. I love you guys too, and thank you. I really tried my very best to change her mind, and it was so sad that I couldn't, but I really appreciate you for the $20, Jay. Same thing to you, Stacy. Thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Jamie, thank you for the $5. And then Nicole, this came in 30 minutes ago. Thank you for the $25 donation on Venmo, who says a woman is somebody who covers their drink around this guest. So real, Nicole. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Nicole. Thank you. And then Chandler, thank you so much for the $15 donation on Venmo as well. We're all caught up over there. Please show some love to all of our supporters on Venmo. Thank you guys so very much for the love and support. Sue, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Sue? Okay, Sue's just straight up not here. Sounds good. Guys, if you are MAGA and you want to come up here for a debate, feel free to let me know in that chat. Everybody. Feel free to let me know in that chat. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
You ain't nothing but a hound dog. You cry.
was that the Pharmasim kid? I think that was a Pharmasim kid. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Here we go, guys. On PayPal, thank you, Savannah, for the $4. Thank you, Savannah. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? All right, they're not here. Lucilia, thank you for the $10. Who says, I really appreciate how you bring these MAGA chuds to the ground. Damn, Lucilia. You know what? I love the energy because I'm going to be honest. That is exactly what we do on a daily basis. Show some love to Lucilia down below for the $10. Same thing to Soraya and Jessica. Thank you both for the $5. And over on YouTube Super Chat, thank you for the $50, Nicholas. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Nicholas with the $50 on Super Chat says, this man is far in over his head. Why do you waste your time with such people sometimes? Well, because sometimes it's not about changing their minds. It's about demonstrating MAGA idiocracy. How old are you? Clearly underage. But I appreciate you so much for the $50, Nicholas. Please show some love to Nicholas down below for such an incredibly kind dono. Thank you, Nick. And the one last one over here in Super Chat for now. Thank you, Virginia, for 20 bucks, who says, I know that last guy's obnoxious as hell and doesn't have a clue, but we're much better than making fun of somebody due to something they can't control. We are better than that. Oh, absolutely, yeah. You know, especially when you have somebody like that has so many things that they can control to make fun of. You know, like that last guest. He was a Trump supporter. He was not that smart at all. He was a Confederate racist. Okay, and he was a D1 writer for Misinfo. You know, right? Like we could have made fun of like any of those things, and that's fine because he could control those things. But instead, a lot of people went after his speech impediment. Yeah, I completely agree with that message. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box. That last guy clearly got kicked because he was a white boy screaming the N-word. It's just like so gross. Also, so low IQ, man. It just makes you look dumb. Welcome into Sport Trump, Daniel.
I used to support Trump. I do not now. I do have another question for you if you would allow me to ask.
I love that, Daniel. I'm really happy to hear that you no longer support Trump. Right now, at least, we are only looking to talk to people who still do support Trump. But like I said, thank you so much for changing your mind, dude. That's awesome, Daniel. Welcome into Sport Trump.
Sort of.
Well, first and foremost, how old are you?
I am 23 years old.
If the election was held tomorrow between Trump and Harris, knowing everything that you do now, who would you vote for?
It would be pretty much a tie, to be honest with you.
Okay, yeah, and I think that you're like a lot better off. Maybe like, well, okay, you said a tie. All right, yeah.
Well,
so what's pulling you towards Trump?
It's a values kind of thing. Like I don't support his roles with Israel and the war in Iran, but I also don't support abortion and stuff like that. So it's kind of like, where is the middle ground?
Okay, well, just because you don't support abortion doesn't mean that you should have the right to tell.
That's not the only reason. But
here's what I'm going to say to you, then I'm going to move on because you're not like a Trump supporter. You know, you could like believe that abortion is wrong while still thinking that women and girls should have legal access. The reason that I say that is because, say that's rooted within your own like religious seemings. I don't think that your faith means that you could use your scripture to like superimpose like legislation onto others insofar as preventing what they can or can't do with their bodies. If you think that abortion is wrong, you could advocate for the legalization of abortion while then simultaneously advocating for systems to reduce the amount of women that want to get an abortion. Like, for instance,
can I ask a question?
Well, I wasn't done, but yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah, no, go carry on.
I was just gonna say.
Sorry, I'm in here.
Mia, hi. Do you support Trump?
I'm in here too. Okay. Hold on, cause I have somebody who does. But are you threatening me?
Are they with you right now?
Yes, they're a minor though, but they do support Trump. They said they support.
You take care. All right. Anyways, back to you, Hayden.
Yes, I just have one question. Do you promote your religious values at all on this platform, or is it like you stay out of that?
I mean, I talk about religion all the time.
Yeah. Are you a Christian?
No, I'm agnostic.
Agnostic? Okay.
So are you pro-life because of Christianity?
I am, and I think if you're in the United States and the Constitution is based off Christianity, and it's just a hard thing to say. Like, what should our views be if we're
How could the Constitution be based off of Christianity if it doesn't mention God once?
How is it not? How is it
doesn't
not?
mention God once?
In God we trust, dog.
You're thinking about the Declaration of Independence.
I know, but I'm just saying that in the whole.
So the Declaration of Independence is a separate document from the Constitution.
I'm just saying in the whole.
Well, then tell me, okay? How is the Constitution based off of Christianity if it doesn't mention God once? Okay, he's gone. Okay. All right, moving on to the next guest. We got CW93 loading up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. My, oh my. Welcome into Sport Trump.
I do.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
All right, give me one moment here to thank a couple people. Dude, Stefan, thank you so much for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you so very much for the love and support, brother. That is nuts. I know that you were in here yesterday as well, showing a lot of love. Just know that I really, really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love, Stefan. Stefan with a $50 says, I caught a part of Fish Girl's live earlier than my brain melted. Her platform was, and I quote, Dean Withers thinks the earth is round. Got a good laugh. Also, did you see that Trump thinks that Greece is a person? I did see that Trump thinks Greece is a person. So unreal. And yeah, Fish Girl's just crazy, man. I don't even know what to say about that one. Thank you for the $50. Show some love to Stefan down below. I really appreciate you. Same thing to you, Owen. Thank you for the $10 donation on Venmo, saying Wolfson5. Appreciate you for the 10, brother. Thank you, thank you, thank you. On PayPal, thank you so much for the love, Carlene, for the $15 donation, who says, thank you for recommending Justin Wine, Dean. I'm having the Justification blend, which is a mix of Cabernet Franc with Merlot. It's good. Oh, you're welcome, Carlene. Justin is so good. I haven't tried that specific blend. I'll have to do that. Thank you for the $15. Then one last one here from Stefan on PayPal, who says, this is just for you. Okay, I'll keep that to myself, Stefan. Thank you so much for the love and support. If you're watching and you do want to support, guys, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio, and TikTok. Pin message over in the other place, and Dean Withers without the E. Good way to ask a question or get a message across. All right, Brad, take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
Well, for starters, how was he the worst president?
Sure. Well, it's because A, he's insane. He threatened to genocide 90 million people. B, he's incompetent. He thinks that Greece is a person. C, he's a rapist. A court determined that he raped a woman. D, his policy sucks. It took 10 million people off healthcare and 3 million people off of food stamps and reduced the purchasing power of half of this nation. And D, he's an authoritarian. He has been on a war. He's been on a path of quote unquote conquest, going to war in Iran, taking over Venezuela, threatening to invade Greenland, annex Canada, and possibly even go after Mexico, Cuba, and Colombia. And then E, he is anti-democratic because of J6 and his perpetual attack on the Constitution, including statements like we just need to terminate the Constitution altogether, or his visceral infringement / threats to the First Article, the Second Article, the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the 10th Amendment, the 14th Amendment, and the 22nd Amendment. So all in all, these and many other reasons is why I think that he's literally the worst president of your life.
He's done the most for America.
Yeah, the most bullshit.
He's provided us with the most security and all that.
How so?
With his policies, with how he handles situations with overseas situations and all that.
Can you be more specific?
Can you?
You want me to be more specific about the claim that you're making?
Can you say he can't?
Can I say he didn't make our country more secure and safer for everybody in it? Yeah, sure. I mean, he's just been endorsing the execution of American citizens like Keith Porter, Renee Good, and Alex Preddy for one. Point number two, because he overturned Roe v. Wade, 60 pregnant rape victims per day are denied access to abortion in 10 of our states. And then point number three, also because he overturned Roe v. Wade, now states like South Dakota are considering passing laws that won't even allow for abortions in circumstances of the rape of kids when the fetus is non-viable. Okay, and sure, we could continue to go down the conversation about how he started a quote-unquote war from within by deploying the National Guard in our cities and our streets, weaponizing the military against American citizens, okay, or pardoning 174 attempted murderers, domestic terrorists from J6, calling them patriots and allowing them to roam free, including people in which have now been rearrested on like child sex crimes. Okay, he just let them roam free. So yeah, like in a nutshell, that's definitely why he's not making the country more secure. But I do want to clarify here, the burden does not rest on me to disprove what you're saying. The burden would rest on you to prove what he's saying.
Okay, so you're okay with the 18 billion immigrants that came in under Biden?
You're trolling, right?
No, I'm asking a legitimate question because that's what actually happened.
18 billion undocumented immigrants came in under Biden.
Or 18 million. I'm sorry. I misspoke.
Okay. For future reference, there's not even 18 billion humans alive.
I said I misspoke, and I said 18 million.
Okay. Second reference, there was not 18 million undocumented immigrants that came in under Biden. I swear, that number, now it's 18 million? Bro, like 3 months ago, it was 17 million. 3 months before that, it was 12 million. Then like 3 months before that, it was 7 million. It's like what's the real number? Just like I feel like the level of undocumented immigrants that seemingly came into America under Biden increases with every like bad thing Trump does. You know, like before he passed the disastrous big beautiful bill, there's only like 6 million undocumented immigrants. Okay, but then that went up because his policy was shit. Then he passed the disastrous tariffs. Then it went up again to like 10. Okay. Then he like went to war in Iran, went up to 12. Okay. Had his tariffs ruled as illegal, went up to like 14 million. And now just after like all of the nonsense we've seen so far under Trump 2.0, it's gone up to 18 million undocumented immigrants under Biden. How about you give me a source for that claim? I'd love to see the evidence. Okay, you just left. Okay, all right. Well, you take care. You take care, I guess. I don't know. I guess I'm scaring them away today. Do I need to like lay off a little bit? Am I coming off a little bit too hard on these guys? Maybe I should back off a little bit. Hi, welcome in, Sully. Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Oh, okay, Sully. Well, you're like 4, so I gotta kick you. Yeah, I just got a gift on TikTok. It was a cowboy hat and mustache. That gives me PTSD from when I was after Charlie got killed. I was like crying with that filter on, and there's like a screenshot of it that has been circulating the internet ever since. So anytime somebody sends me that cowboy hat gift, I just get that one right there. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? SK, hello. All right, SK's not here, so we're going to move on to the next guest, Logan the Legend. All right, here we go, folks. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the box right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Yeah, unfortunate for all the people on YouTube. You can't, like, see the TikTok gifs. Welcome in, Logan. Do you support Trump?
Maybe. I'm always here to help.
Okay, Logan's not here, guys. Would you let me know if you were MAGA down below in that comment section, folks? I'm really trying my best here to try to find anybody to bring up here and debate me on. And now we got all the cowboy gifts. Yeah, PTSD, bro. PTSD. I'm really trying my best here to find like a singular Trump supporter to get up in the box to have a conversation with me. It's proven to be quite hard. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Okay, bro. What is going on? Another bot. Sounds good, bro. Moving on. Holy. We're gonna move on to the next guest right now. Okay. Who is next, folks? We're trying our best. Where are the Trump supporters at? Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Izzy.
Yeah.
How old are you, Izzy?
17.
All right, then banned, Izzy. We got a bunch of people in the comment section saying that they're MAGA, but why don't they hop in the queue, for instance? The Lord is great. Do you support Trump?
I do.
Age?
Hi.
I'm 18.
Pronouns?
She, her.
Okay. What year were you born in?
I was born 2008.
What month?
This month.
Okay, you're a troll. Oh, well, you are just a kid that's lying about their age because your bio says that you're 19. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Lover Girl loading up into the box. Perfect. Hey, thank you so very much, Lawrence, for the $10 over on PayPal. He says you are smashing it. Thank you, Lawrence. Show some love to Lawrence. I appreciate you for supporting what we do here. Thank you so much, Lawrence. Welcome in, Lover Girl. Do you support Trump?
No, I just wanted to say you're freaking awesome and I love you. That's it.
I appreciate you so much for the kindness. You take care. You take care. All right, let's go to try to get that next guest loaded up in the box, folks. We're not finding any Trump supporters today. Where are they? They're not in the queue. They're not in the queue. They're nowhere to be found, quite frankly. Nowhere to be found. No Trump supporters. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
What up, Dane?
Test? Hey, man, sorry, you got a crazy echo, Will. If you are a Trump supporter and you're not driving because you can't be on TikTok while you're driving, go ahead and hop back inside of that queue, but just disconnect your phone from Bluetooth, my friend. On Venmo, thank you, Heather, for the $20 donation. I appreciate you so much for that love, Heather. Let's get 200 Heather W's. Thank you so much for supporting me and what we do. Heather with the 20 says they don't even sound like they believe it anymore. They used to at least pretend, trying to get my dad to debate you. Bro, Heather, yeah, if you could get your dad to debate me, feel free to hop inside of that queue. Would love to talk to him. Would love to talk to him. And then Bree, thank you for the $2. Still looking for that next Trump supporter, guys. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, SK?
I do.
Okay, how old are you?
28.
All right, are you driving?
No, I'm not. Are you driving?
We could hear your seatbelt nanny going off, bud.
Nah, I think you're just hearing shit because you're brainwashed. I think Biden might have slipped into you a little bit.
If you pull over, I could debate you.
Okay, I'm pulling over right now, but I'm not driving.
Then how could you pull over?
Yeah, because you're brainwashed. You're ate up in the brain.
How could
Just
you
like
pull
Biden.
over if you're not driving?
How can you be brainwashed?
Before you
You're
start
talking
being
about-
annoying,
you're talking
can we
about the
just
numbers.
can we
You're
just
talking
get like
about
the
the
safety things and the TOS things aside first?
All right, bet. I'm pulling over right now. Here you go.
We just got to get the safety things and the TOS things to the side, and then you could start drilling into me and calling me brainwashed.
Okay, you're talking about the numbers of immigrants. How are the numbers of immigrants not gonna change as they keep catching more immigrants and figuring out that there's more immigrants? Huh?
Well, because
obviously the number's gonna go up. It's not gonna go down the more they catch.
Okay.
Right?
So first and foremost, the
know
fact
math?
that the number of the undocumented immigrants that has come in under the Biden-Harris administration has gone from like 7 million to 18 million has nothing to do with DHS catching more undocumented immigrants than getting them to admit to the fact that they came in under Biden, and all to do with the fact that that is just an belligerent claim thrown around by Trump supporters, not via evidence, but rather on a whim. Now, if you could demonstrate evidence to me that by the end of the Biden-Harris administration, there was 7 million undocumented immigrants that had entered, but in the last year and a half, we've identified like another, what would that be, 11 million? You know, feel free to give me that source, but that's going to be very hard to do considering the fact that the Trump administration has only been able to identify and deport like about 1 million undocumented immigrants.
So the lack of evidence of something proves that it's not right. So just because they haven't found the people, it's not right. The numbers aren't right.
Yeah, you can't like claim something
Right.
without evidence. True.
Right, but you can't claim it's not true because there's lack of evidence, right?
Right, but the point is that they can't claim it is true.
But you can't claim it's not true, though.
Well, I mean, we could use basic inductive reasoning, right? Due to the fact that there's like, I don't know, like 20 million different possible answers to that question. Insofar as how many undocumented immigrants came in under Biden, like we don't know if it's 10 million, 11 million, 12 million, 13 million, 14 million, 15 million, so on and so forth. Okay, chances are if you just throw a random number out there, you're going to be wrong. So we could actually use basic inductive reasoning to conclude that there was not exactly 7 million undocumented immigrants that came in under Biden, unless we could prove that there is with the use of evidence. Okay, buddy, you're lagging really hard. You're on MAGA mobile, kid. Are you still driving?
Nah, I think you're just retarded.
He left. Okay. I think that Trump supporters are just crashing out today. For everybody watching, they're done. They're done debating. They're done debating. There's no more debate to be had with Trump supporters. They just get mad. They just legit get mad. That's MAGA now. Look at them squirming. Look at them, and then look at me. Look at the chillin' anti-Trumper, knows what the hell he's talking about, can give evidence. And then look at them. The angry Trump supporters that come up here, try to make a point, get shut down, then dip. Then dip. Then fucking dip. I have not kicked a single person today. I've not kicked a single person that I've debated today. Yet every single Trump supporter that I've started a conversation with has ran away. They are so fucking scared. Holy moly. We're going to try to find that next guest. This is Will. We had him in here a moment ago, but we heard that echo. Well, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Of course I do.
Are you driving?
No, I'm not.
Well, can you turn your camera on and prove it?
Why you want me to turn my camera on?
Bro, we hear your fucking turn signal,
on,
Will.
Don't kick me. I'm about to. You talking about a turn signal? Listen,
Do you want to pull over? Do you want to pull over real quick?
Hold on. I did pull over.
You did.
Do you
Perfect.
see anything moving?
No, okay.
Yeah.
Perfect. I appreciate that. You gagged me.
Talk to me. You
You gagged me. Perfect. All right. Now that we know that you're not driving, Will, take it away. Tell us why the hell you support the worst president of your life, Mr. Trump.
I just support him because I do support him, but I don't support everything that he does. But yes, I did vote for him. And
Okay.
I want to understand this right here. Okay. If you support what you support, right? And everything is okay because you're allowed to support what you want to support. But how come when other people support something that you dislike, right? Why do y'all have to get so violent?
Okay. Well, the political party that gets violent against other people that they dislike is MAGA. I mean, Donald Trump has called all Democrats terrorists. He's called for the execution of 6 of them sitting in Congress. He celebrates the deaths of Democrats when they die. Okay. He's censored and gotten left-leaning commentators thrown off air illegally in violation of the First Amendment, like Jimmy Kimmel or Stephen Colbert. He directed Brendan Carr, the head of the FCC, to not renew the media licenses of media companies in America that say that the war in Iran is a bad thing. And funny enough, the administration probably, through pressure from Barry Weiss, got my debate, okay, that was recorded and paid for by CNN, by CBS, to get thrown out and never put out, into the ether, publicly posted on their channels or broadcasted on their television show, because Barry Weiss canceled it since she disagrees with what I say, since she's a Trump propagandist. So yeah, the only political party that we seem to really have using the structure of the federal government and persecution from the Oval Office to be violent against people they don't like is MAGA, is Trump, the president you support.
Okay. May I ask you another quick question, Dean?
Yeah.
If I may. I mean, you might want to answer this, you might not. How old are you, by the way?
21.
Okay, so you're pretty young. I'm 48. I was born in 1977. Okay, when I grew up, right, it used to be these commercials that used to come on TV, right? And it used to be like, made in America, by America. You know what I'm saying? But by the 90s, right, was pushed through mainstream radio, the music. If you're not writing something foreign, if you're not doing this, like they've been sending all the money overseas, like they want you to buy a foreign car. If you're not wearing designer this, or if you're not doing that, right? How can you support people that's been selling us out and sending all of our money overseas, bro? And depleting, and people wonder why America isn't doing good. It's because they send all the money overseas. They don't really care about us over here. When it's a tragedy, you know what I'm saying? They give us the least amount of money. You know what I'm saying? They'd rather take care of the people overseas whenever they need it. They'll write a bill in a second to send the money overseas. But when it comes to the people that's actually over here paying the taxes, they don't care about that, bro. Why does it seem like that to me? And I know that you're, I've been watching you from time to time. I know you're going to have some facts and some things of that nature to break this down. But tell me, why has since the 80s to now, it's not made in America anymore? It's Sri Lanka, it's Vietnam, it's China, it's this and that. Talk to me, Dean, please.
Yeah, I don't know why you're the one asking me this question. I should be the one asking you this question. This is a graph from the Federal Reserve about the level of investment dumped into building manufacturing plants here at home in America on American soil. We see in 2021 through late 2024 under Biden that it fucking went up massively because the Biden-Harris administration was great at bringing more manufacturing back to here at home in America. Meanwhile, every single financial quarter under Donald Trump's second term, it's only gone down, 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 meaning that Donald Trump is incentivizing less money to be invested into American manufacturing and more money to be invested overseas. The president that you support is doing the things that you don't like.
The tax dollars that's going overseas, though.
You mean like the $40 billion to Argentina, the continued spending on Ukraine, the over $1 billion a day spent on the war in Iran, or the billions of dollars going to Israel under Trump 2.0? In fact, the Biden-Harris administration sent less money overseas because they funded Ukraine. Base thing to do, by the way. I completely support it. Okay, and they gave money to Israel, just not as much money to Israel, and gave no money to Argentina, and they were not spending $1 billion a day on a war.
Spending $1 billion. You know how much So how much did George W. Bush spend on the war, bro?
Another Republican? How much money did another Republican send overseas? A lot.
Yeah. So how much did Clinton do? What about Obama?
Well, my knowledge, it kind of goes back to Bush, and that's about it.
why-
But we're talking about
why-
Trump.
Why?
We're talking right now. What I'm doing is I'm comparing the
You're
Biden-Harris
absolutely
administration to the Trump-Vance
Right.
administration, and we see that there was significantly more investment into American manufacturing under Biden. There's less today, and we see that there's significantly more money not only going overseas for manufacturing because less of it is being invested here at home in America, but more money being spent from the tax dollars overseas. They're giving money to Argentina. That's not something Biden did. Giving more money to Israel than Biden did. Continuing the expenditure on Ukraine, and on top of all of that, spending $1 billion a day on a war in the Middle East. Biden never did that. Okay, so it seems like the Biden-Harris administration, the Democrats, were much better at incentivizing more investment into American manufacturing on American soil, and they were also better at spending less money, overseas, which seems to be the goals that you want to achieve. So why are you telling me that you want to do these things that the Democrats did, that Trump is not doing today, making the situation worse off as a Trump supporter?
I ain't gonna say he's making it worse off, but let's people another scenario, right?
No, not another scenario. Respond to the graph. This is clearly making investment into American manufacturing worse off.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Like I said, I might not have the facts like you. I have perception. But listen to this. Oil runs the world, right? Everybody needs oil, right? Where does all the oil usually come from? The
so
Middle
around
East, correct?
50% of the global supply is from OPEC Plus. The other 50% of the global supply is from America.
But like we would, like I said, I'm going off of perception. We would think that we would send a lot of money overseas, Middle East, or whatever or whatnot, to obtain oil. Now listen to this. I don't know if this is the gospel. Don't quote me on this. When they blocked the Strait of Hormuz off. Now listen, Trump said, you know what? You can come over here and get the oil. You can get it from Canada, you can get it from America, you can get it from Argentina, right? Now listen, if we revamp the whole global economy and made everybody come and get the oil from us, so we would be more self-reliant, more of the money would be coming over here, wouldn't that be a great thing? Wouldn't that help the economy?
Well, I mean, actually, it may not. Because if more people bought specifically American oil, then there would be a lower level of domestic supply of oil, meaning that the domestic supply of oil would be significantly more costly for the average American and American businesses, thereby it would cause inflation increase at a significantly higher rate here at home in America. But regardless of that, if you care about American oil production and you care about American dominance in oil production, then you should have loved the Biden-Harris administration because they were able to produce the most oil that any presidential administration has ever been able to produce in a 4-year span, including more than Donald Trump in his first term.
Okay, listen, I'm an American. Even though my ancestors wasn't from this land, but I don't care about that. What I care about is this: all of us succeeding, right?
Okay,
now
well,
listen,
the economy's worse off today than it was under Biden, that's for sure.
Just hold on for one quick second.
All right.
I'm a BLK person. You know what I mean? You know how easy it is for me to make $1 and it to leave my household or my community? It leaves like that. You understand where I'm coming from? Like, it doesn't circulate with the BLK because we got to shop with the YTs. We got to shop with the Asians. We got to shop with the Arabs. We got to shop with whoever we shop with, right? But in my opinion, it seems like our president is trying to make America great again. Tighten up our circle. Make us shop with each other. Make us, you know what I mean, keep the stuff over here and not keep sending stuff over there, bro. Because all that they've been doing is weakening us for years, bro. It's a chess game. Like, you can't see it or might not. I'm never going to disrespect you because you always have your opinion. But man, listen, I've been here from years, man. And like, it really doesn't matter who the president is because the same old things is going to go on, bro. I'm 48 years old. I'm going to be 49. But with this Trump character, I promise, man. It's a method to his madness. And I want you to check this out. Because like the rich get richer and the broke get broke. You know what I'm saying? It done been like that. Now the BLK community, like under every president that we've ever had, we've then got poorer and poorer. I'm not saying like we're gaining ground, but with Trump, we might have gained probably 2%, 0.2%, tightening up the wealth gap between the BLK community and the other communities. Every other president that we'd have never had, it done never did that, bro. But the first time Trump was the president, it tightened a little bit. You understand the question that I'm trying to ask you?
Well, it seems like you're just telling me that you think that Trump is good for the black community. That couldn't be further from the truth. No, the guy that refused to rent to black people because he's racist in the 70s. America. The guy that called all black people lazy in the 90s. And the guy that got his launch into American politics by being racist against a black man, Obama.
Who isn't
is definitely
80 years
not
old?
good
That's a YT.
for...
That's not racist, bro.
Okay, well then,
Like,
then maybe you shouldn't have voted for the 80-year-old white man. You should have voted for the 50-year-old black woman.
Listen,
how about that? How about that? You know,
just
because
listen,
listen, if you're gonna sit here and say that that a lot of 80-year-old white dudes are racist, you know, okay, I mean? I'm not gonna tell you you're wrong. Okay, but Kamala Harris was not an 80-year-old white dude. How about that?
Right. But how you were brought up as a kid, right?
Can you please respond to the point I made?
You hear me?
Can you just
how
respond
you're brought
to
up
the
as a kid? I apologize, Dean. Just stay with me for a quick second, please. How you're brought up as a kid is not your fault. When kids are born, they are innocent. You feel me? So in the era that he was brought up in, he was probably tainted. But if you're a real person, some things you can look past, bro. Some things you can forgive. If you're a real human being out here in the world, some things you can forgive, bro. So, you know, maybe we gave him a pass on that. But I really do think that he is pro-America, though, bro. You feel where I'm coming from?
Okay.
And it can't be nothing better than that. Because I'm not pro-Russia. I'm not pro-China. I'm not pro-anything. I'm for America, bro. If you're YT, Spanish, BLK, Arab, if you're an American, I'm for you. You know what I'm saying? I'm for your family. I'm not for taking no money out of your family's pockets and give it to people that's not American. That's what I'm for. I'm not for you having your daughter go into the bathroom and it might be a man who says that he identifies as a woman in there. Like, I don't feel like he should have the right to be in there just because he says he identifies as a woman in the bathroom with my daughter. But I'm pretty sure it was a political group that passed that law. You understand where I'm coming from? But if you're with that, I tell everybody, vote Democrat. If you don't care about your daughter going to the bathroom with a man who says that he identifies as a woman, go right ahead, Dean.
Okay. First and foremost, Fit Dad, thank you so much for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Let's get 500 Fit Dad W's down below in that comment section. Seriously, Fit Dad, thank you so very much for the love and support. Huge shout out to you. Fit Dad with the 50 says his argument is because Trump is old and white, it's okay to be racist. And no, I don't feel you. You don't represent us, bro. And it's black, not be okay. I appreciate you for the $50, Fit Dad. Once again, that's just me reiterating what Fit Dad, a black man, had to say. Now, thank you so much for the love and support, Fit Dad. Now to respond to everything in what you just said. So you started off by telling me that while you think that Donald Trump is good for the black community in America, then I responded to that by saying, well, I don't think that a racist who refused to rent to black people, called them all lazy, and got his introduction into politics by being racist against Obama is going to be good for the black community. And then you responded to that by saying, well, he's an 80-year-old white man. A lot of 80-year-old white men are super racist. Maybe we should just forgive him. Well, guess what? There was another candidate in the race who was not an 80-year-old white man, but rather a 60-year-old black woman. Her name was Kamala Harris. Now, secondarily, when we look at the outcomes for black Americans under Trump, we see that they're just as bad as, if not worse, than the outcomes for the rest of the country. Okay, for when the economy is collapsing, okay, when the jobs are going down, when people are getting laid off, Okay, when manufacturers are going out of business, when goods are getting more expensive, who picks up the brunt of that negative exposure to subpar economic outcomes? Okay, black and brown people. Black and brown people have been economically disenfranchised since the conception of this country and still are today. The average black student in school gets underfunded 4 times the level of funding that the average white student gets in school. We see that there's 3 times less generational wealth because slavery and its aftermath, and we see that there continues to be wage discrepancies because black people are also significantly more likely to get disqualified from a job opportunity because of their race. That's from a study from Harvard. And they're also significantly more likely to catch a charge over something that they didn't fucking do compared to white people. That's coming from the Veil of Darkness study from Stanford, alongside the fact that black people represent 14% of the population, yet they represent 86% of the exonerations in our criminal justice system. Okay? These reasons and more are why when we have a president like Trump passing shitty policy that really hurts the poor, that disproportionately hurts black people, because the racist institutions in this country have ensured that black people are disproportionately more likely to be poor and to have less compared to white people. So when Trump's hurting the poor, guess what? He's disproportionately hurting black individuals. Now, the second thing that I'll say there.
One last thing, Dean.
No, because I'm not done responding to everything that you said.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Dean. My bad. Go ahead.
Okay. And now the second thing that I'll say here, and this is also very important, is that if you wanted a politician that represents the black community to a significantly higher extent than the 80-year-old racist white guy who's only hurt the black community, should have voted for Harris. Should have voted for Harris.
Okay. But let me ask you this. I'm from a little city in Ohio called Dayton, Ohio, right? Now listen, you know who 85% of the representation is?
No.
Democrats, right?
Okay.
Democrats. Just listen to me. Follow me. The Democrats, right? The same people who you back, right? But they don't care about the community because the community is still tore up. They ain't doing nothing, bro. Like the same people that we vote to change this, to do that. The dang, man, just get the potholes out the street. You feel me?
Zohar Mamdani, 16,000 holes filled. He's a Democrat.
Man,
well,
listen,
he ran as a
they take
Democrat.
the vote. And they don't even care about who voted for them, because if you come to my community, it's ran by Democrats, bro, and it's trash. You go to San Francisco, I'm pretty sure Nancy Pelosi, man, it's people running up out of there by flocks and droves.
But you know what? You go to red states, it's even worse. Nobody's saying that the Democrats are perfect, and nobody's saying that the Democrats are even more specifically perfect for black people in this country. I think that the DNC has a very long track record of making false promises to black people and not following through on them because they've gotten lazy and they've gotten old. Okay, they sign their strongly worded letters, shake their fists in the air, and that's about it. Okay, they do it for the camera, they do it for Twitter, and then the page turns. No one's denying that. Okay, but what I do deny is that because the Democrats aren't doing enough, that therefore the Republicans are, because that's not that couldn't be further from the truth. Okay, the Democrats, they'll do some good things sometimes, and they'll fight for more equality. They make steps, just small steps, and they virtue signal about a lot. But then the Republicans, they're not even making the baby steps. They're actively taking monumental steps backwards. Okay, like sure, yeah, the Democrats could do better, but at least we don't have Democratic presidents saying that black people are monkeys like Trump. Sure, the Democratic party could do better, but at least we don't have like Democratic presidents saying that you could identify if somebody is good or bad based upon the color of their skin and authorize the DHS to arrest people just because they're black and brown. Sure, I mean I think that the Democrats could do better, but at least we don't have Democrats endorsing failed opportunity zones that just further disenfranchise black and brown communities, allowing them to be exploited by the ultra wealthy for tax cuts just because it looks good on paper. All right. Yeah. Unlike Trump with his opportunity zones in his first term. Sure, the Democrats aren't doing enough, but at least they didn't actively cut funding to HBCUs like Donald Trump did by upwards of 50% in his first term compared to the funding from Obama. So it doesn't logically follow that because the Democrats aren't doing enough that you need to therefore turn around and vote for the devil. Okay. What rather logically follows is that when push comes to shove and you have two options, which we shouldn't have, we shouldn't live under a duopoly. You vote for for the better of those two options, which has been consistently who? The Democrats, well, then during the political offseason, not during an active election, advocating for more progressive voices that actually care and who are willing to go the extra mile to get shit done in positions of power inside of the DNC, to then reshift the interests of the DNC to be in a better alignment with the average American, with marginalized communities, and with the future flourishment of this country as a whole. Voting for Trump just takes us another step back.
But why wouldn't we vote for Trump? Who you think freed my people? Was it the Democrats or the Republicans?
It was the progressives.
Who freed
and the progressives
the
now
who
represent
freed the slaves?
now represent the left. The progressives.
No, it was the Republicans.
Okay,
Republicans.
the Republican Party was
Google it.
progressive.
Google it.
The Republican Party was progressive. At the time of
Like I said,
at the end of the
Republicans.
listen, let me tell you.
They
Let me
don't
tell
teach
you.
us that
This
in
this
school.
argument doesn't
Who
follow.
owned-
Oh my God, please listen to what I have to say here. Yes, you're right. The Republican Party did free the slaves. But guess what? When the Republican Party freed the slaves, the Republican Party was what? The Progressive Party. And the Dixiecrats were what? The traditional conservative party. The Dixiecrats wanted to traditionally conserve values such as slavery. Meanwhile, the Republicans wanted to progress and make things better. All right. What do we see today? Who self-identifies as the pro-traditionalist conservative party? Not the Democrats, okay? Who self-identifies with quote-unquote progressive norms? People on the left. So if you're going to sit here and say that you want to make sure that you're voting in alignment with the interests, okay, of the body of people who freed the slaves in American history, well, then you should be voting progressive up and down the ballot. But that's not what you're
Do you believe
doing.
in God? Do you believe in God?
Do you believe in responding to arguments in which you debunk your bull?
I'm just asking a question. Do you believe in God?
I'm agnostic. Now, could you please respond to the argument I gave you?
I don't understand what that word means. I'm not the most intelligent person like you is, Dan.
Oh, listen, okay,
So you gotta bear
in
with
summation, the party that freed the slaves is the same party touting the Confederate flag today because of the party switch, okay? The progressives are on the left, and they used to be on the right, but now they're on the left.
Okay.
Well, I mean, that's
But
actually like
this another
technically an
point I'm
inaccurate
getting at.
statement. What we'd see is that the Republican Party just used to be on the American left, and now the Republican Party's on the American right. But regardless, could you please respond to that?
Okay. I don't know how to respond to that because like y'all make Trump out to be like some type of evil caricature, but I just think it's a method to his madness, man. And he's not a politician. He don't owe nobody no favors. Like you help me vote for this bill, I'm gonna help you vote for this bill, or like he don't owe nobody no favor. So he tends to do what he feels is correct for the country. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not saying like he's the brightest light bulb in the building. You know what I mean? But like it's a method to his madness, man. Like it's either you American or you're not. You know what I mean?
Explain to me the method for Trump's following madness. In less than 2 weeks, he claimed to be a Christian, then praised Allah on Easter, attacked the Pope, claimed to be God, and then threatened to genocide 90 million people. Can you explain to me the method to his madness?
He's spoiled, bro. Rich.
Can you explain to me the method behind that?
80 years old.
Listen, I know a couple.
like
I know
I
a
said,
couple rich
when you're
kids.
used to-
Okay, the
listen,
rich kids
when
I know
you're
don't
used to having-
claim to be Christian, praise Allah on
Some of
Easter,
them lash
threaten
out
to
like
genocide
that,
90
and
million
you know
people, and claim to be
some
God
of
in
them-
less than 2 weeks. Could you just
You know
explain the
some
method
of them
behind the
put a
madness
10
for
on
me?
the 20. Man, I can't explain what's on in his mind, but I'm not here to judge, bro.
I
You know
appreciate
what
you, Will. I hope you have a good rest of your day. Please stay safe on the road, man. We're just going to move on to the next guest, Cox, because I don't think that conversation was really going anywhere, folks. That was a executive judgment made by the higher-ups, quite frankly. Welcome into Sport Trump. Hello. Nope, they're not here. We're going to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Holy moly. All right. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now, folks.
Hi, good evening. How you doing?
I'm doing all right, Tammy. How are you?
I'm good. Only thing I really request to come up here is I love the way you live in your truth.
Hey,
I love
Tammy.
the way you live in your truth. Amen to that. I really did. I heard the whole conversation, and I love the way you live in your truth, and you really, really put it where it was at.
Well,
have a
thank
blessed
you.
night.
Well, thank you, Tammy. You take care, Tammy. All the love in the world to you. You have a good one. I appreciate you. Take care. And then Nina, thank you so much for the diamond gun. I appreciate you. Show some love to, not to Nina, to Nia. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Now, folks, I saw a couple people in the comment section saying that like some Trump survivor wanted to come up and talk. I'm not exactly sure who you guys were talking about, but, let me know. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. For everybody watching, folks, please only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We are looking for MAGA individuals to load up into the live to have a conversation with us. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Hello? Oh, it sounds like they're driving. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. Please and thank you. Do follow our rules. I would really appreciate it. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now, folks. Only up inside of that queue if you're MAGA. Guys, there's nobody by the name of Twisting Tango in the live. Guys, there's nobody by the name of Twisting Tango in the live.
Dean, why are you calling me crazy?
Dude, because of this shit right here, you have like about 1 billion different accounts. That
Why
use to
are you
come
calling me
antagonize
crazy? Because I said that you think because you got cooked in a flat Earth debate last night. That's not my problem.
Yeah, how did I get cooked? Tell me.
Because I talked to the guy after you got off, and everything he said made perfect sense.
Oh, about how the Earth was literally infinite?
Yeah, no, I understand. Like,
how the Earth is literally infinite. Because I remember when you asked, because I was still there for a little bit, I saw you ask him, well, if the Earth is flat, why can't I just, walk off the edge? And then he said, because the Earth is infinite.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like an infinity pool. Have you ever seen an infinity pool?
Infinity pools have an edge that you could walk off of, dumbass.
No, not like that though, but like how it like goes on, and like the same thing with the whole ice wall. They don't go on.
The
ice wall.
No, stop. Infinity pools have an edge. The label infinity pool doesn't come from the fact that it's a pool that's infinite, but rather the fact that it's a pool that doesn't look like it has an edge because the water runs over it.
Well, it's supposed to not look like it has an edge, which is where I'm getting at. But he explained.
You're so weird, bro. Hop out. Moving on to the next guest, guys. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. I'd appreciate it if y'all would try your very best to follow the rules of the live. On Super Chat, thank you, Feed, for the $50. I want to see 500 Feed, FEEDWs, down below in that comment section. I really appreciate you so very much for the love and support, Feed. That is beyond kind of you, and I'm just so very grateful for your support. That is a shit ton of money, and I'm so very grateful for you. Show some love to Feed down below. Same thing with STH. Thank you for the $20, who says, I'm so sick of the people that says that there's a method to Trump's madness, or that he quote-unquote didn't mean that, like wake up, he means all of it. No, exactly. That's like the MAGA argument. When Donald Trump says something that they think is convenient to his narrative, he meant it and he was being serious. Yet when Donald Trump says something that is inconvenient to their narrative, he was just trolling and he didn't mean it at all. Good point. Thank you for the $20, STH. I really appreciate you so much. Welcome in Joshua and Mark. Do you guys support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, how old are you, Joshua?
Old enough.
Which is?
Old enough.
I need to know exactly how old you are.
Why, are you a pedophile or something?
No, I'm not the president.
How's he a pedophile? My question.
Yeah, we could debate as soon as you tell me exactly how old you are.
I'm good, man.
Okay, then I'm going to kick you.
Okay.
Let's go to move on to the next guest. Only up inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. We're going to go to get them up here right now. Okay, doesn't look like Mark is loading in. We got Braxton loading in. Hey, over on Venmo, thank you so much, Z, for the $5. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. And then Peter, thank you so much for the $40 donation on Venmo. Oh my goodness, guys. Let's get forward to Peter W's. Thank you so much for the love and support, brother. Peter with a 40, that is crazy, says, so this clown has chosen to ignore the fact that Hegseth is changing the names of military bases back to Confederate generals' names. So ridiculous. Dude, and the fact that he didn't give a promotion to a black woman because, quote unquote, Trump didn't want to stand next to a black woman. Thank you for the $40, Peter. Let's get 400 Peter W's. Absolute truth, Nuke. Braxton, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Braxton doesn't seem like he's here, just fooling around. I welcome in.
Hi, my dad is here. He wants a debate.
Cool. I saw your comment in that comment section. Hi, sir.
Thank you. Hello. So I just want to talk about the Iran situation.
Okay, that sounds good. Just real quick.
Are you for or against it?
Oh, I'm against the war in Iran, but just real quick. So yeah, I run this live stream. I do it every day, and sometimes when people like what I have to say, they choose to support me on like Venmo and PayPal, and I like to thank the people that send donations in. Do you mind if I just take a moment to thank a couple of people before we hop into the debate? Is that okay?
Do your thing.
All right, man. And as soon as I'm done, I'll pass that mic to you. I'm going to call you S because I don't want to mispronounce your name. S, thank you for the $50 donation on Venmo. Thank you so very much for the love, S. That is very, very kind. Like from the bottom of my heart, man, I'm very grateful. That is a lot of money. Thank you so much for the wild, wild support. S with the $50 says, MAGA people are controlled by emotions and ego. All you need to say is, quote unquote, do you know that Trump and Fox lied to manipulate you and you fell for it? End quote. Target their ego. When they research to find proof to prove you wrong, they'll realize that you were right. Well, S, I really like that. The only issue with your hypothesis is that they'll do the research. But I mean, we'll try nonetheless. I appreciate you for the $50. S. Show some love to S, like I said. Same thing to Anders. Thank you for the $10. Who says trans people are not predators. Predators are predators, and the president is a predator. On God, Anders. Trump is a predator. 110%. Thank you for the 10. Dallas, thank you so much for the $25. Who says, since the annoying orange lost hella support due to this war, what will be the next debate topic? You're the GOAT. I don't know. I guess we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But I really thank you and appreciate you for the $25 donation, Dallas. Thank you so much. And you actually sent that twice. So that's a total of $50. Dallas, if you only meant to send 25, I'll happily refund one of those. Just drop a comment under that dono. But for now, thank you for the $50. Shout out to you, Dallas. Same thing to you, Beth. Thank you for the $10. And then Jose, thank you so much for the $35 donation, who says, why does MAGA complain about not being made in America consumer items, yet does not see how much international capitalism relies on international markets that transcend national boundaries? Fight on, Dean. Exactly. Like, the international markets are just simply a byproduct of capitalism, right? On God. Thank you for the $35, Jose. Show some love to Jose down below in that chat. Same thing to Pauline. Thank you for the 2. Madeira, thank you for the 5. And then Heather, thank you for the 4. And then Bree, thank you for the 2. I appreciate you guys. We're all caught up on Super Chat. We're all caught up on Venmo. I think that we have a couple people to thank on PayPal. Then we'll pass this guest the mic. On PayPal, thank you for the $10. SJ, who says, trying to listen to the stream. Hope all is well. Much love to you and yours. Thank you, SJ. I hope you have a good day and happy Saturday as always. Good to see you today. Thank you for the $10. Then Jasmine, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you so much for that love, Jasmine. I appreciate you so much for that. Show some love to Jasmine. Now I'm just simply going to relay this message from Jasmine. This is Jasmine's message. Jasmine speaking, not me. Jasmine says, and I quote, please tell the guests that we black folks don't tap dance for a racist president, nor do we accept his racism because of his age and race. Please take a harder look at your community and open your eyes. And if you're so concerned about the community, do something, in all caps. Well, I appreciate you for the $20, Jasmine. And once again, that was Jasmine's message that I was just simply relaying. I appreciate you. Same thing to Leah. Thank you so much for the $13, who says, as an Australian, I'm worried. Maternal death rates will rise. Minorities will suffer more. It's undeniable looking outside in. America's declining. No, absolutely. America's on a decline right now. Look at the economy. Look at social rights. Look at the happiness index. Everybody is suffering. Thank you so much for the $13, Leah. Then same thing to you, Saffron, with a 3. With that, we're all caught up for now. If you do want to support the stream, support me. You could actually find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on the other place. And then Dean Withers without the Ian Withers right there. Sir, I appreciate you for your patience. If you want to take it away, feel free.
Okay, so like I was saying, with the situation in Iran, you're against that.
I am against that.
Did you vote for Harris or Clinton?
Harris.
Okay, Harris made stopping Iran's nuclear program one of her top priorities. So how do you justify not supporting stopping the nuclear program now?
I'm sorry, I just had to type something out on the screen. Could you please repeat that?
I said Harris made stopping the nuclear program in Iran one of her top priorities, so how do you not support it now?
Okay, well, see, you like to condense complex geopolitics down to like a binary of either we don't stop their nuclear programs or we do, and that requires war, when in all reality it's significantly more complex than that. It was one of the top priorities from Obama to stop the nuclear program in Iran, but instead of going to war with Iran, he was able to install malware within the uranium enrichment facilities in Iran, which then set off their facilities and set their nuclear program back by 5 years, while simultaneously achieving a peace agreement with Iran that made them sell all of their enriched uranium and deconstruct the mechanisms in which they'd used to enrich it in the first place, and gave us confirmation of the fact that while they're in the agreement, they wouldn't be making nukes, and he did that without a war. So, I mean, I absolutely do think that we have seen a push from both the right and the left to prevent Iran from getting nukes. But from the historical precedents on the left, we've seen them being able to do it without war. Meanwhile, apparently, when it's Trump, in order for him to denuclearize Iran, he has to go start he has to go start another war in the Middle East, which we know hasn't worked out well. Okay, he has to kill their girls, he has to commit war crimes and take out their civilian infrastructure, and he has to completely destroy global markets for everybody else in the process. And by the way, I'd actually argue somebody that denuclearizing Iran was not a top priority to was Trump in his first term, because he actually pulled us out of the peace agreement that prevented them from building nukes in the first place, essentially giving them the green light to go build as many as they wanted.
And also with Hillary Clinton, she said in 2008, if she were president, she would obliterate Iran's nuclear program. She was supported. Did you vote for Clinton?
No, I was too young. And you're right. Yeah, Clinton, somebody who's never president, said that 20 years ago. Bro, we're in 2026. We're in the now. Okay, Obama was able to achieve an agreement to prevent Iran from building nukes without going to war with them. Trump pulled us out of it because it had Obama's signature on it. Trump said, I want them to have nukes. We're going to tear up this agreement that prevents them from having nukes. And then 5 years later, once they start enriching uranium to get nukes, he then starts a war with them. Come on.
Sounds to me like he tried to use diplomacy and it failed.
No, it seems like Obama used diplomacy, it succeeded, and Trump torpedoed it.
It just seems to me like Trump has done everything that he says he's going to do.
No, can you respond to the last point?
Most of the things that he says he's going to do were stated by pretty much every presidential candidate before him.
Okay, so first
and
and
foremost,
foremost,
it's him, it's a bad thing.
So first and foremost,
that's my problem with the politics today.
You're not responding to the last argument that I gave you, okay? You just continued to repeat that Obama tried diplomacy and it failed, so now Donald Trump has to go to war. The reason why Obama's diplomacy failed isn't because of the IRGC? Okay, well, according to Trump, it's a war. According to Pete Hegseth, it's a war. What did the Secretary of War know the war is?
War, it's not a war.
Okay, so was the Vietnam War a war?
It was a conflict.
Oh, but it wasn't
legally
a war.
Speaking. It was a conflict, legally speaking.
So do you call the Vietnam War the Vietnam War? Or do you call it the Vietnam conflict?
I call it Nam.
Okay, but it's not the Vietnam War?
No, it was the Vietnam conflict.
Okay, so it was the last war that we were in?
Well, it would be World War II was the last time the war was declared.
Oh, okay, perfect. So the Korean War didn't happen, the Vietnam War didn't happen, the Gulf War didn't happen.
They were conflicts.
The Middle Eastern War didn't happen.
They were conflicts.
Okay. Well, the way that we use the word colloquially is to denote large-scale military intervention. Okay. Now, legally, I understand that the approval that a war would be defined in accordance with the approval from Congress, but the legal definition of war is not the colloquial definition of war. And we know this because we call the Vietnam War a war. We know this because we call what happened in the Middle East a war. We know this because we call the Korean War a war, even though we never got congressional approval. You're being intellectually dishonest by assuming an unused definition of the term war that contradicts every single president that we've had in modern American history, because every single president that we've had in a modern American history has recognized Vietnam as a war. And now you're even contradicting Donald Trump and his Secretary of War because they've recognized what's occurring in Iran as a war.
That's what they put in the headlines, but still, it's still a conflict.
Okay, so when Trump called it a war, Trump was wrong?
The war in Iraq, it sounds good for headlines, but when you look down into the legal definition of it, no, we're not legally in war.
Okay, but we're not using the legal definition. We're using the colloquial definition.
What difference does that make?
Because one requires congressional approval before we can legally call it war, and the other does not require congressional approval before we could colloquially call it war. And this isn't something that is believed by just those on the left. This is something that's believed by everybody but you. Even like presidents, like Trump, Biden, Obama, Clinton, Bush, Nixon, everybody. Vietnam War was a war. Iraq War was a war. Iran War is a war. This is believed by everybody but you. Everybody uses the colloquial definition of war, not the constitutional definition of war.
Well, my purpose on drawing the line and differentiating the two is because everybody said he started a war without the approval of Congress, and that's the only argument I've heard against it. against his actions.
Yeah, so
He
my
didn't
argument
start a
against
war.
the Iran war is that A, he started it on a lie, B, he achieved nothing, and C, he lied about achieving regime change, and D, it led to the deaths of innocent children, E, it led to war crimes, and it also led to skyrocketing oil and gas prices across the globe. Okay, those are the reasons why I don't support the war.
Yeah, which is going to return to America pretty nicely, seeing how we're the #1 supplier now.
We're actually the #1 producer of oil under the Biden-Harris administration for the last year and a half of their term. But you don't talk about that, because it's inconvenient to your narrative. And now you're saying that we're the #1 supplier of oil in the world. How's that helped anybody? Wait one moment.
We're the #1 supplier under Trump, and they took that over, and then we weren't anymore.
No, what they actually took over was refineries
true.
across the nation being shut down and oil not being produced because of the pandemic. I could show you on the EIA website.
Because of the pandemic, not because of all the regulatory laws that basically make it impossible.
Well, I mean, we had the same regulatory laws in place when the Biden-Harris administration went on to produce more oil for 13 consecutive months than the most oil ever produced, even under Trump in his first term. So no, it was not the regulatory laws. You're wrong.
Anyways, I just wanted to point out the fact that everybody supported stopping Iran's nuclear program until Trump did.
No, what everybody supported was preventing Iran from getting nukes.
Negotiating with terrorists.
Yes, we should negotiate with the IRGC, because when we don't negotiate with the IRGC and we just try to take them out, well, even if we were successful, what happens? Bloody civil war because of the creation of a power vacuum. After we took out Saddam Hussein, over 1 million Iranis and Afghanis died through bloody civil war. Then after that, what happened? 20 years of endless war, and we were never able to create stability in the region. What happened once we pulled out of Afghanistan? Less than a week later, the Taliban was able to overthrow the Afghani government and assume their $7 billion worth of military equipment. So clearly, okay, that's not the way to go. So yeah, it does seem like we do need to negotiate with the terroristic IRGC here and prevent them from having nukes with the use of other means, which by the way is exactly what Trump is doing right now. I'm sure you've heard of his back and forth peace talks with the IRGC. Is that not an example of Trump negotiating with terrorists?
Well, his negotiations are stop your program or get bombed.
Are you sure about that? Because A, he said that you either stop your program from a date 2 weeks from now, or we're going to bomb you back to the Stone Ages. 2 weeks passed. On the day of, he threatened to genocide them all if they didn't stop their program. Never happened. So then he postponed and agreed to another 2 weeks of a ceasefire. And then when those second 2 weeks gave out, now he's indefinitely extended the ceasefire while talks continues.
Sounds to me like he's trying to stop the situation.
By negotiating.
We'll go back to the whole...
By negotiating.
When negotiating, that means one side gets some of what they want, and the other side gets some of what they want. So
he's negotiating with terrorists?
So that would be supporting terrorism to give them what they want.
So Trump is supporting terrorism because he's considering giving them $20 billion in sanction relief?
He's not allowing a deal that allows them to have a nuclear program.
Wait, we've already lifted sanctions on all of their oil production. Did you know that?
Their oil production, but not their nuclear.
But that gives them more money. So he's giving terrorists money? He's supporting terrorism?
No.
But you just said if we give terrorists money, then we support terrorism.
Stop your nuclear program. We'll let you guys operate as a country normally.
But now you're
nuclear program.
Okay, if they stop their nuclear program, would they still be terrorists?
What?
If they stop their nuclear program, would they still be terrorists?
Yeah.
Okay, so then we would be giving money to terrorists, therefore supporting terrorism?
Hezbollah and whatnot.
Okay, so then we would be... So Donald Trump inevitably wants to support terrorism because his goal here is to get them to stop making nukes, but they'll still be terrorists. Then he wants to relinquish all of the sanctions that we have on them as a country and then give them another $20 billion on top of that through other relief. So in other words, you're arguing here that Donald Trump wants to support terrorism.
No, he wants to stop a nuclear program.
Which would require him supporting terrorism, according to you?
Yeah, and on the other side of that front, he's trying to get... No, it's not supporting terrorism.
So he's not going to lift any of the sanctions on Iran?
What?
So he's not going to lift any of the sanctions that we have on Iran. So then why does Axios...
He has to give some, but that lifting sanctions on their oil supplies is way different than allowing them to build nuclear weapons.
Okay, but you said if we give money to terrorists, then we're supporting terrorism. Buddy, you said if we give money to terrorists, then we're supporting terrorism.
I didn't
That's
say
what you
that.
said.
I said giving them what they want.
Okay, well, don't they want economic relief? Okay, but don't they also want economic relief?
Well, that's a humanitarian thing.
I don't know what quote-unquote humanitarian thing means. Could you just answer the question? Does the IRGC want economic relief? Do they want money?
Yes.
So if we give them something they want, i.e. we give them economic relief and money, then we're supporting terrorism?
If we allow it to be spent on a nuclear program.
Wait. So we're only supporting terrorism if we give the money that is then spent on their nuclear program? So like,
if
for
they
instance,
still have one.
If we were to give like Hamas, right, like $10 billion today, we wouldn't be supporting terrorism since they wouldn't spend it on a nuclear program since they don't have a nuclear program, right?
You'd be giving money directly to a terrorist organization.
But you just said that that'd only be supporting terrorism if they spent it on a nuclear program, and they can't do that since they don't have one.
I kind of think you're talking me in circles here.
I mean, it just kind of seems like I'm debunking the arguments you're making.
No, my argument is everybody supported stopping the program till Trump. Now you're getting into Iraq civil war and everything else, way off subject.
Everybody
supports
stopping
moot points.
So everybody supports stopping their program without going to war with them,
except for maybe Bernie Sanders.
No, even Bernie Sanders probably wants to denuclearize Iran through the use of diplomatic peace negotiations.
He's been completely soft on that stance. You can
Okay.
you can look that up.
Mind if I ask you another
screaming
question?
against it now. What?
Oh, wait, I can name one person that didn't want to denuclearize Iran.
Who?
Trump. He pulled us out of the agreement that denuclearized them. How do you respond?
I would have to look into the whole details on that. I would respond by telling you I'm not completely familiar with that.
I could give you the details. So Obama put us into what was called. So Obama put us into what was called the JCPOA. The JCPOA was a denuclearization agreement that we had with Iran that gave them economic relief in turn for them denuclearizing. Okay, they had to sell all of their enriched uranium to Russia, who's another part of the JCPOA. They had to deconstruct all of the machines used to enrich uranium in the first place, and then they had to give the IAEA, which is an international nuclear watchdog, 24/7 access to surveillance video of their nuclear enrichment sites, which was tamper-proof, by the way, and 300 in-person visits per year per facility. We also ensured that they were not enriching uranium, kind of under the belt, okay, with satellite imagery of all of their uranium enrichment sites, tracking the trucks that would come in and out. And if we identified any new uranium enrichment site, we'd go in and we'd completely test the whole room with swabs. And if there's even a micron of enriched uranium anywhere within the site, they'd be able to identify it and prove that Iran was building nukes in violation of the JCPOA. However, at not one point during the timeline of the JCPOA before Trump pulled out did they ever detect that Iran had violated the agreement. So in other words, we had a foolproof agreement with Iran that prevented them from nuclearizing, and Trump tore it up.
Because that program wasn't working, obviously. They're still developing nuclear weapons.
That's not what the IAEA said, and that's not what Trump said either. He actually signed off on the IAEA's findings that they were not developing nuclear weapons during his first term before he pulled it out of us. He pulled us out of it. There's no evidence whatsoever that they broke the agreement and continued to develop nuclear weapons. And by the way, I find it hilarious that 10 seconds ago you knew nothing about this denuclearization agreement, but now 10 seconds later you know enough to know that Iran broke the agreement.
Well, maybe we don't know everything that the president does know. However, I just wanted to point out the fact that
wait, 1 second. No, I want to clarify. We do because
we don't know classified things.
Well, that's the thing because it wasn't classified. The IAEA made all of their findings of Iran's adherence to the agreement public information.
So, because of that, you think that stopping this program is a bad thing?
No, I said it was a good thing with the agreement that Trump pulled us out of. So it seems like
stopping their nuclear program.
So the only person here that thinks stopping Iran's nuclear program is a bad thing was Trump in his first term.
Well, I don't know.
I mean, he pulled us out of the agreement.
I don't really have much else to say on it, I guess.
Okay, I don't either. Can I ask you another quick question?
Yeah.
All right. Sounds like you have daughters, women and girls in your life that you care about.
Yeah, I like my daughters.
If Donald Trump was a sexual predator, and had engaged in sexual violence towards women and girls, and you knew about it, would you stop supporting him?
If he was convicted of sexual offenses, yeah.
Okay, so if you knew about it with certainty, you'd stop supporting him.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's a clip of him admitting to sexual violence. This is him on Howard Stern's radio show.
Sexual violence or like rape and stuff like that. Define the sexual violence.
So sexual violence can be defined as any sexual act that is unconsensual.
Okay, and where's this clip?
So this is coming from Howard Stern's radio show in 2005, where Donald Trump admitted to sexual exploitation, which is a form of sexual violence, by barging into the private dressing rooms of naked beauty pageant contestants, then looking at their quote-unquote hot odds. Let's take a listen.
To do that.
So you have done that. Now,
I'll tell you the funniest is that I'll go backstage before a show.
Yes.
And everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like
everything is
doctor.
good.
You're there.
Yeah, the dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible-looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
That's Howard Stern, and that's just regular locker room talk against men. I mean, I'm sure you've said sexual things like that you wouldn't repeat on your podcast.
No,
you never said sexual things amongst the guys that you don't share with everybody else.
There's not been one point in my life where I have admitted to sexual violence. Because I want to clarify here, right? The concept of locker room talk as a whole is really disgusting. And I hate to hear this coming from a dad of women and girls. Okay? But there's a difference between the very misogynistic locker room talk, where a bunch of men will get together and just objectify women, and what we heard from Donald Trump. This wasn't Donald Trump, like, bragging about the women he slept with consensually, or just generally objectifying the bodies of women ideologically. This was him admitting to unconsensually barging into the dressing rooms of naked women and girls to then look at their naked bodies without consent.
Never did it say naked women and girls and children, and never did it say barging in. He just said that he's allowed to see the hot girls that are around him.
So
and that's
he
on
did
Howard
say
Stern.
naked.
That's on Howard Stern.
So he did say naked because in that clip
platform.
he said they had no clothes on. When you have no clothes on, you're naked. And yeah, he did describe him barging in, because what he said is that the reason why he was allowed to go into these dressing rooms is because he was the owner and he could allow himself to go in under the guise of a false inspection. See, barging into a space just means going into a space without permission. And Donald Trump, as a man, didn't have permission to go inside of a private women's only dressing area where the women inside have a reasonable expectation of privacy away from men. And that point is only further proven by the fact that the way he got in was by abusing his position of power as the owner. So yeah, he did barge in, and yeah, they were naked.
So a statement he made on a filth show, that's what Howard Stern is, a late night filth show, discredits him completely in his ability to rule the country directly?
According to both me and you, yes, because we both agreed that if Donald Trump had engaged in sexual violence, then we wouldn't support him as president.
I don't call that sexual violence.
Okay, well, I mean, you agreed that the definition of sexual violence was any sexual act that was unconsensual. This was a sexual act, okay, seeking out the naked bodies of women. One moment. Oh, wow. Go ahead.
Do you ask every time you check out a woman, do you ask her permission first? Keep your eyes up there?
Yeah, so before I look at a naked woman, I make sure I have consent. And I don't think I've ever just barged into a private women's only dressing room where I know I as a man am not allowed to then look at the naked bodies of women. You were legitimately sick if you think that there's any scenario where a man self-admittedly barging into a woman's dressing room because he is allowing himself to, without the consent of a woman, is consensual. By definition, it's unconsensual because of the privacy and the expectation of privacy that women have in the dressing rooms designed for them. And this is common fucking sense, dude.
Oh, we can cuss on this platform.
This is common sense. Like what do you mean? How does that question even relate to the clip that we just listened to? You asked me, have I ever asked a woman for consent before I look at them? Like, dude, like, what are you talking about? They're naked women in their dressing rooms. How can you possibly sit here and tell me that there's any foreseeable world where it is a consensual action for a man to barge in to a woman's dressing room to then look at their naked bodies? Tell me how you think that's okay.
Like I said, that's on a filth show, and that's entertainment television late night. I don't see any charges or allegations stemming from this whole incident.
Okay, so the argument is that he was like making a story up, right?
The argument is filth TV.
So do you think he just made it up?
Entertainment TV. Possibly.
Okay. You have to argue that he made it up, because if you accept that he was describing something that he's actually done, then you have to accept that he admitted to sexual violence. All right, so now I'll go ahead and dispute your follow-up claim that he made it up. So first and foremost, okay, even though Howard Stern was a filth show, there's not a single other example on the entirety of the Howard Stern radio show that ran for years of a man falsely claiming to have engaged in sexual violence when in all reality they were innocent. Because even in these filthy misogynistic shows, they know that's crossing a line. Okay, second of all, in this clip, Howard Stern literally asked Donald Trump if this is something he's actually done, because even he's taken aback. And Howard Stern says, have you actually done this? And then he says, yes, here's something that I've actually done. And then third of all, we also know that he actually did this because there has been a multiplicity, a cornucopia of women and girls that have publicly stated that they recall him doing this. Like Tasha Dixon, Miss USA from 2001 in Arizona. She testified to the fact that he'd barge in. You have Mariah Bilato from Miss Teen USA 1997 that said he'd barge in while she was naked and he'd say, don't worry, ladies, I've seen it all before. We saw the same thing from 3 other teens at that same year. We've seen the same thing from other beauty pageant contestants at Miss USA, like Miss Vermont or Miss Massachusetts. Okay, there has been a cornucopia of women and girls that have all agreed and testified to the fact that this is something Donald Trump did to them. And we know Donald Trump wasn't just making up a story because nobody else on the Howard Stern radio show ever made up a story about engaging in sexual violence when they didn't. And for these reasons, we know he wasn't just making it up.
Well, I don't really think that's sexual violence. I think that's maybe pervy and probably wrong. I don't know if it affects his ability to be president, though. Because,
do you accept that the definition of sexual violence is any sexual act that is unconsensual?
A sexual act that's unconsensual. And I agreed with you that that's wrong. Okay.
Do you accept that the definition of sexual violence is any sexual act that is unconsensual?
Yes.
Okay. So was what Donald Trump described a sexual act?
He described being a perv, kind of. I'll give you that.
So it was a sexual act. Was what Donald Trump described unconsensual?
Well, you would have to be there, and probably not consensual then.
Okay, right. So you just accepted that what Donald Trump described was a sexual act. You just accepted that what Donald Trump described was unconsensual. Therefore, you accept that what Donald Trump described was sexual violence.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you got a point on what he said in the 90s.
Okay, perfect. So then you're no longer a Trump supporter because you agreed if you knew with certainty that Donald Trump had engaged in sexual violence, then you'd stop supporting him as president. Now, this is where you either get to A, walk that admission back and argue that you're still going to support him, even though he admitted to sexual violence, even though previously, when you didn't know this is something he's actually done, you said this would be the red line. Expose yourself as a spineless fucking hypocrite. That's option number one. Option number two is where you stop supporting him, you retract your loyalty from the menace, you take the red hat off, and you wake up to fucking common sense morality and understand that you should stop supporting him as president because he has engaged in sexual violence. And I know you understand this common sense morality because this is what you told me you would do before you knew he actually did it. So what is it going to be? Are you going to take path number one or path number two?
You give me these definites.
I mean, is there a third path?
Yeah.
Which is?
Actually, I don't really think there is. You're right. You know what? You have a point. You're pretty good at what you do. Pretty good at what you do.
So what is it going to be?
No,
path
I don't
number
support
one?
that.
Or path number two?
I don't support that. I'll have to look into that one. Because up until this point, I haven't seen any definitive anything until this. This is the first time I've seen this.
I got you, buddy.
Okay. So is that path number two?
Yeah, I don't support that. I can't get behind that.
Does this mean that
Oh shit.
you can't support him as president?
I can't support him as a person, no. As a person, but he's president, and not hoping the president fails is like being on a plane and hoping the pilot can't fly.
Okay, so not supporting him as president isn't hoping that he fails. Not supporting him as president means that you don't think he should be president because he has failed.
I think he should be president because at the time he was more qualified than Harris was.
Even though he engaged in sexual violence,
even though he said something stupid back in the 90s. I've said worse. I'm pretty sure amongst my friends.
So you've admitted to sexual violence to your friends?
No, I said I've said worse amongst friends.
So you've admitted to something worse than sexual violence to your friends?
Locker room talk with your guys, dude.
What have you said?
I've admitted to that. No, I've not. You see, you're trying to make me some sort of like like sexual predator. Just
what
because
he
I'm
said
telling
is
you
that he
there's-
engaged in sexual violence, and you're saying that you've said worse. What's worse than saying you've engaged in sexual violence?
No, about seeing girls naked and stuff like that.
Okay. Have you talked about looking at a woman naked with consent?
Oh yeah.
Okay, then by
That's what
default, it's not worse.
Well, more graphic, I guess I could say.
Listen, yeah, you probably been a misogynistic pig, and in graphic, I'm just gonna be real with you, okay?
Misogynistic? So you think I'm against women?
Yes, but that's
no,
besides the
I'm
point.
completely not. You're completely wrong on that.
Well, then you want to be sitting here discounting an admission of sexual violence as quote unquote locker room talk that you've said worse than, to then argue that this man should be the most powerful person alive.
I told you that he shouldn't have said that, and I don't support that. I gave you that.
But remember when you told us that you'd stop supporting him as president if he engaged in sexual violence? Remember that?
I don't support him as a person.
Okay, but do you remember when you said that you want to support him as president?
Well, when I say support, I hope what he does works.
Okay, but do you remember when you said that you would stop supporting him as president if he engaged in sexual violence?
Yes.
Okay, so you walk that back.
No, I don't walk that back.
So then you stop supporting him as president.
I don't support him as a person. He's our president.
I know, but you didn't say that you'd stop supporting him as a person if he engaged in sexual violence. You said that you'd stop supporting him as a president if he engaged in sexual violence.
Well, still, like I said, hoping that he fails is not what I'm doing.
I don't know how many. I don't know how
What?
many times I need to repeat this. Not supporting Donald Trump as president doesn't mean that you hope he fails. Not supporting Trump as president is acknowledging that he has failed.
Okay, so then no, I don't support him then, because I don't agree with the sexual thing, and I haven't seen the evidence until you presented that. So
Okay.
I'll give you that one. I don't support that.
Okay, you're no longer MAGA.
I still don't hope he fails though.
I don't hope he fails either.
The hypocrisy is real from the left and the right. Everything that he does, every other president has said that they would do.
Like?
Stopping Iran.
so
Securing
not
the
every
border.
other-
Securing the border is a big one. Obama built the cages.
Okay. So, yeah, under Obama, we didn't have ICE agents executing American citizens in broad daylight and then being defended
Executing?
by the president. Yes.
If you drive your vehicle at an officer, expect to be fired at.
Okay, yeah.
Well, like who goes and
That's not what Renee Good
literally-
did. Definitely not what Alex Preddy did. Definitely not what Keith Porter did. So, like, for instance, Renee Good was driving away from the officer, and he saw that because he was looking at her. You could see her turning the wheels away. Then B, Alex Preddy was unarmed on all four on the road. He got shot in the back 12 times.
If you put your car in gear with a cop in front of you, they can shoot you. You have now weaponized your vehicle.
Okay.
Just because you turned sharply or whatever you want to say, he didn't know that. What is he supposed to do? Wait till he gets hit?
So
to
first
fire
and
back?
foremost, there's a legal thing called officer-induced jeopardy, which is where an officer will put themselves in a scenario that creates a deadly risk to then justify the use of deadly force, and that's been ruled as illegal. This is why, in accordance with the department regulatory guidelines of not just ICE agents but LEOs across the nation, that if they put themselves into a scenario that creates a deadly force and then they kill somebody with that warrant, that it doesn't stand as self-defense. A really clear and intuitive example of this is if somebody is standing pointing a gun, but they are standing back to back with an officer. So say somebody's pointing their gun this way and the officer's behind them, and they're just steady pointing the gun this way. They don't move at all. If the officer were then to hop in front of the person with a gun without the person moving at all, putting themselves in a scenario where somebody's pointing a gun at them and then they were to kill them, well, that would be a clear example of officer-induced jeopardy, and that officer would not get off on self-defense. Okay? But on top of that, I feel like a more clear example would be Alex Preddy, who wasn't in a car, but down on all four, unarmed, who was then shot in the back 12 times.
And you saw the videos of them kicking out their windows and whatnot as well. Did you see that?
Yeah, kicking out of taillight 12 days before. I did. That changes nothing. Hello? Property damage 12 days ago doesn't make you forfeit your right to life?
Officers that are armed and escalate situations, bad things are going to happen.
Yeah, so I
I'm not
agree
saying
that
I don't
obstruction is
justify the
illegal,
officer's
but I
actions
also agree
and all-
that obstruction doesn't warrant the use of deadly force.
Well, driving your car towards an officer legally gives that officer deadly force, and that's where your problem
I've already
is.
explained
If you
to
don't
you how
like it,
that's not
change
the
the
case.
Constitution and the laws.
So, I mean, that's not even what the Constitution of the law says. That's not the case, and I've already
Yeah, the
described
right
to you
to
how and
defend
why that's not
yourself.
the case. But you're pivoting away from the fact that there's absolutely no justification for Alex Preddy's death. Do you accept that Alex Preddy was murdered?
Yeah, I do. And I do. And what's one thing that I've said is I think that once that happened, I said that ICE and Donald Trump's position on immigration completely shit the bed.
Okay, all right.
I don't
well,
support
then,
that. I don't support everything Trump does. That's
So,
what,
so I
that's
wasn't
why I got
wrong
on
when
here
I
to
said.
do- to
So then I
Iran
wasn't
thing.
wrong when I said that ICE is executing citizens in the streets of this country. I wasn't wrong.
I don't know if I would call it a straight up execution on excessive deadly force, but I don't know. When I say execution, I just don't really like the term, I guess.
Okay, then ICE
But
is
it
straight
was-
up
I call it
murdering
murder.
people in the
I
streets
call
of
it
this
murder.
country.
I call it murder.
Okay, well then, yeah. So
It was murder.
Yeah, so under
And
Obama, there
I've
were.
never supported that. As a matter of fact, that's some of the first things that I really stopped liking about this administration.
Okay, so he's supporting the murder of citizens. He's,
And so that's one
sexually
thing I don't
violating
support.
women and girls, committing sexual violence. Like, okay, there's just no way that you could support this guy anymore. So,
Well, I don't completely support. I'm going to look into what you did tell me and fact check that. If you are completely correct on that, I will give it to you that he has lost my respect and support. If that's what really happened, because I've never seen any proof, and it's all been allegations and talk. So I will give you that.
yeah,
I'm not
just
going to
going-
sit here. I'm not going to sit here and defend something I don't defend just because I want to. I'm
tell you-
not diehard MAGA, man.
I'll tell you how
I
you
just-
could find that. So if you go on Google, you type in Trump, Howard Stern, Miss USA, you'll be able to find the radio show that they had on April 11th, 2005, where he admitted to it. If you just look up Miss USA victims Trump, then you'll find like the testimony of people like Tasha Dixon, Mariah Bellato, corroborating what he admitted to. But I mean, if that's going to be your red line, I guess that's the natural end of our conversation. I appreciate you for coming up, okay?
All right, have a good one.
Thank you so
Okay.
much.
Of course, you have a good one. You have a good one. We're gonna go and get the next guest loaded up into the box. That was a roller coaster for sure. Like what? I'm so confused after that. I'm like so confused after that. But I mean, hey, it sounds like he's no longer a Trump supporter. Cheryl, thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Cheryl. We're going to go ahead and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please and thank you. Make sure that you're following the rules. If you want to support me, if you want to support the live stream, if you want to support the work that we do here, you could also find my Venmo and PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message over on the other place, and Dean Withers, without the E in Withers right there, folks. Let's go ahead and try to get that next guest loaded up in here right now. Trace, I really appreciate you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. We got Gabe loading in. On Venmo, thank you, Fassi, for the $9. I appreciate you. Same thing to Brooklyn. Thank you for the $30, who says, would being told about Eugene Carroll change his mind? I thought that we were so close. Yeah, well, that was actually the next thing I was going to do, is I was going to bring up Eugene Carroll. But, I mean, hey, it looks like that clip on its own convinced him, so that's all we need. Thank you so very much for the support. I mean, genuinely. $30 is a shit ton of money, and I'm very grateful for you, Brooklyn. I want to see 300 Brooklyn W's down below in that chat. Thank you. Welcome in. Do you support Trump, Jeff?
Yes, sir.
Okay, give me one moment. I need to thank a couple more people here. Robert, thank you for the $10, who says, it's funny how the party allegedly so concerned with men in the women's bathrooms will bend themselves into pretzels to defend Trump doing exactly what they claim to fear. So true. Riley, thank you for the $10, who says, getting my test back tomorrow for my admission at Harvard Law. Thank you for always being a background as I get to study. Much love, Dean. Riley, that is huge. Not even just Harvard, but Harvard Law? I'm really proud of you, Riley. That is like a crazy, crazy achievement. Good for you. Same thing to Nate. Thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate you, Nate. Thank you. Nate says, hey, Dean, I supported Trump for the longest time and was very uneducated, but by watching you and others talking and taking in knowledge and doing research, I no longer support Trump and tend to lean left now. Dude, that's awesome, Nate. That's literally why I do what I do. I'm so proud of you, dude. Thank you for the $20 and thank you for making that leap. And then same thing to Ashley. Thank you for the $20, who says, I love your videos. Thank you for speaking about everything and helping people understand when we can't. Thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much for supporting this stream. I really appreciate you. You are awesome, Ashley. Thank you. I think that we have a couple people on PayPal real quick. On PayPal, thank you, Jasmine, for the 10, who says, it's my daughter's birthday today. Please say happy birthday, Poppy. Happy birthday, Poppy. And shout out to your mom, Jasmine. Brittany, thank you for the $5. I'm sorry to hear that you lost your dog. I'm really sorry, Brittany. And then same thing to you, Nurse Carrie. Thank you so much for the $50 donation on PayPal. Nurse Carrie with a 50 says, after today, you've earned it, kiddo. Much love to the family. Nurse Carrie, as always, thank you so very much. That is, like I said, as always, very kind of you. You are always coming in here and just showing so much love. Just know that I appreciate the ever-living hell out of you. Thank you so much, Nurse Carrie. Show some love to Carrie down below. And then one last super chat here from Cabin Man. Thank you for the $20. Who says, I grew up in the 90s. I know what locker room talk is, and you're saying that you perved in a girl's changing room would likely have gotten you beat up or at least ridiculed. If you think that's okay, you're a problem. 110%. I could not have said it better myself, Cabin. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate you guys. Once again, if you do want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio and TikTok. Pin message over on the other place and right there. Dean Withers, about the Ian Withers. Jeff, how the hell do you still support this terrible president that's failing our country by the day?
Oh. Well, I don't agree with everything failing. I'm going to go back to what other guy was talking about hypocrisy. You know, has any other civilians ever been killed under any other president? In a wartime or strikes or whatever.
Yes. Oh, are you talking about like war crimes and strikes in other countries? Yes.
Okay, so what's the difference?
Well, I mean, there really isn't one.
So Trump, y'all acting like Trump went ahead and said, I want to kill them people in that hospital. Press that button, shoot that tomahawk, kill them.
So
that's
I
what
mean,
y'all make it sound like.
I'll help you understand here. So there's really not a difference, right? Like for example,
there you go. That's my point right there. There's not a difference.
So where's the hypocrisy?
It is a president call right there.
So where's the hypocrisy?
I agreed what Biden did. Didn't Biden shoot bombs?
Wait. I was in the middle of my sentence and you cut me off.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, where's the hypocrisy?
Yeah.
Where's the hypocrisy?
The difference between civilians accidentally getting killed in a time of airstrikes or war.
I'm just confused because you said there's something. You said that there's something hypocritical. Like, where's my hypocrisy?
Yeah. Why are you condemning him for it when other presidents have done the same thing?
Because it's also bad when they do it, dumbass.
Don't call me a dumbass.
Well, I'm sorry. That's just a dumbass thing to say, dude.
Well, you sitting there dog him out for that. You shouldn't dog him out for something that other presidents have done.
No, it's that you dog him out and you dog the other people out. What are we doing? War crimes are always wrong.
I didn't dog Obama out for what happened.
Well, then you fucking should have. You should have absolutely dogged Obama out for like for example, under Obama, okay, this was terrible. This was atrocious. In Afghanistan, there was a Doctors Without Borders hospital, okay, and inside of this hospital, there was 45 people that were killed because a U.S. helicopter with fucking machine guns on it circled it for an hour and a half and just bullets through all of the walls in this hospital, killing 45 people inside, right? Because of all the bullets and all the shrapnel in the walls. Okay, doctors had like their heads, they were like beheaded, people lost limbs, patients and doctors died, and that was such a disaster. Okay, everybody should have been dogging on the American military. Everybody should have been dogging on the Pentagon for their internal investigation that concluded that there's no wrongdoing. Everybody should have been dogging on the military, who first said, okay, that this was not a military strike, then said the reason why they targeted the hospital because they realized it was a U.S. military strike was because of like terrorists inside, and then said, well, there was no terrorists inside and this was just bad intel. And then inevitably Obama got up on the mic and said, our great nation, I apologize for this. This was an atrocity, right? That was a war crime. We absolutely should have dogged on that. The same way, okay, we need to be dogging on the Trump administration today for the 160 dead schoolgirls in an elementary school in southern Iran, for the double taps on the suspected narco boats with no evidence, by the way, in the South Caribbean, and the destruction of civilian infrastructure across Iran. War crimes are bad. Imperialism is bad. Killing children is bad. And by the way, wars of choice that only hurt the country we're going after and hurt us in the process that we've already done and tried before with Iraq and Afghanistan, knowing it fails, are bad as well. And by the way, also, like you still haven't given me a reason why you support Trump.
Because of his policies.
Which ones?
Well, for like securing the border.
Okay, which policy secured the border?
What do you mean? Putting the military down there and giving Border Patrol the authority to do what they're supposed to do.
Was the border secure under Biden?
Biden went down there and told them to just go down there and take the barbed wire down that the governor ordered them to do to help control people coming across the border.
Okay, so first and foremost, you just said that the border was open under Biden. Yet Biden had like close to 20,000 troops deployed at the southern border. So it seems like deploying troops at the southern border isn't really effective in reducing undocumented entry. So what effective policy is?
Troops deployed down there. No.
Okay, yeah, well, yeah, you're just mad. I don't know what to tell you. Would you like a source?
No, I'm not mad because if he did, he wouldn't have the record number of immigrants coming across the border.
Okay, and what's the argument for that?
Well, evidently, okay, so we decided, 78 million people decided to vote for Trump to secure the border because, it was made up.
Wait,
that
I mean,
didn't really happen.
Buddy, you could just straight up go on Google. You could type in Politico, Biden troop deployment to the border, okay? And you'll find sources from Northcom, Politico, the Texas Tribune, AP News, Stars and Stripes, okay, all talking about how Biden deployed a bunch of troops at the southern border.
When?
This was 2022, 2023, 2024.
Well, then why did so many people come across then?
Sure, because Donald Trump was screaming on every news outlet ever that the border was wide on open and anybody could come right on through. Not to mention that there's never been a period in modern American history where there's been more incentive for immigrants to immigrate because of how hard the economies of many other countries on the face of planet Earth, especially those south of America, were destroyed by the pandemic. So when we combine those two factors, all of a sudden we have a mass immigration towards America because we have an ex-president saying that the border's wide on open and you're invited to come right on through under Biden. And their economy's fucked. And then when the Biden-Harris administration tried to do something to reduce the undocumented entry into this country by expediting the legal means of entry, wanting to spend billions of dollars on hiring new judges to build new courts, Donald Trump turned around and told all of the Republicans in Congress to shoot it down because he didn't want the issue to get fixed under Biden. So then he could claim that he was going to fix it. So then you'd vote for him, which is what you did.
Yeah, because the problem had started way before Biden decided to do that right before the election.
No, this was going on for years.
Right
the bipartisan border bill begun getting drafted in late 2021 by Langford. It just took like 2.5 years to get to a place for a vote in the House and the Senate that both the Republicans and Democrats could agree on, for the reason being that a bipartisan border bill under Biden was like the most unattainable thing ever, right? Think about the bipartisan beliefs that exist about the border. In order to get Republicans and Democrats to come together in Congress for a border bill, that is a monumental achievement on its own. And the fact that it took 2.5 years to get on the floor of a House for a vote totally makes sense just because of the amount of consideration and negotiation that had to go into it.
Dude, come on, man. There was 17,000 people in 2 or 3 days coming across that border.
What? You're not responding to anything I just said? Anything? You didn't respond to anything I just said?
Because I know what I saw. And 78 million people saw it too.
Right, well, I'm explaining what we saw. Listen, I'm explaining what we saw, and you're saying that my explanation of what we saw doesn't matter because of what we saw. That doesn't follow, dude.
Okay, what does follow then?
That we shouldn't support a rapist as president who's killing kids in the Middle East, passing some of the worst domestic policy we've seen in ages, sending our economy back to the Stone Ages, okay, threatening to invade our allies through his path of conquest, refusing to abide by court orders to pay out food stamps for 12 million starving American children, relying on them to live.
Ass out and go to work. That's why.
The 12 million starving children? Use your fucking brain. I'm sorry that 3-year-olds don't get their ass out there and work, dude. You know what? When I'm president, child labor, we need it back. 3-year-olds need to be working on the farms. Good point. You've converted me. Get the fuck out of here.
Well, my other question is, okay, I'll tell you one reason why I didn't vote for Kamala. Did you see that Fox interview they did with her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, evidently now, 79% at the time of the people didn't like the direction of the country was going. All right? And when he asked her that question, what could she do different? You know what she said? Well, Donald Trump. Well, Donald Trump wasn't president at that time. They were. She didn't say one thing of what she could do different. And
well, actually, she said that she wouldn't do anything different.
Yeah, well, evidently people didn't agree with it because they voted her out.
Okay, well, that's because of propaganda. The domestic policy passed by Biden was great. Name one domestic policy passed by Biden that was bad.
it's not the domestic policy. I'm not saying Biden didn't do a lot of good stuff because he did.
Well, dude, that's why she would say that she wouldn't do anything different with domestic policy because he had good domestic policy.
Dean, you're missing what I'm saying, man. 79% of the people didn't like the direction of the country.
Okay, and 90% of the people thought that the Earth was flat 500 years ago. Let's stop arguing with logical failures such as the ad populum fallacy appealed to what the majority thinks to attempt to instantiate a truth today. Okay, and start arguing with rationale. The Biden-Harris administration passed some great domestic policy. Our country, economically speaking, was heading in a great direction with decreasing unemployment, decreasing layoffs, expediting our oil production, expediting the investment into American manufacturers. Trump won the election. Everything's been in the shit. Everything's been in the shitter.
How high did inflation get under Biden?
Under Biden, the highest level of inflation was at 9%, not caused by Biden, but rather caused by a pandemic, in which Biden was able to fix faster than the leadership of any other country in the G7.
Yeah, there we go. It's always somebody else's fault. How did gas?
Why would we wait? Blame. Give me the argument insofar as why we should blame them. Wait 1 second. You said that it's always somebody else's fault, as if I was giving you a baseless excuse to shift blame from Biden. Explain to me how Biden caused that level of inflation.
His Inflation Reduction Act and all these deadly restrictions that he had on.
All right, buddy, you're an idiot. The Inflation Reduction Act was passed. It was. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. The Inflation Reduction Act couldn't have possibly caused an increase in inflation, i.e. the 9% high, because the Inflation Reduction Act was passed 2 months after the 9% high level of inflation, and following it being passed, inflation went down for the remainder of the Biden-Harris administration.
Okay, you got your stats. So let me ask you this question. When Biden was asked that question, you know what he said? Well, it was like that when I got here, man. Knowing that was a lie.
That wasn't a lie. The conditions that caused the 9% level of inflation at the start of the Biden-Harris administration were the same conditions that. No, listen to me. You won't interrupt me. Let me explain this to you. The conditions.
I don't need to explain. I know what I saw.
Oh, well, I know. You don't want me to explain to you how you're wrong. You don't want me to explain to you how you're wrong. When Biden said it was like that when I got here, in reference to a question about how the inflation got so high, he was accurate in that statement. The conditions that led to the 9% level of inflation in America, but also in every other developed country in the face of planet Earth a year and a half into his term, existed when he walked into office. Those were the same conditions that caused the highest level of unemployment since the Great Depression in April of 2020 under the Trump administration at 14.8%. You know what? Let me ask you this question. Did Trump cause the highest level of unemployment that happened since the Great Depression because it happened under his term?
Probably so.
You know you have to bite that bullet because you were giving me that same argument.
Because at least I bite the bullet. You say everything, nothing happened under the Biden administration. Okay, why did gas prices go to highest then? Why did gas prices go to $5 a gallon?
Because Russia invaded Ukraine, then we sanctioned Russian oil.
Oh, there we go. It's somebody else's fault. It's the war now.
Explain to me how I'm wrong.
I don't know.
Dude, bro, you're legitimately just saying that I'm wrong because I'm not arguing it's Biden's fault. Listen, no. Let me preach here for a second. You are pre-assuming that it is undeniably true that Biden caused an increase in the price of gas. So when I, with facts, suggest otherwise, you automatically say, "Oh, here we go, just another stupid liberal excuse." And then when I ask you to explain how I'm wrong, you can't. Listen, I'll explain how I'm right. Russia.
That's all I know.
Well, let me tell you this. So Russia controlled 25%, of the OPEC plus oil production. And when Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, us and everybody in the EU turned around and put sanctions on buying Russian oil. Okay, well then after we put sanctions on buying Russian oil, we then effectively cut ourselves off from 25% of OPEC plus oil production, which then significantly limited the global supply chain of oil and basics of supply and demand. When demand stays the same and supply goes down, prices go up. So after prices started to increase in America caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine, American oil producers kicked it into high gear to help bring it down. But nothing about that factual explanation invokes any wrongdoing of Biden whatsoever.
Okay, well then how did Trump get it prices down then?
He didn't.
Because he did.
How?
Yes, he did.
How?
I'm not no damn blame oil expert. All I know is what they did.
Wait, are gas prices higher today than they were at the end of the Biden-Harris administration?
Yes.
So it doesn't look like Trump got him down.
He did get them down because they got down below 250 where I live.
Yeah, but then they went right back on up.
Yeah, because of the war. Everybody knew that was going to happen because of, well, the war or whatever you want to call it.
Weren't you just telling me that we can't blame increasing gas prices in America on wars overseas? We have to blame them on the president. Wasn't this your exact argument about Biden?
No, that's what y'all said.
Yeah, dude. No, it is. No, it fucking is. I just got done explaining to you how Russia's invasion of Ukraine caused an increase in the price of gas here at home in America. And they're like, oh, that's what you just can't say it's Biden's fault. Okay. And then we start talking about the increase in the price of gas under Trump. They're like, because of the war. Because of the war. Because of the war. By the way, I want to clarify. The war that Trump started.
That's right. I'm glad he did it too.
Yeah, why?
Well, because it's more than freaking nuclear weapons. They killed Americans. They said death to America.
All right, buddy.
They've attacked Israel. Israel is our ally, whether you like it or not.
They've attacked Israel?
Yeah, they did. In October, they have attacked Israel.
Okay. And we should fight Israel's war for Israel?
Who was behind? Who funded Hamas?
Iran helps fund Hamas.
There you go. Yeah, Iran. Everybody knows. And
so
it's
you think
proven
that you think that we should
everything.
You think that we should go to war with terrorists?
Yeah, if it comes to defending our country, yeah.
Okay, so then we should go to war with Israel because Israel's a bunch of terrorists.
Okay, so you don't consider Israel an ally of us?
I think that they're a terroristic, genocidal state.
You're saying that Israel is our ally, so if they're terrorists, then you're saying we're terrorists. That's what you just said. Israel has been our ally. Even Democrats said the same thing. Even Clinton said the same thing. She said, we will defend Israel at all costs. If they attack Israel,
he's going to crash out he's going to crash. This is going to break his little MAGA brain. This is going to break his little MAGA brain.
Because I support.
Yeah. So let me tell you something. Yeah, American imperialism has absolutely been terroristic, 110%. Okay, we are absolutely directly funding terrorism, 100. We have directly engaged in terrorism. Okay, and then you said, well, the Democrats. One moment. Then the Democrats in Congress, they support Israel too. Fuck them. I want them gone. We need to vote them out immediately. We need to get rid of AIPAC. Ban lobbyists. Okay? End and terminate our allyship with Israel. And the Democrats in Congress that support Israel need to go just like the Republicans.
There you go. I agree with you on that. But then you shouldn't dog out Trump. Anything else about that ever again then. If you sit here and say he's doing the same things that Democrats are doing, you shouldn't dog him about anything about that.
Why should I only wait? Why should I only dog the Dems?
Well, you shouldn't dog out Trump then. If
Wait,
you sit here saying
so you're telling me that I should wait? So you're telling me that I should just dog on the pro-Israel Dems, but not dog on the pro-Israel Republicans?
It's hypocrisy. If you're dogging out someone else and somebody else did the same thing, it's hypocrisy.
It's only hypocrisy if you dog one party but not the other. I'm dogging both. I'm dogging both the pro-Israel. I'm dogging both the pro-Israel Democrats and the pro-Israel Republicans.
I guarantee you, I'm going to hear you get here and say the same thing about Trump again later on in the sprout chats.
Yes, absolutely, I will. And what's the issue?
Huh?
What's the issue with that?
No, you shouldn't. In my opinion, you shouldn't say anything about what the president's called when it comes to our security. Because I agree with everything.
That's what the Nazis said.
I agree with everything.
Wait, 1 second. That's what the Nazis said. That's what the Nazis said. The Nazis, what they would do is they would argue, well, of course they need to expand into Norway. Of course they need to expand into Poland. Of course they need to try to expand into Spain. Of course they needed to expand into France for the purpose of national security. Okay, saying that we shouldn't question our leaders when they do something in the name of national security is unironically you repeating what the Nazis wanted the Germans to think during World War II. So why are you repeating Nazi propaganda?
I'm not repeating no Nazi propaganda.
I just told you how you are.
Because-
saying that we should never question the leader when they
So you
claim
say
to do
we
something
shouldn't
in
ever
the name
Obama?
of... Wait, one moment. When you say that we should never question our dear leader when they do something in the name of national security is Nazi propaganda. Do you disagree?
Yeah, I disagree. That's not Nazi propaganda.
Okay, so are you not aware of the historicity surrounding that same ideology being upheld in Nazi Germany to help justify the invasion of Nordic countries, Poland, France, and possibly Spain? Were you aware of that?
Yeah, I'm aware of that. I was taught that in high school.
Okay, so then it was Nazi propaganda.
No, because we ain't invaded nobody.
Iran.
That's not invasion. Invasion is putting troops on the ground and going over and taking over the country. That's invasion. Airstrikes is not invasion.
Wait, Donald Trump claimed regime change, and Donald Trump deployed troops to take over their oil tankers.
Yeah. How many other times have there...
You got a restriction for misinformation, so we had to kick him. Dude, Buddy was just going to go back to, like, how many other times have other presidents done this? What a droid, dude. What a droid. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Also, guys, have y'all been following what Israel's doing in the West Bank? They're, like, legit now just sending in Israeli, like, settlers to just, like, live on the quote-unquote newly cleansed land illegally. Dude, it's nuts. It's so nuts that, like, the mainstream is starting to not be able to deny it. I saw CNN reporting on it. That was, like, crazy to me. That just shows you the change that our country is experiencing socially with the support for Israel. Okay? Listen, 30 years ago, if I was alive and you would have told me that CNN would be airing anti-Israeli coverage, I would have called you crazy. Right? Listen, I'm not going to say that we're perfect, but we're definitely heading in a positive direction insofar as breaking away from Israel. I just want everybody to know that. I want everybody to know that we are legitimately heading in a very positive direction of breaking away from Israel. Like, that goal is probably one of the most attainable in the next generation. Out of, like, all of the things that we want to do, okay, I would say that in the next generation, we will break away from Israel and have universal health care. Like, I'd say that those are, like, the two most, like, foreseeable goals with the current trajectory that we're on. Welcome in, D-Sport Trump.
Who?
You, the person on the live.
Oh my god, it's me? Oh my
Yeah.
god, I'm so sorry. No, I
no
mean,
worries.
like, honestly, oh.
You take care. We're going to go to load up that next guest, folks. Only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please make sure that you're following the rules. We're specifically looking to talk to MAGA guys. And if you do want to support me, if you do want to support the stream, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok. Pin message over on the other place. And right there, Dean Withers. Without the Ian Withers, we got Jackson loading up. Let's see, I think that we have a couple of people to thank. On Venmo, Brenda, thank you for the $10, who says Trump's OPEC 2020 deal caused high oil prices, and after the deal expired, the gas price declined. That's not a coincidence. He tied Biden's hands. Yeah, because he asked OPEC to reduce their output by 10%. Okay? So when OPEC is reducing their output by 10%, and we are sanctioning all of Russian oil, which is another 25%, holy shit. Yeah, we're going to be hit, and we're going to be hit hard. Joseph, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you so much for the love. Joseph, I appreciate you. Thank you, I appreciate that. Welcome in. Do you support Trump 129?
Dean, I'm going to tell you that I did until I started watching you and doing my own research. So I just wanted to say thank you for opening up a 64-year-old's brain and doing what you do. But yes, I very much supported him, and I started watching you, and you pissed me the hell off. And then I started doing my own research and seeing that you are actually accurate on things, which pissed me off even more because then I felt like an idiot. But that's all I got.
Dude, thank you so much for coming up and sharing that with us. I love that. I love that so very much. And I appreciate you for changing your minds. You know, honestly, that's something that I should say more on the stream is if you don't believe me, fact check me. All right? Because that's the prerogative, is to just give the counterclaims that can be researched and proven right independently to hopefully sway the minds of some of the viewers. So I really appreciate you so much for joining and sharing that with us. And I hope you have a great rest of your day. Okay, man?
Thank you. And that's what I've done to some of my MAGA friends, is told them to do their own research as well. And I have 4 that have flipped now.
Holy crap. Good for you. That's a dude. Literally, I want to tell you. I know I said I was going to move on. Just one last thing I want to tell you before I move on. Is that you are quite literally the reason why I do what I do. I mean, there's literally not a better example of why I do this. Okay? It is the effect of, oh, hey, listen to what I have to say, fact check me, see that I'm right, change your mind. And then the butterfly effect of then turning around and sharing that information with MAGA friends and family members in your life. So just like one example of one viewer that had their mind changed has now resulted in 5 minds changed. Imagine the other 12.5 thousand. You know what I mean? So thank you so much for coming up, and I hope you have a great rest of your day, dude.
You
Seriously.
Too. Thanks for what you do.
Of course, man. Thank you. Thank you. Goddamn American patriot on the mic. Wow. That's incredible. That is amazing. I love that. That is so cool. That is so cool. Tim, join up. Welcome in, Redundant. Do you support Trump?
My house is on fire.
Okay. Go deal with your house on fire compared to sitting on a TikTok live. Recommend calling the cops. Get some firefighters out there. Got any babies inside of the house? You know, get them out of the house too. I would suppose. Welcome in, Will. Do you support Trump? Not Will's gone. Let's go to move on to the next guest right now, folks. Only hop inside of the queue if you happen to be MAGA. We got Susanna loading in. Emily, thank you for the $5 donation on Venmo. I appreciate you, Emily. Yeah, it looks like we're all caught up over on Venmo. Hi, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I just wanted to say I don't want to waste your time, but no, I don't. And
Okay, you have a good one. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Still looking for that next Trump supporter. Let's go to thank a couple people on PayPal real quick. Hey, Rachel. Thank you for the $20 donation. Thank you, Rachel. You are awesome. Show some love to Rachel down below. Let's get 200 Rachel W's. Rachel with a 20 says, been watching daily, and you are so good with debate. I've incorporated your way or words into my totally non-political HR job. Thank you for getting me through the day. I love that, Rachel. I really appreciate you for tuning in. I wonder how you've incorporated what we do on the stream into your non-political HR job. That's interesting. But cool to know that, I guess, the live streams impact things even outside of the realm of politics. That's awesome. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Okay. Well, you're also a little baby, a little fetus. So we gotta kick you. Oh my God.
Shh. Alexa, off.
1 second, Coop. I'm gonna put you on mute. Ryan. Dude, holy shit. Ryan, thank you so much for the $400 donation on PayPal. What the fuck, Ryan? Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm a little speechless. I usually have something to say. I don't right now. From the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the insane generosity. That is way too much. I don't deserve that. Man, I really don't deserve that. That is way too much money, my dude. But thank you. I want to see 5,000 Ryan W's down below in the chat because that is like true. That is like genuinely fucking outrageous. Thank you, dude. Oh my God. Show some love to the beast, the GOAT, Ryan, down below in that chat. Oh my, holy shit, dude. Wow. Ryan with a $400 says, I believe that by investing in you, I'm investing in the future of America. Thank you for inspiring me to be more involved in the world. Dude, I'm lost for words, Ryan. Thank you. I am so happy that the live streams have gotten you more involved in the world. Point number 1. And point number two, like I said, I genuinely don't know what to say. I don't think there's anything I could say to demonstrate how thankful I am for that. I would like to recognize, the privilege that comes along with doing what I do, because that is a shit ton of money, and just be thank you for that. I don't deserve a penny for what I do. And I'm just so grateful for your support. Like fucking genuinely. I'm over here like losing my mind. Dude, that's like food for well, food's gone up. Food for a month and a half. You know? Thank you. Bro. All right, we're going to hop back into the debates. Show some love to Ryan down below, because that is genuinely nuts. I'm just gonna pass the mic to the guest because I don't know what the hell to say. Thank you, Ryan. Absolute goat. W's for Ryan in the chat. That guy just left for the next 3 hours. Okay. W's for Ryan in the chat until we end the stream. Based Ryan. Holy shit. And let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got the next guest connecting right now. We got Samara loading in. Guys, please only hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Please make sure that you are following the rules of the live stream, please, and thank you. Huge shout out to Ryan. Welcome in, Samara. Do you support Trump? Nope, Samara just automatically left. Moving on to Pie Guy. That is so nuts. Welcome in, Pie Guy. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do. What's up, my man?
Not too much. How old are you?
Good. I'm 41 or 40. Sorry. Damn.
Sounds good. I'm gonna pass the mic off to you to tell us why you support Trump, and in the meantime, I'm gonna blow my nose. So just take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
Yeah, no problem, man. I support Trump because since Bush left, he had TARP, and then there was quantitative easing for 8 years straight under Obama. And if you do a little research, it takes usually about 8 or 9 years for quantitative easing to have negative effects, which would be around 2023, which is what we went through. And then I noticed you were saying about gas prices under Biden. I remember gas prices under Obama, which are higher than that they are today. Not diesel. Diesel's definitely more expensive, but gas is more expensive. And where I live in Washington State, gas is more expensive under Biden than it currently is with the Iran war going on. So he has made a lot of policy moves, and I believe what's happening over in the Middle East is not like it's not like a long term for everywhere. I think it's to squeeze the old OPEC system. We've become now the largest producer of oil.
Yeah,
I think with the nearest next. It is wild, right?
I said that we have been for a while, including under Biden.
No, yeah, it was definitely happening under Biden, but it started under the beginning of Trump, right?
I would disagree. When we look at oil production under Trump in his first term, we see that the most oil ever produced in any given month under Trump 1.0 was in December of 2019 at
well, of course, but that takes
1.3
time.
million barrels of oil per day. And then, of course, the oil industry just went to shit because of COVID. A refinery shut down. They stopped drilling oil. And then in response, when Biden got into office, he essentially just proved the most drilling permits that any administration has ever. In fact,
but those were permits that were pushed through under the Trump administration, not during the Biden administration. Because if you're, I don't mean to interject.
I'm talking about the approval of new permits. Okay, not breaking ground on permits that were already issued, but literally approving new permits. And there's 50% more new permits that were approved under Biden compared to under the Trump administration in its first way around. And that's actually because in response to us sanctioning Russian oil, the Biden-Harris administration really wanted to capitalize off of the fact that now the global supply is cooked to recenter American production, which would, of course, also have the invisible hand effect of helping Americans because now they're going to be paying less for gas if we could rebump that global supply of oil. So because the Biden-Harris administration kicked permit approval to high gear and really incentivized drilling, we were then able to produce the most that we ever have as a nation in a 4-year time span, outproducing
That's actually a little
Trump
misleading.
for a year and a half.
That's actually a little misleading because under the Obama administration, during the Obama administration, they put in a lot of regulations to keep us from drilling in the North Face in Alaska. And during the Trump administration, he pushed to reverse that and then allowing more permits to be pulled. But during the Biden administration, even though that there was a lot of permits that were applied for, which were the highest, even under the Trump administration, it was only because the North Face leasing was opening up. And if you do a little research on the Biden term, they didn't allow as many permits to go through. They denied a bunch of permits off the coast of California that now is happening under Trump. They denied a bunch of new permits in the Gulf of America or Mexico, whatever you want to call it. I don't really care about that. But under that, they actually didn't allow a lot of new permits. And now it's happening off the coast of Florida, off the different coasts of off the Gulf of America, and off the coast of California, which what's his name, Newsom, is currently fighting. So even though there was the highest amount of applications during the Biden administration, that doesn't mean that the drilling was because of Biden. If you remember in 2019, Trump sent, what's his name, I can't remember the...
You didn't listen to anything that I said, and I'm really disheartened by that fact.
Well, yeah, but you're saying that under the Biden administration, that
this is why it's important to listen to other people when they speak, because I literally addressed like almost every other point that you made, and you just straight up didn't listen.
So what you're saying is that under the Biden administration, he handed out more permits than ever before, even though Trump was fighting regulations put under Obama.
Yes.
So we couldn't drill offshores.
Yeah. So the Biden-Harris administration approved more new permits to then go and drill on federal land than the Trump admin. 50% more. That's exactly what I said, and that's exactly what you ignored. And then you went on to talking about nature reservations in Alaska and off coast. Yeah. See, Biden's thing was, well, yeah, he didn't like oil drilling in Alaska because it was on a nature reservation, and he didn't like oil drilling off the coast for other related environmental concerns. But he was able to account for that by just see. This is the issue. You're not listening to me because you would just want to interject and cut me off and say something yourself. Just let me finish.
No, you're right. Even though I let you talk the first time. Go ahead. I apologize.
Okay. So then the Biden-Harris administration just invested a shit ton into approving permits on other federal land across the country outside of the nature reserves in the West Coast. And that's why under Biden, we saw the most oil ever produced as a country. That's why under Biden, we saw the most approved permits for oil ever approved as a country. And that's why you're wrong.
So if that's correct, right? Why did the Biden administration send a team down to Venezuela to negotiate with Maduro for oil?
To further increase the supply because of our sanctions on Russia. They wanted to dump as much possible oil into supply as possible on top of American production, but also with Venezuela, production from Venezuela, to like strengthen the American dollar and to ensure that, you know, American consumers weren't paying like $1 billion for everyday goods or $1 billion for gas. Because admittedly, after Donald Trump's 2020 OPEC deal and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, oil costs a shit ton of money. So you should actually be thanking Biden here.
So you think I should thank Biden for gas prices being more expensive during Biden's term than Trump's term?
Yeah, you should be thanking Biden for the way that he handled the issue he didn't create. He responded to a problem. He didn't create the problem, and he responded very well.
Can you tell me what the problem was?
Yeah.
Because if gas was cheaper during the end of Trump's term, which we can all agree that was because of COVID, but prices were coming down because I own a business. And when Trump first took office, gas in Washington state was in the $5s. And then after Trump left, because it got lower here in Washington state, which is crazy expensive. Then when Biden took over, I had just started my business and I was paying $5.85 in the state of Washington. So you're saying that because of OPEC, the deal with OPEC, in 2020, which there was
Russia's invasion of Ukraine,
which is correct, but that was in what, the beginning of 2022?
Yes.
Taken?
So that was in February of 2022.
Yeah. So why was gas more expensive before the invasion? Right? Why was gas expensive before the invasion? It did go
because
up more,
of the OPEC 2020
but it was still expensive. But the OPEC 2020 deal. So when you say the OPEC 2020, can you clarify what the deal was?
Yeah, sure. It was a deal to reduce the output from OPEC by 10%. And by the way, you could just go on the one moment. You could just go on the EIA's website and see this. So the skyrocketing gas prices literally started in November of 2020 when Trump was still president, and that set a trend that then rebalanced the price of gas to around $3.20. And then it skyrocketed a second time because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And then that's why we saw in response Biden approve as much drilling permits as we've ever seen. That's why in response we saw Biden also attempt to get more oil put into the supply from Venezuela. And that's why we saw as a response from Biden and under Biden, we produce the most oil that we ever have as a country in a 4-year time span. And it's also, I also want to say this, it's not just the OPEC 2020 deal, it's also Russia's invasion of Ukraine, but on top of that, it's also because a shit ton of refineries and oil drilling companies went out of business because of the pandemic. Remember when people couldn't work? Remember when unemployment was at a 14.8% high? Remember when companies were going under? Well, that also impacted the oil industry domestically and across the world. Supply chains were disrupted. There was significantly less oil being produced in America on the global stage. And because of that, and those other two factors of the OPEC 2020 deal and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, gas prices went up, 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 up.
Okay, so so let's say what you just said is correct, right? Which a lot of it is. I'm not saying that those things didn't happen. When, sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, so when Russia invaded Ukraine, right? What did Biden do to manage that at all, right? Because if we're gonna blame the surging prices of gas for,
I've already told you what he did to manage it 5 times. You're just not listening.
No, but no, he didn't though. The gas prices still went up.
Dude, I've been trying to tell you.
You walked me through, but I want to know if those things worked. Why?
So yeah, they started going down in June of 2022.
What? I mean, maybe some other places in the country that were close.
No, they literally went down.
Texas or something like that.
In June of 2022. In June of 2022, the average price of a gallon of gas in America was $5. In January of 2023, the average price of a gallon of gasoline was $3.44.
Didn't he relieve reserves in order to do that?
There was reserve relief. There was increased in domestic production. One moment. There was increase in domestic production. There was a bunch, and I've already tried to explain all these variables to you, but you just won't listen.
No, but you're telling me that he started pumping oil, right? And that's what caused the prices to come down in 2023. You can agree that during the first couple of years of the Biden administration, there was all these weird things happening that had crazy fluctuating prices. Like lumber and all the goods and all the ships that are waiting out there, right, off of the coast of LA because of COVID. So we can say that all these things happened during Trump going into the Biden administration. But to sit here and say that because of Trump, gas prices surged, and then we added because of the OPEC deal, and then added.
I mean, I don't really blame it all on Trump. I just want to clarify that. Like, I think it was more so like a culmination of like global factors than Trump.
Well, of course. And so now here we are. So I believe that what's happening currently right now with Iran is so we, the United States, aren't left scratching for anything that we can.
Do you just like completely concede that conversation surrounding the price of gas?
No, I'm still on it.
Okay. Well, listen. I think that you came into this conversation expecting like an easy dunk because you think that you know more than me about oil and gas. But just to kind of like reduce this down into a couple key factors, the reason why I don't say that the increase in the price of gas under the Biden-Harris administration was the fault of the Biden-Harris administration was because we could clearly identify all of these external variables, such as supply chain disruptions caused by the pandemic, Donald Trump's 2020 OPEC deal, and Russia's invasion of Ukraine, that all happened at the same time. All right, that then caused the price of gas to skyrocket, not even starting under Biden, but actually starting under Trump in November of 2022. My source would be the EIA. All right. And then we saw a great response from the Biden-Harris administration, dumping the reserves, increasing domestic production to the highest it's ever been, asking Venezuela to release some of their oil into the supply chain as well, in which then helped alleviate that stress on the average American, dropping the price of gas $1.50 in less than a half of a year, with a continued downtrend until right before Donald Trump's invasion of Iran. So I just don't see how we could attribute literally any level of wrongness here whatsoever to the to the Biden-Harris administration for the price of gas at all. Go ahead and respond to that. One second. Feel free to hop back inside of that queue. We gotta go over some breaking news. Was there a shooting at the correspondence dinner? Yo, this is wild, guys. Trump may have gotten shot at? We could take a look at it together. We could take, yeah, we'll take a look at the footage together. I already got it in. Wow, what the hell is going on? We gotta watch this. What the fuck? Okay, the volume is like really bad. Okay, the music is like... The audio's on this is like really, really quiet. Let's try to evaluate it together. So Trump is sitting there at the dinner. All of a sudden, a bunch of people start rushing. No one knows what's going on. Secret Service rushes on top of Trump. Evacuates him out. I'm not quite sure what we just watched. I mean, I just saw like a bunch of people like hop on top of Trump and usher him out. Did anybody else move? Wait. All right, let's try to identify if like there's any like shots or anything by like looking at everybody else in this footage. So we were just looking at Trump. Let's look at everybody else real quick. Let's see if anybody else like has a reaction like we would naturally expect from gunshots. So I'm gonna be like looking at the crowd. Okay, it looks like kind of everybody up here like suddenly looked this way. So maybe that there's a loud noise towards the back. See, like Melania catches it first, she catches it, he catches it, Trump catches it. Oh, that guy. Yeah, oh, everybody's looking. Everybody's looking at this corner right here. Everybody's looking at this corner. And then they rush him off. Ooh, that actually could be. I don't know. Could be a gunshot. I feel like, I don't know, man. I feel like they would have had a different reaction if it was a gunshot. Maybe it was somebody like trying to like rush the stage. That's what I put my money on. I put my money on maybe them trying to like rush the stage. I'm sure that we'll get like official word here soon. Don't worry, folks. I'll keep you up to date. We just had like a lengthy ass conversation with that dude about gas. Oh yeah, Aaron just posted about it.
We were watching it live, and it looks as though Donald Trump and Melania Trump, the First Lady and the President, were just evacuated. There are reports of possible shots fired in or around the Hilton building where the White House Correspondents' Center is currently being held. We don't really have much information as to what is happening right now, but essentially the dinner is on hold, it looks like. This is a possible very serious situation. President Trump has been evacuated from the building. The First Lady has been evacuated from the building. If you watch the stream, literally they were getting ready for this dinner, and then all of a sudden you had people crouching under the chairs, crouching under the table. The President and the First Lady were quickly rushed out. We'll have more information soon. I'll have more updates. Spread the word, follow for more.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, there's the verdict, folks. I'm sure that we will learn much more about this in the coming moments. I would assume, here in like literally 10 minutes, it'll be a little bit more clear, and I'll have something to share with you all. So if you want to stay up to date, just stay tuned into that live, and I'll keep you up to date with the moment by moment updates. I'm like refreshing like all like mainstream media outlets to see what the hell is going on. If it was an assassination attempt, why do these assassination attempts seem to come when like Donald Trump's approval rating is really low? like I don't know. That's just a coincidence I've noticed. A little bit of a correlation I've seen is whenever like Trump is like doing bad in the polls, all of a sudden somebody tries to kill him. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, it doesn't look like they're there. We're going to move on to the next guest, folks. Only up inside of the queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Donald J. Trump as president. Like I said, I will keep you guys up to date with that. It doesn't really look like anybody knows what the hell's going on. I assume...
What happened at the dinner, twin?
What the fuck is
What
that,
happened?
dude? Get out of here. I assume that we'll be getting updates really soon from some of the people that were at the correspondence dinner. Like, I definitely take a guess here that they're... What the hell was that? What the fuck was that, dude? What the fuck was that? I was in the middle of, like, a sentence. What the fuck was that? Alright, anyways. I'd assume that there's a lot of people at that correspondence dinner that, like, have, a social media presence or, like, active online. Definitely some, like, MAGA... Some MAGA influencers and whatnot. And, I'll see what they say. Welcome into Sport Trump.
I do.
How old are you?
Well, I'm 21.
Okay, what year are you born in?
2004.
Okay, perfect. What month?
December.
Okay, awesome. Give me one moment here just to thank a couple people, then I will happily pass the mic to you so you can tell us why you support Trump. Sorry if I seem a little bit distracted, folks. I'm also just following minute-by-minute updates with what the hell just happened at the correspondence dinner. To thank a couple people on Venmo. Jacob, thank you for the $10, who says, thank you for making everything better, Dean. Well, I appreciate you for the $10, Jacob. I want to see 100 Jacob W's down below in that comment section. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, wait. Caitlin Collins? Okay, Caitlin Collins might have said something about this. Caitlin Collins. Apparently, Caitlin Collins is there, folks, and she gave an update. So let me just go check her account real quick. I do apologize to you guys. Just hang with me here. We're just trying to figure out what the hell happened to Trump. Okay. All right, let's check out Caitlin Collins' page. Fantastic. Let's take a look. Looking right now, folks. Nothing from Collins yet on X. What about like CNN? I'm seeing in the chat people are saying that like there was like a gunman in the lobby and Secret Service took him out. That's all speculatory. That's legitimately all speculatory though. Like I'm just legitimately like repeating what I see people say in the chat, so don't take my word for it. Yeah, nothing yet, man. Nothing yet. We'll know more soon. And Santana, I appreciate you. Santana just sent me a text saying that he'd keep up to date with it. Oh, okay. Apparently, Caitlin Collins is like on air on CNN on the phone with him. I wish I had like a plan. Okay, yeah. Okay, here's from The Independent. Okay, Trump in the White House, VIPs evacuated after shooting at correspondents' dinner with gunman killed on scene. Wow, okay. Oh, wow, okay, yeah, it's been confirmed. Donald Trump was evacuated from the White House Correspondents Association dinner after gunshots were heard inside of the Washington Hilton. The president was ushered away from the event, and attendees took cover under tables in the ballroom. A shooter has been confirmed as dead. A number of top administration officials were in attendance, including Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, and Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth. Trump was seated when shots were heard. And that's from The Independent. So apparently shots were heard and a gunman was killed after Trump was evacuated. And I would assume that like maybe the gunman wasn't in the room. I don't know. I mean, I don't think anybody really knows. I don't think anybody knows. Let me check somebody else out because I don't think The Independent is the most reliable. Let's see what AP is saying. I really do trust AP. I love AP so much. Okay, so AP is saying that he was evacuated but no signs of injury. Maybe they're talking about like specifically injuries to Trump. That'd be my guess. Trump evacuated after security incident at White House Correspondents' Dinner. No sign of injuries. President Donald J. Trump and other top leaders of the United States were evacuated from an annual dinner of the White House Correspondents on Saturday night after an unspecified threat. There did not immediately appear to be any injuries. The Secret Service and other authorities swarmed the banquet hall as guests ducked under the tables of hundreds. By the hundreds. Quote, unquote, out of the way, sir, somebody yelled. Others yelled to duck. Okay, so the AP is not yet reporting that. Let's see if maybe Aaron posts another update. BBC is covering it live now. Yeah, I would make an assumption here that It's being reported on C-SPAN. CNN is finally reporting on it, apparently. Let's see if there's any like live news on YouTube about it. Maybe I just need to buy YouTube TV. I've been meaning to do that for so long. Is I just need to buy YouTube TV. I really do. Okay. All right. Well, I'll keep you guys updated as we learn more. We'll have an official verdict here very, very, very soon about what happened. Yeah, I'll probably buy that, you know, for the next time that this happens. Because, like, clearly, like, live TV is going to be a whole lot faster than waiting for, like, news articles. Okay, so CNN has confirmed a shooter's being dead. CNN has confirmed a shooter's being dead. It's on CNN right now. Oh, I think I found a live. Let's see. Oh yeah, I just have a live stream of the correspondence event. Okay, it looks like people are just being evacuated. Yeah, so like it looks like everybody's pouring out of the event. I mean, it doesn't really look like anybody's in too big of a rush. Okay, I got some losers there on their phone making sure to record it all. You know, be a hit tweet. Be a hit tweet. See if we could find the moment it happened. What was it like? It was like 9 minutes ago. Okay. Here it is. Let's watch it together. Okay, I think this is the moment. Oh, yeah, those are totally gunshots. Yeah. Those are definitely gunshots. It doesn't sound like they're in the same room, though. Okay, so yeah, definitely gunshots. Definitely not in the same room, though. Let's listen to that again. Yeah, a bunch of gunshots. People in the crowd start freaking out. Trump has no fucking clue. He's like looking around like, what the hell's going on? And then they get him out. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like there was some shots in like some other part of the building is what it seems like. In the lobby. Yeah, one bang, then rapid bangs. Sounds like some dude walked in with a gun. All right. Secret Service agents say, get down! Or some shit like that in the lobby because they got them posted up everywhere. He says, nope, I'm not going to get down. And then he gets fucking shot. That's what my money is on. That is what my money is on, folks. I'm surprised we didn't get a few fist pumps there. Fight, fight, fight! We didn't even know. He had no fucking clue. You could hear the gunshots audibly on that clip. Okay, you could also hear like the tables and the silverware and the plates like audibly being like thrown around by people that are like freaking the fuck out. And Trump's just like sitting there. He has no clue. He has no clue whatsoever. All right. Folks, I'm just going to quickly make a video on this. I'm going to syndicate it on TikTok and Instagram, just so people know that there is a shooting. Like to try to help keep people up to date. And then we'll go ahead and hop back into the debates. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right, this should only take. Hopefully I'll be able to do this in the very first try, and then we'll go ahead and hop back into the debates. Breaking news: there was a shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and I'm definitely not going to be able to do this on first try. In fact, I'm not even going to worry about it until the live stream is over. Too much pressure is on me. Isn't that crazy? I feel like the pressure of like the live stream on me when I'm trying to film a video, but then I don't feel the pressure of the live stream when I'm just like doing the typical debates. Nah! All right, scratch that. Go ahead, take it away. Tell us why you support Trump. Kirsten, I appreciate you for your patience.
Hi, okay, so I'm totally willing to be humbled. I could totally be in the wrong, whatever I think. If you change my mind, that's totally cool. But I was never political at all, but obviously I'm 21 years old. I live by myself. I never went to college, but I have a full-time job. I can support myself, okay? I was on my way to work one day. I got stopped by No Kings protesters. They wouldn't let me through the road. I got to work 20 minutes late. I got completely fired for it. I got fired for people taking off work to protest. So I really looked into it. I found out, I don't know if this is true or not, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I found out that No Kings raised $3 billion. Is that true?
I would assume not. Every time there's a big liberal protest, a bunch of like alt-right influencers across the ether, especially on Twitter, post like fake Google spreadsheets saying that, oh, this is where they got all their money from. And then it's like 200 billion from George Soros, 100 million from Taylor Swift, so on and so forth. So I definitely wouldn't reliably trust that number.
Okay, well then I don't even, okay. But, obviously, I kind of read that and I took that. So it was like $3 billion and Donald Trump is still the president. That $3 billion could have, supported 300,000 moms who need help with $100,000 each. So I was kind of and then I also looked more into money and I was like, okay, obviously if you're gay, cool, be gay, totally fine. But I was looking in LA, New York City. Their pride events cost $4 million. Imagine if they took that $4 million and put it towards something else that mattered. I just support Trump because I think that Trump supporters work harder. And I totally think that the other party, I totally think that they love people and they want to support people. I just think that I'm selfish. I make money because I want to survive. I don't want to give my money out for that kind of stuff. That's why I support Trump, because I want my money to be for me and not to support other people, because I work for it and it's hard right now to work for it,
Okay, so the first thing that I'll say here is if you're concerned about $4 million being spent on a pride parade via the use of private funds, by the way, because that money could have been better spent elsewhere. How do you feel about the $1 billion that we have spent every 24 hours for the last month and a half since the start of Donald Trump's war in Iran to kill little girls in the Middle East? Kind of that money have been spent elsewhere?
That's not right
or
either.
I'll make it even worse than
right.
$1 billion. Take $5 trillion. Okay? 1 trillion is 1,000 billion. 1 billion is 1,000 million. Okay, so that is a shit ton of money. So much more than the $1 billion per day being spent in the war in Iran. So much more than the $4 measly million being spent on a pride parade. $5 trillion is what was spent on Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. And what did it do? Took healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans. Took food stamps away from 3 million low-income Americans. And reduced, by the way, the purchasing power of the average American making at or under $51,000 per year, making them worse off at the end of the day. So I'm going to call you a hypocrite if you could sit here and say, well, there shouldn't have been $4 million spent on a parade, but, I don't really care about the $5 trillion spent on the big, beautiful bill.
I would say you are 100% correct. You know what? You could convince me right there. You are so correct. But that's all not money that is controlled by the people. Obviously, No Kings, Pride, that stuff's raised for those events. If we took all that money that all the people raised and we gave it to moms who need help, kids who can't afford clothes, don't you think that would just do a little bit just like an inch of help towards people.
Okay, so in a diverse market, we spend money on different things, okay? We spend money on helping moms, okay? There are charities specifically designed for raising money for new mothers, and we spend money to raise funds for protests like No Kings or like Pride parades, okay?
But where did all that money
110%.
for No Kings go?
And I want
Where
to
did it all
clarify,
go?
I'm trying to clarify here. There's no issue, literally no issue with people privately raising money, okay, for events like No Kings or for events like Pride parades. Why would there be an issue? Every single person who gave their money to fundraise for this thing did so with intention and did so with consent. They transferred their property to somebody else. No problem with that whatsoever. There's nothing unethical about that in the slightest. Now, what I'd argue there maybe is something unethical about, okay, is the fact that things that are not privately fundraised for, like these private events, but more so like the ward around that is paid for with public funds collected from the taxpayer, all right, why don't you have an issue with that? Why don't you have an issue with a $5 trillion spent on the big beautiful bill? Why don't you have an issue spent with the $1 billion a day spent on the war in Iran? Like, why are you going after, right? Why are you going after the $4 million spent privately on a parade to promote inclusivity for everybody compared to the $1 billion spent on a war in the Middle East to promote the killing of children? Like, what? It makes no sense.
No, but the thing is we don't have control over that. I mean, we could, but like, obviously,
yeah, we do with our votes.
Yeah, but all this money that we raised for Pride events for No Kings, what happened to it? Where is it? Why isn't it being supported for something that actually matters? And the No Kings does not
I'm
make any
so
sense
confused. You're mad about about people privately choosing to spend their money on events to promote inclusivity, but you're not mad about our government spending like 1 trillion times as much money on killing little girls in the Middle East? Like, is this a troll?
But I can't go to the government and be like, stop doing that. I can tell
Yes, you
people,
can.
hey,
You could vote for a representative who doesn't support spending money on that. That's where the
My
whole
one vote's
no
not gonna do
taxation without
anything.
representation comes from. Okay,
All,
your
like, out of
representation
my
in determining where the taxpayers' dollars are spent, it comes from the ballot box. You can vote, and by the way, you could protest. That's also something else you could do. That's what a protest is.
but
So
the
a
thing
vote
is,
is. Dude, stop speaking
don't
over me,
protest.
please.
I
So
don't protest.
stop speaking over me, please. So a vote is where you vote for what representative you want. Okay, so then hopefully you will have your interests, okay, represented in Congress. So then you got me all fucked up because of all the interruptions. So then all the money in which is collected from the constituents of this nation through taxes is then spent where you want it to be. Okay, and then when we have representatives that are not spending that money where you want it to be, well, then you protest because the hidden check and balance of a well-functioning democracy would be the social support for or against, okay, something that the president or something that Congress is doing. And when they're doing something that you don't like and you can't vote right now, then you go out and you protest.
Okay, I guess all you've really convinced me is that people can go support things and spend their money on stuff that will never make anything happen when people actually need help. So you can go give your money to No Kings. Trump is still protest if you give their money to them. Or you could take all that money and you could give it to the foster care. You could give it to kids who need lunch. You could give it to kids who need clothes. But they choose to give it to things that don't affect anything. And I guess it's like, in my opinion, my heart, I would rather give my money to help someone than to give it to a donation where I don't know where the money's going to.
I have a question. Why are you on this live stream debating me right now? Well, I mean, you could clearly be spending your time doing something else. Right now, okay, the 20 minutes that you spent up here waiting for the debate to begin, and then the 10 minutes that you've been debating, you could have rather spent creating an e-commerce startup to generate funds that you then could have turned around and donated to mothers in need. Honestly, I think that you're an incredibly selfish person in the way that in which you spend your time. You shouldn't be spending your time on this live. You should be spending this time fucking grinding to become an alpha Chad to make 7 figures a year online. Okay, so then you could donate it all to charities.
Well, I do work, and obviously I get paid every other week. Like,
but you could be working right now. Like, you're clearly not working. Well, why aren't you working right this instant? You should be working right this instant.
Well, I believe that people deserve breaks. They deserve to relax. Obviously, mental health is important. So, but I get paid every 2 weeks.
So you're saying that there's other things that matter too?
Of course. Of
Right.
course.
So we're agreeing here, right?
so
That it
I
okay. So
don't-
we're agreeing here that like charities to fundraise money for like mothers in need matter.
and it
Okay,
gets
especially
taken
when we
out
have an
of my
administration that is defunding the systems that are supposed to support mothers in need, like the Trump admin, which you support, by the way. Okay, but other things matter too, like raising social awareness around the fact that we have a terribly tyrannical president that's running this country and this world into the ground. There's no issue whatsoever with people spending their money on protests. You said that, oh, well, they could have spent that money not on a protest, but rather on mothers in need. This is a whole I like pancakes, therefore I hate waffles argument. Okay, just because they're choosing to spend some of their money on No King's Day protests doesn't mean that they're spending other funds that they also have on donating to charities for mothers in
But
need.
what did that money that they spent on it do? Like, where
It
did
helps.
it go
It helps to raise social awareness to get more people to vote blue in the midterms, which matters.
But did that happen? Like,
Yes.
Trump's still president.
Donald Trump right now has the lowest approval rate out of any president in American history at this point in their term. Yes,
so
it
they
did. It did do
donated
something.
money to help people vote when they could have used their voice. So, like, I don't understand. That was a waste of money. It was a waste of money.
What was the waste?
They gave all that money to so people could vote differently. That makes no sense.
Why does that make sense?
Because where is that money right now?
Well, it was spent on the event that raised the awareness and which has now led to further downward pressure in Donald Trump's approval rating.
It makes no sense to me at all. People need to work. They need to.
what?
It doesn't make sense. That money should be going to people who need it.
Okay, so what money has Donald Trump given to the people that need it?
You know, that's a good point. That's a very good point. And you know what? And honestly, no.
Did you know that he's like defunded cancer research by like billions of dollars? Did you know that he defunded veterans' access to healthcare by millions of dollars and fired
Well, I'm a
like
veteran,
40,000
and I have
employees?
really good healthcare.
Did you know that like
I'm a
Donald
veteran. I have
Donald
really good
Tr-
healthcare.
Did you know that Donald Trump is like defunding the working class in general?
Well,
I just don't know what the
as a
fuck is going. Like this is just like so.
21-year-old, and
This
I
is like so weird. You're just like telling me, oh, they shouldn't be spending money on No King's Day to like increase social
What do
awareness
you
and
know
support.
about the working class? You're not the working class. So you go live, you make money. I actually go to work and I survive on myself. What do you know about the working class?
What do I know about the working class is an
Yes.
odd question.
Have you lived in our position?
Have I lived in the position of an average American? I've lived in the position of much below an average American. For periods of my childhood, I was homeless.
I get that, I understand that. I'm sorry. And you know what? Maybe
But
you're
okay,
right.
but
Maybe-
like who's going to be like closer in proximity to the working class? The ultra billionaire elite that grew up with a golden spoon in his mouth, or the TikTok streamer who works 4 hours a day, 7 days a week.
It's not like work that's like helping people out.
No
You know what
way.
I'm saying?
No way. Yeah, what I do just
No.
doesn't help anybody, right?
Not really. I mean,
So
it
true. I
doesn't
couldn't have said it any
really-
better myself. Why are you
I
whining?
graduated high
dude,
school.
legit
I went
whine.
into the army so I could have.
Wait
a
1 second. I gotta
place to
thank some people for
myself.
supporting my work. Keith, thank you for the $2 donation. I really appreciate you. Could you thank Keith for the $2 dono?
Thank you.
Oh wait, but he just spent money on something completely useless that's leading to nothing.
It is. They could go to
So-
somebody who needs
so true,
like,
so
tampons
true.
and
So
stuff
true.
like that,
Okay,
you
go to
know?
somebody who needs tampons. So how did you know that Keith didn't have another $2 that he also donated to a foundation and charity to raise money for homeless women?
He didn't. Let's
And how
be
you know that how?
real. Because he didn't.
Well, I just what's
You
like
both
I'm
know
sorry.
that.
Like what in somebody donating to my live stream means necessarily that therefore they can't donate to any other to anything else.
They should take that $2 and then they should give it to a mom who needs it, right? Because that mom needs it a little bit more than
Okay,
you, right?
if you care about moms who need it, okay, then why do you support a president that ensures we're creating more moms who need it by ensuring
Well,
that even pregnant
can I
rape
be
victims
for
are
real with
dude,
you?
stop interrupting me, please. Like what are we doing?
I just wanted to say something. Can I say something now?
Oh my god.
You
No, because I was in the
have-
middle of saying something.
But you stopped. You paused.
Because you interrupted me.
Okay, you can finish and then I'll finish.
Okay. So if you care about women who need help, all right, moms who need help, you shouldn't support Trump. Because Donald Trump is only ensuring that we have more moms in poverty who need help by overturning Roe v. Wade, ensuring that today 66 million American women and girls don't have access to elective abortion, and there's 60 pregnant victims of rape per day that are denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states, when childbirth is the leading cause of poverty in women. Okay, and in areas with pro-choice legislation compared to areas with pro-life legislation, we see significantly higher qualities of lives, we see higher real median wages, we see higher levels of education and lower levels of poverty. But I'm going to go ahead and thank a couple more people. Ashley, thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate you so much for the love. I'll have to check that one out. Ashley, thank you for the $20. Stacy with the $5. Fassi with the $10. Thank you. Jacob with the $10. I appreciate you. And then Joseph, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo. I want to see 1,000 Joseph W's down below in that chat. Thank you so very much for the $100 donation. Thank you so much, Joseph. That is fucking insane. I want to see 1,000 Joseph W's down below because that is truly nuts. Thank you for the $100, dude. Holy. Joseph with $100 says you deserve every penny of this for the work that you do. Thank you so much, man. From the bottom of my heart, I'm so very grateful for you. Thank you so much for the love and support, Joseph. Thank you so much. And then Gene, thank you for the $10, who says Mean Dean changed another man's mind based. Hell yeah, Gene. Brooklyn, thank you for the $20, who says W Dean for pissing off old people, the only acceptable form of elder abuse. Crazy. Thank you for the $20 at Brooklyn. Show some love to Brooklyn down below. I appreciate ya. And then Fuzzy, I appreciate you for the $9 as well. On Super Chat, thank you so much, Tsunami, for the $5. Thank you, Jules, for the $10. I appreciate you, Jules. And then Elizabeth with the $18, who says you can't control what movement a private citizen spends their money on either. No King's Day goes towards DIM, and Pride funds go to making lives easier for LGBTQ plus individuals who get kicked out. This matters. It absolutely does matter. I couldn't agree more. On PayPal, Lydia, thank you for the $10. I appreciate you. Riley, thank you for the $5. Melissa with a 1. Angelo with a 4. And then Nicole, thank you for the $21 donation. I appreciate you so very much for the love, Nicole. I'm going to go ahead and read your message to myself, but just know that I really appreciate you. Show some love to Nicole down below. With that, we are all caught up. Please show some love to all of the donors down below. If you do want to support me in the stream, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, on the link tree in my bio on TikTok, pin message on YouTube, and right there, Dean Withers without the Ian Withers. Really good way to ask a question or to get a message across. Amber, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Says, thank you for all that you do. Long-time viewer, first-time donating. Well, thank you so much, Amber. Same thing to Camila. Thank you for the $5. Now back to you. What does any of this have to do with why you support Trump?
Well, I guess it's just I believe that conservatives know how to work harder and support themselves better. But I think we just have to disagree.
Can I just tell you why that's false?
Why?
So Democrats are more educated than Republicans. Democrats have higher median wages than Republicans. Democrats, like I just said, if you don't know what higher real median wages are, Democrats make more money than Republicans. Democrats are less reliant on social safety nets, quote unquote, welfare than Republicans.
I mean, I guess, but like, I work hard every day.
So your argument is that because, quote unquote, you work hard every day and you identify as a conservative, that therefore conservatives work harder than liberals?
No. It was just all to the points that I started with.
Then why do you think that conservatives, quote unquote, work harder than liberals?
It was just like the points where I said, why give your money to support no kings? If Donald Trump was a king, you won't be able to protest. Like, obviously, I feel like
wait. You're deviating from the point. Why do you think that conservatives work harder than liberals?
That was my main subject. It was.
What does it have to do with, like, conservatives working harder than liberals?
No, we just had brought that up, but like, let's avoid that. I just want to go back. You were like, why? Okay? I will not give my money to no kings because
congratulations, you don't have to.
Why do people do it? Why can't they just have kinder hearts and give their money to something else?
How do you know that they don't?
That's it. Because if they're giving $100 to that, because it's hard to
How do you know that they also didn't give $100 to another foundation?
They don't do it though.
How do you know that?
Because do they? I got
women's DV shelters are like kept alive by people on the left. I mean, fuck, the right elected a rapist. Are you kidding me?
I got fired from my job from getting stopped by protesters because I was.
Oh, I see. You're just mad. You're mad that you got fired from your job because of no kings.
That's the one thing that made me super Republican. That's what made me turn.
But when it personally impacts you. I know the one that's what did it for you. You got fired from your job because no King's Day protester stopped you. But you know, just imagine that you were one of the 160 girls killed by the U.S. Tomahawk sent over there because Donald Trump decided to start a war with Iran.
Yeah, or even that, let's build on that. One of the girls raped by the illegal immigrants, right?
Oh, you mean like Molly Tibbetts under Donald Trump in his first administration who was murdered?
No,
Oh,
not
wait, you
even
probably don't
that.
even know her name because it was under Trump.
But okay, we can agree that.
Wait, what should, yeah, no, it's bad. What should happen to undocumented immigrants who rape American women? What should happen to them?
They should be put to death. Anyone who rapes a person should be put to death. If they're
Here's a jury verdict
Republican, they should be
form.
put to death.
Nope. Here's a jury verdict form that determined Donald Trump raped a woman by the name of E. Jean Carroll. Should Donald Trump be
He
put
should
to death?
Okay, see, I didn't know that, but now that I know that, you convinced me he should be put to death. Okay, I agree.
I can't even show you the jury verdict form. Okay. What the fuck are we doing? What are we doing? All right. What are we doing? Too tired for that, bro. What was that, man? I'm so lost. I'm dazed. I'm dazed and confused. I'm dazed and confused. Okay. Let's see what the updates are about the shooting. Okay, it doesn't look like there's too many updates here. Okay. Yeah, there's not too many updates on the shooting. It looks like shooter's dead. Okay. All right. Yeah, Trump is uninjured, left via motorcade, and the event is expected to resume here shortly. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box, folks. This is probably going to be the very last guest of the night. I'm feeling pretty tired and hungry, folks, so I think that we're going to cut it right at 4 hours. If you could tell, I probably have a little bit less energy than I typically do. Jack, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Okay, Jack's not here. He's just farting around. Sid, thank you for the $10. Sid, what the hell? It's good to see you. I feel like I haven't heard from you in a long time. Sid with the $10 says, I had to pop in and tell you the breaking news. My dad is no longer MAGA. Based! Wow, that's crazy. For those that don't know Sid, she's been a long-time viewer of what we do here. And her dad was always very, very MAGA. And his mind changed. That is huge news, Sid. Wow, I'm really happy for you. I hope that, now you guys are able to have a little bit of a better relationship. And then Ashley, thank you for the $20 as well. I appreciate you so much for that love, Ashley. Show some love to Ashley down below. Thank you so much for supporting me and what we do here.
Dick down your femboy throat, liberal.
That's insane. Thank you so much for the $20, Ashley. Let's get 200 Ashley W's while we're still trying to find that next Trump supporter to come up here and have a debate with us. We got Prime Patriot loading in.
Stop having your fans come into my stream and spread false information. It's actually pissing me off. Like,
why is she
genuine.
fucking promoting her stream? Pop off. Out of the live stream. Pop out of the live stream is what I meant to say. Moving on to the next guest, Tabby. Hey, Maya, thank you for the $10 Australian dollars. She says, hey, Dean, I'm a trans woman in Australia and you inspire me every day with your debates. Keep on doing what you do. Thank you, Maya. Thank you so much. I'm so very grateful that you tune in, and I'm very happy that you enjoy what we do. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Oh, guys, my head is hurting. Holy. Moving on to the next guest right now, folks. Please only hop inside of that queue if you are following our rules and you are a Trump supporter, please and thank you. We're looking for the next guest right now. I do apologize that it's taken a moment. You guys just bear with us. We only have 30 guest requests with 12,000 viewers on TikTok. A lot of people are really scared to debate, and that's just the way it is. We got the next guest, Colton, loading up into the live.
No more from you.
Colton, welcome in. Do you support Trump? Colton, hello?
How much cheese do we have, Mom?
Okay, that sounds like a private conversation. How much cheese do I have, Mom? What? What the fuck are we talking about? Jeanette, thank you for the $3 on Venmo, who says Caroline Levitt told Fox an hour ago that there would be shots fired tonight. Okay, we got to address this real quick. So Caroline Levitt, apparently, according to this donor, and I've seen it a couple times in the chat, told Fox News that shots would be fired tonight. Now, please. All right. We need to be reasonable. At the correspondence dinner in the past, what we've seen are very feisty remarks, jabs, roasts, things of that nature. So that was very clearly a metaphor used by Caroline Levitt, saying that shots would be fired as in verbal shots, not actual shots. Let's just be reasonable about that one, folks. Let's just be reasonable. But my God, that is going to start some conspiracy theories for sure. The one thing that we got to keep in mind here, guys,
Fuck
is
you,
if it...
Dean, you're an asshole. I'd beat your ass. You're lucky you're in the screen, dumbass.
Okay, 14-year-old, calm down.
I'm 21.
Oh, wow.
March of 2005.
Okay, what has you so wound up, buddy?
You're pathetic.
Why is that?
You're lucky Charlie Kirk's here.
Well, Charlie Kirk's not here. He's dad.
Yeah, I said not here, pal.
Oh, I'm lucky he's not here. Why?
Because he'd kick your ass.
Well, I mean, when he was here, I kicked his ass, so I don't know about that.
No, you didn't.
I mean, you could cope all you want. He said I gave him the best pro-abortion argument he's ever heard, and he ran away from me live in front of an audience of 1,000 students at a Texas student.
He said Cambridge.
What's that?
He said Cambridge gave him the hardest time.
I mean, do you want me to play you the clip?
You can.
I mean, will you even hear it? I don't know if you have like the interpretive ability to understand what he says. Do you mind if I ask you a quick question? How many continents are there?
7.
Name them.
How is that relevant to this conversation? Tell me.
So a guy that doesn't know the name of the 7 continents is gonna beat my ass. Yeah, okay, buddy. Keep dreaming, pal. Listen, I understand. Listen. I understand that you want a tough talk because you're hiding behind an anonymous account on TikTok as you're like watching fucking basketball, living in your mom's basement, shutting out. Listen, I know. This is what I'd recommend you do. Get off the game and go get a goddamn life instead of screaming at white boys on your phone screen. Okay?
I can do whatever I want. First Amendment right.
Well, I mean, A, doing something is different than saying something, so I don't know why you'd appeal to the First Amendment to justify doing whatever you want. And second of all, even though you have the constitutional right to be an incel chud, doesn't mean that it's good and conducive towards your own personal flourishment.
Bro, you're the only chud here, and we know that.
Yeah. Says the guy that's training to beat my ass by putting the hand in and out of the chips bowl watching football. Like, come on.
Dude, you can't be talking right now.
I can't be talking about what? I can't be talking about what? Tell me specifically what I cannot be talking about. Tell me.
Basketball, not football.
I'm sorry. It's another game that you're watching sedentary, sitting down, it's instead of doing something with your life while you scream at people on the internet. My bad. My apologies. No, for sure.
On live, right?
What's that?
Everybody saw the clip of you vaping on live.
Yeah. I'd rather vape on live than make a fool out of myself on live by saying that I'm going to beat somebody's ass and catch a charge just because they say things that I disagree with. Listen, you feel insecure and threatened by me because I prove people like you wrong on a daily basis. All right? You're like a little yappy chihuahua, little ankle biter. Buddy, listen, I get this like 3 trillion times a day in my DMs. I'm going to beat your ass. I'm going to beat your ass. No, you're not. Face the facts. You're not going to leave that basement. Like, logic necessitates that you leave the basement in order to at least attempt to beat my ass, and that's not going to happen.
Wait, if I'm such a chud, why are you still arguing with me?
Yeah, because I like shitting on chuds. Have you ever watched my stream before? That's my whole shtick, buddy.
Yeah, sadly, I have.
If I'm such a chud, have you ever watched my stream? Do you see who I talked to for 4 hours straight? Like, hello? Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, clearly. I don't know. I don't think he has ever watched my stream before. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Believe it or not, guys, that he very quickly got a flag for harassment and bullying, and I kept him on just to shit on him, even though it lost me 1,000 viewers. Parker, what's up? How we doing?
What's up? How have your debates been today, bro?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I can make a proper judgment because I'll be honest, I kind of went live without eating enough. And, my stomach was growling like 30 minutes in. So I've been like pretty like hungry all day. Therefore, I've been pretty tired all day. Therefore, I've been like pretty disillusioned all day. Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I mean, we've had some idiots. That's for sure. Did you see that
that's
there
crazy.
was
That's crazy, man.
quote unquote shooting at the correspondence dinner?
What happened there?
Well, what we know is very limited, but Trump was evacuated out after like 4 shots.
Was he shot at all, or was it they missed?
No, they missed.
What the fuck you remove me for?
He's back on an alt. Hey,
I'll
Parker.
beat the fuck out of both of you at once. Watch me.
Dude, so true. So true. Yeah, continue to live in your fantasy land, my friend. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Oh, crazy. That's crazy. Buddy, go learn the 7 continents, please. I beg you. Oh, and get a vasectomy. I beg you. All right? That thing cannot be producing offspring. Case, welcome in. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, dude, I support the president of the U.S.
You. Very anti-American of you. Why do you support him?
Why would I support the leader of the free world?
Yeah, why would you support President Trump?
I don't want to see our country tear itself apart from the inside over blue versus
Isn't that what
red.
Trump's doing to our country?
How is it one person? You don't have any accountability for your own actions?
Well, what actions did I engage in? I'm just talking about how the president of the United States in the past
I don't know
has
who Parker
sent
is. I
false
thought I
slates
was
of electors.
debating Dean.
Yeah, I don't care. He sent false slates of
Clearly.
electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when he didn't win to try to steal the election. And then he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers after inciting them to go to the Capitol.
And do you ever talk about any of the things that Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton, like all I hear from you guys is shitting on Trump, but you never talk about
primarily
any.
because Trump
hold
is
on,
the
hold
current
on, hold
president.
on, hold on. It's the current president, right? But you're standing on a soapbox as if every other president that's come before Trump has just been a perfect saint, from Barack Obama, but from George Bush. Every president since you guys have been around has been corrupt.
Can you name any other president that did what I just said that they did? And can you name any other president that's made billions of dollars from the presidency?
They've bombed foreign countries, and all you guys do is rag on Trump and sow division and post lives trying to shit on other Americans. You're doing nothing constructive. This isn't constructive.
Hey, Case, can I tell you something?
I personally, no, you can't. Fuck off. I can't.
Hey,
cuss
Parker,
on
he's
lives.
on
Whoops,
he's on
sorry.
his soapbox. Parker, let him do the whole like steamroll and leave. Go ahead.
Yeah, steamroll. I'm not leaving. I mean, I don't understand why Parker is debating me. Are you debating me, or is Parker debating me?
Well,
We both are. Is that a complicated thing for you to understand?
Sure, let's go. 2v1. Love it.
Cool. Do you have anything else to say? I didn't mean to cut you off there about it. Sounds like you got a lot to get off your chest.
No, you didn't cut me off. Like I said, you didn't answer anything that I've said. How come you don't take any issue with any
making
past
sure that you're
presidential
done.
actions?
Okay. Well, so that's what we call a straw man fallacy, which is where you attempt to misrepresent your opponent's argument in order to defeat it easier. So I've never said that I don't take an issue with anything that any other president has ever done. In fact, just moments ago, we were talking about the terrible war crimes that occurred in Afghanistan, even when Obama was president, right? Now, what's true here is that we do spend a vast majority of our time talking about the current administration because there has to be some material outcome of my efforts. And hopefully that material outcome will be getting enough people on board with the voting for the Dems in midterms in order to keep the current tyrannical administration in check. That doesn't mean that Biden was a saint, Obama was a saint, Clinton was a saint, Bush was a saint, Nixon was a saint, or anybody else, though.
I agree.
Right? But I think that Parker made a good point, is that Donald Trump is uniquely insane. Because out of all of those other presidents, I can't name one that within a span of 2 weeks claimed to be Christian, attacked the Pope, praised Allah on Easter, threatened the genocide of 90 million people, raped a woman, boasted about sexual exploitation, and hit on his own daughter. You know what I mean? Like, Trump is uniquely insane.
I mean, I would argue that this whole point in time in society is insane, not just one person. I mean, the fact that you can word vomit
one person played.
The fact that you can word vomit all of your thoughts and at all times on the internet for millions of strangers, like, yeah, maybe someone should tell him, hey, dude, get off Truth Social and just like deal with your problems like most presidents in the past have privately. That's not the reality we live in, though. Yeah, you're gonna hear his insane Truth Social posts, and
So if you accept he's insane, then why do you support him?
plenty of past leaders have been viewed insane, and they still did great things.
Wait, Case, can I ask you a question though? Can you name one president in modern American history that has made billions off the presidency?
I mean, no, I don't just have that factoid memorized.
Well, the only person is Trump. I just want to let you know. No one else has made billions off the presidency in the modern era. Trump's the first guy we could say there. Not to mention, you can't mention a single other person in modern American history that's sent false slates of electors to electoral college to cast Trump votes when they didn't win to try to steal the election, who pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers after they incited them to go to the Capitol, who denied the results of the 2020 election with absolutely no evidence when 60-plus courts indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, who called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. Right? You can't mention any other candidate in modern American history that has done that. So the point that I'm making is that this is uniquely something that you should be able to call out. I think Case is left.
He's on pause.
I haven't left. No, sorry. I didn't. No, those are a lot of facts. It sounds like you were just reading it. I'd love to read it myself. I'm a visual learner. But I personally don't have an issue with the January 6th riot personally. The Constitution's framework actually encourages citizens to overthrow governments that are corrupt and no longer serving them. So I personally don't disagree with Americans storming the Capitol and overthrowing corrupt governments.
Okay, do you think the election in 2020 was fair?
Actually, there was proof that there was interference from Russia that the NSA covered up, and a girl went to prison for disclosing.
So you think Russia stole the election for Democrats in 2020? But there was no evidence substantiating that. I just want to let you know. 60-plus court cases indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election. Many of them were conservative and Republican and Trump-appointed judges. So I don't understand what you're talking about. Absolutely no court cases prove what you're saying.
I'm talking about Winters, who went to prison. She worked in the NSA, and she leaked information proving that the NSA was aware of Russian interference with elections and that the government was covering it up to not let us know that our elections weren't secure. Like that's true.
Election?
That did happen.
Are you saying in 2020 or are you saying in 2016? Because there was determined Russian interference in 2016, not 2020. And then also you should question, who is Russia trying to benefit in terms of the election? Was it Democrats or was it Republicans like Trump? They were literally trying to benefit Trump's prospects. So I don't understand what you're saying here. If you're trying to say that the 2020 election was rigged, it wouldn't make any sense to say that Russia rigged it for the Democrats. I don't think Case is going to have a response to that one.
No, sorry, dude. I'm not on a computer. I'm on a phone. So anytime I go to look up something, it pauses my microphone. Apologies. Like you're clearly reading information I don't have access to. I'm not able
reading
to
a single thing.
Bro, there's no one just spewing off whole paragraphs of factoids without not reading it. You're reading something.
Case, I am actually like genuinely serious on everything. I wasn't reading anything. I don't know why that was complicated. What I just said wasn't like super complicated or even sophisticated, to be honest with you.
Not that. When you're talking about the laws and him pardoning people. Again, though, dude,
Yeah,
I don't care.
All of that stuff I talk about all the time on stream.
I don't care about Dem versus Republic. You guys get so caught up on Dem versus Republic. It's poor versus rich. It's ultra
okay, so then
rich
why are you voting
versus
for
poor.
So then why are you voting for the ultra rich?
Who said I voted?
You're saying you vote for Trump, right? You support
I said
Trump.
I support my president.
Yeah, who's a ultra-rich billionaire who's made billions from the presidency. That's literally passed policies that give massive tax breaks to the rich and wealthy and increase taxes on working-class people.
I would support any president. That's what you don't get. It's the country I live in, and I'm not going to be divisive and try
Case, I have
to
a
burn
question.
it from the inside out. That's ignorant.
Case, did you support Joe Biden?
Till the end, I was, yes, at first, yeah, cool, president. I never
But not
spoke
the whole
illy
time?
of him. Towards the end, I was more concerned that who was running the country was incapable of wiping their own ass. I didn't speak illy of him. I definitely thought we should probably be looking at this dude because I don't think he's capable.
And you didn't
of
support him
his
at that
position.
point, right?
What do you mean support? Was I divisive?
You already know. You're saying that you support Trump, so I'm using the same notion that you used when you said that you support Trump.
I was not divisive, nor did I spew hatred for Joe Biden.
I don't
No.
even know what that's supposed to mean. When we say support, we're saying like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, you would vote for Trump. In that context, would you say that you would vote for Trump?
I didn't vote.
No, but like if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, and you could vote, would you vote for Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So why?
More confidence in the leader.
Why?
Some things they're just intuitions. Like I mean, not
They're just an
everything has
intuition?
to be a factual decision. We make decisions based on gut instincts all day, every day. Why would I support Trump? Because something told me that's a safer leader for the country than Kamala. I don't know what. I don't have a factual reason. It's just something I felt, and I believed that would be a better option.
Okay. So again, you say that you think that would be a better option, but do you have any policies you could point to that you support of Trump's?
I mean, like what policy are you wanting me to support? I was for secure borders, very much so.
Okay.
I'm for
policy
building
in relation to secure borders do you support?
I'm for building in America and buying American goods and supplying our own energy, like America first. Yes, I support those policies very much so.
Okay, but those are like general things. I'm asking like what specific policies?
How is that a general policy? Securing our border and America first in our purchases, in our production, in
So you're saying, like, you
supplying
wanna
of our
impose
energy.
tariffs?
Would I support tariffs?
Yeah, like is that what you're arguing? Is that like you want tariffs to be in place?
I support tariffs if that's what our economy dictates. Like, I don't know. I'm not the fucking president of the United States, so I'm not going to sit here and act like I know better than our president. I don't know better than our president. I don't know what's best for the economy. What I do know is attacking our own leaders and attacking each other and hosting lives like this that aren't saying, how can we make our country better? But why the fuck do you support Trump? Like, I don't think this is helping the country. And if you know so much and you're so much better, why are you not being constructive? Why is this all about just attacking people?
So it's a debate live, and we're just debating on like what positions we agree with and what positions we don't agree with to get people to critically think, get involved with politics. If you're saying you don't think that this is constructive, I don't give a shit. I don't care. The point of this live stream is to be able to get more people to understand things about what's going on and to be able to call out what the Trump administration is doing, which you're clearly unwilling to do yourself anyway, right? It's not just for you. It's for the 11,000 people that are listening on TikTok. It's for the 4,000 people listening on YouTube. So you have to understand that it's not just you that we're trying to reach.
You think being condescending and being combative is educating? People are going to be receptive to that?
I'm sorry. The only person who's been condescending in this conversation is you.
Is me, right?
If you want me to be fully honest with you, just like frankly,
That's your
you
opinion.
have been the only condescending person in this conversation.
Well, frankly, I thought I was coming in to debate you, one person having a conversation with another. I didn't know I was going to be debating two people who could just chime in.
This whole time I've been on my phone. I haven't.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's been a 1v1 this whole time. I've legit just been scrolling on Twitter.
Okay. Well, I can admit
this has been a 1v1, sir.
I can admit, Parker, the issues and the negatives, of course. I'm not blind. I'm not unaware that fucked up shit is or bad stuff is happening. That yes, there have been decisions and policies that the president made or that their cabinet made that could have been handled better or ended in terrible failures. Yes, that happens. That's happened historically with every presidency. So I'm not going to sit here and agree with you guys that Trump is just the worst president ever. He's like Satan and that the country's doomed in his leadership, because that's not true, man. You don't know the future. And I personally believe he's doing the best he can with the state of our country. It's not like he was handed a great country that was on the up and up, man. Our country's been in demise for decades. It's been the middle class has been crushed for decades. The wealthy have funneled income to the top for decades. So like, yeah, he inherited something that wasn't great, and maybe these drastic efforts and these things that you view as terrible are just things that we got to do to keep us from imploding, like we clearly are already doing.
What aspects of the economy has he made better off since he's gotten office?
Up until Iran, gas was at an all-time low. That was great. That was nice. I drive a V6, so hell yeah, I was loving $1.99 gas. I mean, the economy fluctuates. I mean, that's
So the only
to me
thing about
that's
the
a great
economy that you
indicator.
can mention is something that is worse off right now?
It's worse off right now. Yes, I said up until the last 2 months. Yes.
Yeah, so is there anything you could mention that Trump has made better off since he got in office?
I've already told you I agreed with secure borders. I think our borders are more secure. I think we're moving in the right direction on
But I asked you about our
getting
economy.
okay. I mean, you said a policy. I said,
Yeah,
as far as the
economic,
economy,
though.
gas being lower. Yes, I think
But
that
gas
was
is
a
more
pro.
expensive now.
Now, yes.
Yeah, so I'm asking you right now, what has Trump made better off since he got in office?
Not about the economy. We are removing dyes from our food.
I'm asking about the economy.
Okay. I'm telling you, the only thing up until 2 months ago that I would say that has impacted me, that I can speak from any certainty, was gas. Food has pretty much inflated. I don't own a house and I'm not buying a house. The rent I pay has been basically the same for the last 8 years. So the only thing I can with certainty say that got better was gas prices from my perspective.
Yeah, but they've become more expensive. So there's nothing that you can mention that's better off since Trump got in office economically. So then why are you saying that he's made things better off?
I don't know how the economy affects the whole country and our deficit and things above that. It's not something I've versed myself on. Pretty sure Wall Street was doing great. Was it not? Up until the Strait of Hormuz? Was Wall Street not having record highs, having record profits?
No, we still had the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. We had the lower real GDP growth in 2025 as compared to 2024, lower real median wage growth in 2025 as compared to 2024.
He got a flag for misinformation.
Oh, okay.
According to Trump, he's going to be doing a press briefing. Let's see here. According to Trump, he's going to be doing a press conference in 30 minutes from the White House press briefing room. And that was posted at 36. So here in 21 minutes, Donald Trump is going to be doing a press briefing from the White House.
Is it about what happened?
I would assume so. I mean, the Republicans are just freaking out about it. Holy.
What are they saying?
Like, I don't know. Another leftist tried to kill my favorite president. They tried to kill him. I just don't even know what happened. Like, okay, so first and foremost, like I said, I was watching the footage. Trump just looked oblivious. He looked so fucking oblivious when the shot went off. It was like he didn't know. So for everybody that's saying this was staged, I actually don't think it was staged because of how fucking oblivious Trump looked when this unfolded. Right? Like there was like 15 seconds in between the gunshots and then the Secret Service ushering him off stage, where he's like not even like he's like still like looking down, looking at these little Post-it notes. He had no fucking clue. I don't think this was staged. He had no fucking clue. And if it was staged, he was not involved in the slightest. Melania, she clocked it a little fast, though. Yeah, but I mean, it looks like there was a shot fired in some like lobby area, then a couple shots in response from Secret Service. I am seeing contradictory reporting, though. Some people are saying that The shooter is dead. Meanwhile, other individuals are saying that the shooter was apprehended and arrested. Don't worry, Kash Patel's on the case. He may just, may have a drink or two before the investigation kicks off. I don't know. Should Parker stay live until the briefing? Should I hop off now? When you I don't know. What does everyone think?
Up to you. I'm probably going to start my live right now and start debating people. I honestly don't know what he's going to say or do, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. I may hop off, watch it myself. I don't know. We could just realistically, I mean, it's only another 20 minutes. We could just hang out until then, folks. But I mean, that is definitely the last debate of the night. So Parker, I mean, if you want to go start your life to do some debates, all the power to you.
Alrighty, I'm going to go do that right now. Appreciate you having me up, bro.
Cool. I appreciate you for coming up, Parker. I'm going to go ahead and thank a couple people for everybody watching. Show some love to Parker in that chat. And so then I'll decide if I want to stay on until that press conference. This is over on Venmo. Andy, thank you for the $20 who says, hey, first time donating, but I really wanted to say thank you. This year's been really hard for me, and looking forward to your streams has really been able to help me get through it. Silly, I know, but thank you for showing me that there's hope. Well, thank you, Andy, for the $20. I love hearing, I love hearing it. Hearing that from people about how my live streams are able to help them live life a little easier. I love that so much. Thank you for the $20. Oh, kitty. Oh, sorry. One moment. The kitty is trying to get up on my chair, and she just clawed the fuck out of my leg. She was like trying to grapple onto my leg to get up on the chair. Jesus, Momo. But thank God damn, Momo. But thank you. But thank you for the $20, Andy. Same thing to you, Jay. Thank you for the $10. Who says here's another 10. I love you both. Keep it up. Thank you, Jay. Melena, thank you for the 1. Katie, thank you for the $10. She says, I hope this is your real account. You're inspiring a lot of people, including myself. Oh, thank you so much, Katie. Yes, that is my real account. Then Logan, thank you for the $3. Jeanette, thank you for the 3. And with that, it looks like we're caught up over on Venmo. Let's quickly get caught up on PayPal. Thank you, Samaya, for the $10. She says, I hope that you're both doing well. Keep on smiling and enjoying the rest of your night. And I'll see your live tomorrow like always. Well, I appreciate you for showing up tonight, Samaya. You have a good one. Thank you for the $10. Same thing to Crystal. Thank you for the $15. Who says, guess Trump needed to fake another assassination attempt since his approval rating got so low. Bro, listen, like I said, I don't think he faked it. If it was faked, I don't think he faked it because of how oblivious he looked. But yeah, man, that approval rating has been down the drain, and I wonder what kind of impact this will have on it. Thank you for the $15, Crystal. Same thing to Lana. Thank you for the $14, who says, thank you for everything that you do. I watch your streams from home, even on my work break, and you educate me every day. I love you all. Thank you so much, Lena. I'm so happy that you take something positive away from the streams. I'm sorry, that's not Lena, that's Lana. And thank you for the $15. And I really appreciate you so much for not only the support, but also the incredibly kind words. Same thing to JJ. Thank you for the $24 donation. Thank you. Who says, I don't understand that last young lady's argument. It sounded as if she was suggesting at one point that she was saying that we should be communists and dictate the way people spend their money. Well, I mean, that's not necessarily perfect representation of communism, but I definitely understand what you mean, right? She was like saying, oh, like we need to have state control over the way that people spend their money. Unreal. Thank you for the $24, JJ. Then Monavon, thank you for the $13 as well. You says support you. Well, I appreciate you so much for that support, Monavon. And then Marie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Marie. I hope that you've been doing well. I remember you. I hope that things have been well. Thank you for the $20, Marie. Same thing to Annie. Thank you for the $20. Who says, zero shot. It actually starts in 20 minutes. Trump pressers are always late. Something to consider. So real, Ann. He's always like 40 minutes late. Then Xander, thank you for the $20 as well. I appreciate you guys. All right, folks. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to end it here. You guys will see updates from me like on Instagram and TikTok about the press briefing. But I am going to go ahead and end it here. I'm very tired and very hungry, which is why we're going to hop off. Like, I'm like legit super fucking hungry. I'll try to pressure Parker into turning the briefing on his live stream, though. I'll try to pressure him. So head over there. At Parker Get a Job on TikTok. At Parker Get a Job on YouTube. Make sure to hit that follow button on your way out on TikTok. Drop a sub on YouTube. I'll see you all tomorrow, and you might see an update or two from me tonight about the shooting. Peace, love, good night.